We're going to start because we have a busy agenda this morning. But as you need drinks or refills, please help yourself. For restrooms, there's two in the back, but there's a trick to them. You have to unlock the deadbolt when you go in and then lock yourself in. And when you go out, do the deadbolt again so that the door stays open. Otherwise, it will close and be shut. So there's a little note back there that tells you that, but it's, just some of those cool school things that we get to deal with for adult restrooms. So those are back there. So I think everything that you might need is in this room. If there's something else that you do need, just let us know. We have a lot to do today, and we want this to be comfortable and I don't know if relaxing is the right word, but maybe invigorating, learning. Refreshing. So refreshing, whatever it might be. So we will get started in just about a minute. All right. Yeah.
6 people might have to help link the calendar to their phone.
So he's
Sorry,
driving to something. My wife does a user email address, this is the everybody else. Yeah, you can see that. Well, yeah, fixed it.
I have an email, but I also it got turned into my junk email.
Right. Hey, we're at time. So I'm not gonna ask you to put a bow on your competition. So welcome to the August 21st Board Strategic Planning Work Session. Calling us to order, I've got all of our board members in attendance, along with happy to be joined by Mike and then our district staff.
And Erica.
Oh, and Erica. Hi. I didn't meet you. With that, we have a meeting agenda. Their motion.
I would move to approve the meeting agenda as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, well, again, welcome to the strategic planning work session. I'm going to stick it up right now. And I promise I'll keep my welcome fairly brief, but I've been a part of a number of these. I know Chris has, and all of you have been a part of some in some form or another. I'm pretty sure all of us have been a part of strategic planning along the way. This one's going to be fun. It's going to be unique. We're welcoming a new superintendent, which is going to inherently make this a little bit of a different process at the same time, while we know Tracy very well and her work with the district for a long time. So some things are going to be familiar, some things are going to be new. For you folks who are new, it's going to be all new, except for that we're planning strategically, but just a couple of comments about what this means. So this, of all the things you're going to do throughout a year as a board member, this is not the funnest thing you're going to do. It's not the most invigorating on the surface. Something that's a hard lesson I've had to learn. Nobody in the grocery store is going to stop you and say, hey, how's your governance going? Nobody's going to ask you about your strategic planning efforts. They're going to tell you about a kid who's in crisis or a kid who's thriving. They're going to tell you about a profession that they love or a profession that's causing them angst. They're going to talk to you about a whole bunch of stuff that's on top of this work. And this is what makes this work so critical. Right? This is the uncomfortable, difficult foundation building of the district. And we only get a chance to do it once and visit it a little bit a second time a year. Everything else we do is going to be about those things that you're going to get stopped at the grocery store. Outside of a few things, nobody asks about policy. So just encourage us to kind of center our thoughts on that. This is critical work, so stay engaged, grab refreshments along the way, stay hydrated, stay engaged, because we need, on the board level, we need 7 contributors today. We need 7 perspectives. That's what the community has asked us for, is 7 perspectives. And that kind of takes us to where we're going to go. And I think Tracy will probably walk through the agenda. But one of the critical things we're going to talk today about, we're going to spearhead to establishing some board action items. So we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. We're going to ultimately get to board action items. And as it relates to that, I'm sure you can think in your own life what makes a great organization, or what makes a great team, or what makes it. We all work in a great organization. This one. You've also probably been around dysfunction and somewhere in between. I've never been a part of an organization that thrived with disunity and disjointedness at the top, ever. It just doesn't happen. It gets campy, it gets cliquey, it gets weird, and nothing's productive to the mission. And our mission is too critical. It's just too critical today. So as we go, I don't know about you, but one of the, and spoiler alert about, well, I don't know if my picture will really reveal this, but I love to be a part of great teams, because I've been in some form of leadership since I was 19 years old. And I found that there's an innate human desire to be a part of greatness, at the same time that our human nature kind of wars against that. That's my, I don't know, philosophy. Greatness comes from a few key facts. I think Mike's got some meeting norms that'll help us guide us this way. But one of the biggest ones as a board member that I would just highly encourage is we assume absolute best intention from each other. We're going to enter this with different perspectives, but you have to assume integrity, that that's a real position that they hold, and they hold it for real reasons. If you do that, then we're going to start to represent the community in an effective way. If we get real campy and cliquey and assume some negative intention, then we're going to get off the rails real quick. All right, it's going to hurt kids. Just straight line to our student investments. So what we're going to do when we get to that board action item, we're going to chase greatness together. We're going to set bold targets for ourselves, and we're going to chase. We're going to define what greatness is going to look like, and then we're going to get on board together to try to hunt it down. And we're going to do it from 7 different perspectives as a board. We're going to do it with the district staff in line. All right. So that's this is a critical meeting, summary, critical meeting. Sometimes you're gonna be dry. Sometimes you're gonna want to drift off. I've got a rock delivery. I've got a rock delivery at my house in 5 minutes. I have nobody there to receive it, so I was kind of panicking a little bit ago. We gotta let that stuff go. Rocks will land where they land. Focus up here, okay? Go crazy.
Awesome. Well, I'm inspired. I'm ready to go. Everybody ready? I appreciate what you said, Blake, and so much of what you said is part of what I want to explain today that feels very different is our full cabinet is here. So as this brand new superintendent, learning my way, I have all my people in one room and I have all my people here learning together, hearing conversations, building perspective, asking questions, and most importantly, building some relationship. And so that is part of the why that cabinet is here today, is so that we are really one strong team that is aligned in the work that we do. And so you will see a lot of intentional work today that is really, we have lots of different analogies and things going on, but all on the same boat. We're all on the same boat, going down the same river and looking for what we need for our kids. And so thank you for being here today. I think that you're going to feel some of my style as a leadership in the presentations today in terms of collaboration and gathering input. And some of what that means is maybe a little bit of messiness or things that are unresolved in the moment that we loop back to later as people have processing time as we pull concepts and ideas together. So that will be part of your experience today. You're going to experience some different things, as Blake alluded to. And a lot of this is actually driven by conversations that I had with board members that were here in the spring in that SWOT analysis that we did. Remember back in April, the conversations that we had, we gathered information about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So that's what SWOT means. And the feedback from that is really a driver of the work that we're going to do today in terms of working towards alignment, in terms of working towards stronger understanding, in terms of collaboration. So I'm really excited about this. It feels like this whole full circle thing that's coming together. We have a lot to do. We need to keep things going today. And from that standpoint, there might be times where you have a thought or a question and we need to kind of keep things moving. So you have a little parking lot document on your tables. This really kind of follows the agenda. So if you have a thought that you don't want to lose or a question that you want to remember to ask, you can jot it down, or if it's just notes for yourself, that's fine too. But to just kind of have a place to capture some of those thoughts. I know for me, sometimes we've talked about something and we've moved on to something else, and then I have this really great idea later because my brain is catching up. This is your place to capture those great ideas and questions. And then the role of cabinet today, I just want to touch base on that a little bit. I love that you are all chatting during breakfast and kind of doing some get to know yous and just kind of catching up with old friends, but they're really here to listen and learn. And it really is about deepening their understanding of the board's perspectives for that alignment that we're working towards. Their participation is going to be less active. This really is a board retreat. It is a board driven day with support and whatever you need from the cabinet. I think that's it. I'm just going to acknowledge Pete is in the middle of audit season. So he's going to be with us until lunch, and then we need him to go work on the audit. And then Donna Ravenberg will be popping in. She is trying to support students and getting into school and getting going with some of her IEP meetings and stuff. So she'll be in and out a little bit, but I think everybody else is here for the day. So I want to turn it over to Mike and Erica. And I want to give a little why for Mike and why this also feels like a really important connection for us. So Mike was supporting John and I some as we were doing this interim transition piece as just support, just that like phone a friend, superintendent that has some experience. And Mike has agreed to continue to support me this year. And so it's really exciting for me to have him get to know all of you, start to hear some of your perspectives and be a part of this work to help he'll pick up on things that I don't necessarily pick up on today to help guide me in supporting you. So I'll turn it over to my Erica.
Okay, just first of all, it's great to be in a school. Usually when Eric and I do retreats, we're at a district office. And so to be in a school, it's very telling that we're back in a school because we got directions on the restroom. And everything is labeled. And so that just tells me I'm where I'm supposed to be right now. Blake, your introduction was so good and you stepped on a lot of our material. So thank you for that. And the only thing
Almost like you've seen it before.
it's almost like I've seen the slides. The only thing I disagree with is the comments about dry and won't be the most fun you have all year. I think you should move to the edge of your seats and just stay there. Because it's gonna be awesome. A couple of you have not sent in pictures yet. I think there's 2 people that haven't sent a picture. So if you need that number, everyone got it? Everyone think they've sent a picture? And then we need to have a conversation with Jeff about why cabinet and board members are indiscriminately sending a picture of this phone number. They don't know what it is. So we can talk about tech security later. All right. So just a little bit about Eric and I. I was a longtime superintendent in Hillsborough. I was there for 14 years and had an opportunity to meet a lot of different superintendents in the area, and retired a few years back and have been doing some executive coaching since. 197 districts in the state of Oregon. And over the last 3, I think 4 years now, about 90 new superintendents. And so it shows you the turnover that's occurring and the some of the politics of the job and just some of the challenges of the job. So it is incredibly rewarding to have the opportunity to work with superintendents and have thoroughly enjoyed my time with Tracy. Eric is a longtime board member. She bossed me around for a lot of years, and she has just a wealth of public experience, public service. She not only was a board member for Hillsborough School District, but she was at the state level as well and helped start some of the work that's happening with our communities of color at the state level through OSV. You'll see. She's awesome, and we love doing this together and bringing a couple different perspectives to this. All right. That's where we need to be right now. Just an overview of the agenda. So Tracy was saying we're going to have to keep moving. So we're going to do a lot of foundational work today in terms of the role of this team together and the power of this team. We're going to talk about some of the roles and responsibilities. We're going to dive into the working agreements, which you already have a great set, but there's always an opportunity when new people come together to review that. And that's good best practice anyway, just to review that on an annual basis. And then we kind of from here on is going to be maybe a different feel than you're used to for Tracy over and over talks about the importance of getting your input into key issues. And we want to talk about what that looks like. You've probably learned by now that Tracy's incredibly collaborative, and that works well as a superintendent. And then we want to talk about this whole idea of shared goals. And what's it like if we set shared goals together and have different roles and we have different action steps in order to make those goals? It really gets us pulling in the same direction. And then we're going to talk about evaluation and assessment, because is there a better way to end days? Problem. All right. Let's just some quick norms here, and I'll just let you read through those. Blake already mentioned, but number 2 there, sharing from your own perspective. Hugely important. We all bring different experiences, different life experience, different perspectives to this work and to this team. And so don't be shy about sharing your perspective. We need that in order to make the best decisions we possibly can. Number 6, we're not gonna finish everything today. I mean, we're not gonna put a great little bow on the year and say, okay, we're good to go now, but we're gonna get a heck of a start. There's gonna be some things that we follow up. And if everyone's comfortable with it, first names instead of director so-and-so and doctor so-and-so and superintendent, if we just do first names, everyone live with these?
Yep.
Be so awkward if you couldn't. Okay, good. Let's do introduction. We'll let Eric.
We'll go back to the phone.
Still.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is where our generational gap. So what we're gonna do is whoever picture is up on the screen is gonna introduce themselves and just say a little bit about why this picture is important to you or what it reflects about you that says something about it. So who's this?
It's mine. I'm Holly Riegelman, and I'm the vice chair. this year.
And how many years, sorry, and how many years have you been with the district?
Well, as a board member 4, but I grew up in this district and attended since kindergarten. And I had 3 kids in the district. My oldest graduated this last year and we just moved him down to college. But I've been on the board for 4 years.
I'm Heather Coleman Cox. I have been on the board approximately 2 months, I think, 3 months. This picture is important to me because it's my family and family is important to me. And I ran for office for representation of all people. Big.
I'm Heidi Lasher, and I'm the executive director of teaching and learning. And I chose this picture because family is important to me, and so is WNBA basketball. This is my daughter and I at a Seattle Storm game, and she is a graduate of Gresham High School. This is my youngest daughter as well.
That's Tommy. So these are my 3 daughters. And of course, as everyone, the theme kind of is coming about, family is my #1. So I am the board secretary. I've been with the district. This will be my 9th school year that I'm heading into. But like similar to Holly, I grew up in the district, went to school here, graduated from Gresham High, so have long ties with the district.
So that's me and my lovely wife. We've been together since 2 and 3. We've known each other since 2 and 3. We've been together since 15 and 16. On the left there is my youngest boy, Luke, and on the right is my oldest boy, Dylan, and they both went to Gresham-Barlow. This is our 25th wedding anniversary. This is actually almost 1 year after I was given 30 days to live. So this picture means a lot to me. To show up for that was awesome. I think I'm going on my 3rd year. I think so. And the reason why I did it is because I'm in my give back phase of my life. I got to do it early, which is awesome.
Perfect. Telling you who I am.
I'm Carla Gay, Executive Director of Innovation and Partnerships. That's me on the right. We're at one of my favorite places, which is Montana. I grew up there. We're at the lake. That's a cabin at the lake. Next to me is my oldest son, my only son. He's headed off to Spain for a semester abroad in about a few days. Next to him is my daughter, Ilana. She will be a senior at Benson High School in Portland Public. And then next to her is my wife, Miriam. We've been married, it depends on what you call marriage, but we've been together 28 years. And I am going into my 8th year here in Gresham-Barlow and my 29th year in public education.
Oh, I went non-conventional. Notice I am not in the picture. I'll call that wisdom. This picture is meaningful. This is earlier this summer. That's my oldest son, Jack, in the back. He's having a conversation with a boy that lived with us for 2.5 years. Some of you remember those years. They were challenging, but they were having an in-depth conversation about rocks right there in front of them, kind of running down. There's a walkway between my in-law's house and ours that we make many times. But this is our family kind of complete. It just represents a lot about the mission that my family was on for a number of years. It's got a pathway to redemption and purpose, mission that makes me tear up. It's what should just introducing my family along the way. That's Samuel is just over Jack's shoulder. Then that's Steph. She was my daughter for 2.5 years out in front, and then my 2 daughters, Eleanor and Alice, are out in front. So and I've been on board for 8 years.
This is mine. This is my son, Carson, his girlfriend, and Noel. Carson had set a goal for himself that I just didn't think was achievable, but you never tell your son that. Becoming an airline pilot, and he has done everything on his own. He bought that plane this summer, and he started teaching. He's instructing now. He passed his test. There's several that go into that, so he has just stayed with his goal. When he called me yesterday without going to money, Dad, I made this much money this month. I've saved this much to pay my costs through the winter. I have all of this covered and I made this much above that and I'm really achieving my goal. So it was a good call yesterday. So I included that in because he is making it work. It's a Cessna built in 1947. He bought it from a guy who loves to refurbish planes. He flew to Minnesota with a friend and they flew it back in June. It was quite the ordeal to fly a small plane across the country. Yeah.
So I'm gonna stand up. I get a chance every once in a while to stand up and stretch my leg a little bit. So I'm Chris Howitt, I've been on the board for 25 years and lived in the district a lot longer than that. Went to school here back when the school still had the principals that we've named buildings after now. So it's been a while. That is not me. Just in case you were curious, that is not me, nor is it a family member. It is a person, it's one of my customers that came into my store recently. And I didn't pick a family member picture because it's buried amongst the 4,000 pictures of my cat. So, but this, what I love about it, I love my store because of where I'm located in downtown Gresham. I have all kinds of people who come into my store. And I have people who come in because it's a safe space, because it's a place where they'll be respected, and it's a place where I listen to them and acknowledge the path that they're on. So when I saw her shirt, I said, I got to get me one of those. And the only way I'm going to remember to do it is take the picture, because at this point in my life, if I write it down, I can't find the piece of paper and I can't remember why I wrote it down and what it was I wanted to do with it. So that's just one of the many folks that come into my store with a story. And I enjoyed having her come in and show that. Let's see, 25 years on the board. I've been on the OSBA board, still on that board as well. I think I'm 15 years in on that board. This is my favorite part of being on a board. You think 25 years, you've seen it all. No, it's different every time. It gets more different every time. That's the beauty of getting older. But I do remember, so don't try and trick me. I will remember. But I love this part where we get to talk about the new stuff coming up, how we can change, how we can do better, and celebrate what we've done well. So this invigorates me and sets me for the new year. So I love this part, and I'm glad that you guys are here.
Well, this is me and my 3 sons. They're actually all 4th generation Ducks. And my oldest is there on the right, and he just finished his master's in teaching. So he's actually a 4th generation educator as well. And then my little boy, who's not little, is the 18-year-old next, and he'll be starting in the fall at U of O. And then my big boy, so it's Nicholas, then Finn, and then Sam, who is not going to be a teacher, and has made that clear with me. He wants to be a family therapist, but he's also at the U of O. I also have a very nice husband, I want to say, but for a long while, it was just me and them. And so it's really, I don't know, it makes me emotional. It's been a long week. My one son's had some medical issues, but we're in a good space now. So yeah, just proud of them. And also it's weird to have your youngest leave home. So that's important to me right now. Or any of them. But yeah, I'm realizing like, oh, okay, now what? Anyway, thanks.
Well, speaking of U of O graduations.
I didn't plan that.
My daughter there graduated with her degree in architecture, and sometimes your oldest child leaves and goes to college and then moves back home. So that's what we're experiencing as she tries to get that first architecture job. But in the photo, you also see my son, my husband peeking up in the middle there, and then my parents. We were all there to celebrate with her. If you know anyone that's done an architecture degree, it's rough. So we are happy to be at the finish line. 5 long years for that program. So we're happy to have made that accomplishment together as a family. Yeah, 29th year in this district, 29 years in education. Both of my parents have been educators. So happy to be here.
All right, I'm Jeff Gibb, Executive Director of Technology Services. I love my family, and I have an extra special relationship with my daughter. She's the one that always is up for doing things. So If we're at home and I'm like, hey, I need to run to the store, or you want to go here? She always says yes. Everybody else is just, let's just stay home. So we took a spontaneous trip to Colorado Springs to visit family this summer. Just went for a few days and had a ton of fun.
That's my family. So I'm Brenna. And yeah, I chose this picture because family is important to me. We're also outdoors exploring. It's hard to see, but we went up to like Mitchell Tunnel. Highly recommend if you haven't done it yet. But we're all about like adventuring, exploring, and like experiencing new things together. And so with my husband, and then the one in the middle is Ethan, he's my oldest, and then my daughter is Eloise, she's the youngest, and then Colby, who doesn't like to take pictures, as you can tell. So yeah, that is my family, and we when I was 16 years old, I got pregnant with my oldest, and so it's really cool to like be in a place now where you're like, holy cow, at 16, I never thought like you just don't know what you don't know, right? And so it's really cool to watch how our family has just grown and molded and blended together in such a unique and fun way. And so yeah, they're kind of my everything. Anyways, and then I've been on the board for a whole 2 months almost, you know, and I'm really excited to be here and just I love Gresham. I love like our students. I love kids. And I just want to see our youth and our students thrive. And so I'm really excited to be a part of this.
Well, family is first for me, and so I had to show Sydney. Sydney Euros badness, and she cuddles up with me every night. And it's kind of like my second chance at motherhood. My daughter is all grown up, and now she is my new little baby. So introduce the world to Sydney.
And your name?
Athena Badness. I'm the communications director, and I've been with the district 21 years. And just love doing what I'm doing.
All right, so obviously there's a theme of family going around. This is my wife Janie and my son Spencer. You know, any day of the week you might find us at a baseball field, whether it's practice or games. So it's a really big part of our life as well. The pitcher's mound is unique because Spencer's wanted to be a pitcher for years, and this year he grew into that position and did really well with that, became like the #1 pitcher on the team. So that's, you know, he's really proud of himself. So yeah, that's my family. I'm Sean. I've been on the board for 4 years now. Came in about the same time as Holly. And prior to that, I did work in the district as a special ed teacher for 9 or 10 years, and been in education now for, I don't know, 22 years, I think. Started as an EA, and then worked my way up for teaching and administration.
So you can see I'm on the left there. Pete Bejarano, I'm the Director of Finance. I've been with the district for 5 years. And I chose this picture on a whim because following Blake's lead, trying to be a little outside of the grain. I think alpacas and llamas are important to me because they remind me of the Incan civilization and specifically potatoes. There's nothing more important than potatoes in my life. My mom was a potato farmer from Idaho, and my dad is indigenous, and no better representation than that, I think.
And how long have you been in the district?
Oh, I said 5 years.
5 years, yeah. Wait, I think I missed. Did I hear your story? No, I didn't get a picture of this.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you want to send it over, what Mike can see.
Somebody got his picture.
Like I can see, like, if anybody else is missing, I didn't notice it, but.
Can I make a quick comment about Athena's dog?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I know Athena's dog by phone. Because whenever you're working late at night on a weather or some sort of message or emergency, the dog has a routine and is not happy that we're disrupting the routine. It's really good to hear about it.
Kept my dog up all night, all evening.
All right, this is my picture. When I retired, I was asked the question, what is it that you're most proud of? And for me, the answer was so easy because the answer for me is the relationship I have with our adult kids. Because it's so hard to do along the path. You know, a lot of you have little kids right now, and you're like, are we messing them up? Are we making the right decision? And it all works out, is the good news. And our daughter and her partner just bought a house that we're moving into or that we're helping them move into tomorrow. So big family event for them.
Waiting for his picture.
So Heidi's gonna try to
Well, while he's doing that, I'll show you my picture.
Oh, you're the best ever.
This is my little baby nephew. He's our newest addition to our family. My younger sister, he's 10 months this month, and he comes over to my house all the time. My kids are older now, but so they're like, this is my second chance. I'll babysit, but then I can return him. But he's cute. And so anytime I need a little baby fix, she's happy to come by. She lives 10 minutes from me. So it's really great to have this little cutie.
Oh my gosh, he is a.
I didn't. Oh, here we go. We're not gonna let you escape.
Boy, this picture better be good with all this.
This is what you're following.
That's hard.
Picture. Like, oh no. You want to sleep? Just borrow.
Segments. There's little rubber bands.
I have all of mine are back.
And they're
For my.
Yeah.
Yours.
Sure.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so I realized that we never take pictures together. Where's his name? My son, my husband, my son. So, and he does not like pictures. So he said, I was like, where are you? For past words now, he just texts wherever he is. He happened to catch a fish. He never listens to me, so I'm surprised he actually caught a fish. This is RJ, and we adopted him about 8 years ago. He's lived with us 10 years. I brought him home from school one day. I was a principal. He needed a place to live. He said, oh, we could do this. My husband's like, sure. And then, yeah, so I've been in education. This will be 26 years. Teacher, principal, director of operations, and now director of HR, which I'm super excited about. And almost 2 months here in Gresham. It's been fantastic. Thanks for the warm welcome.
Awesome, thank you. So part of the reason why we want to start with this is also just a little bit of grounding that everybody comes to this work for different reasons, but as you can see, like at the core, there's something that's very familiar and similar to our value system and why we end up in this environment together. And there's a lot to be said about also just the human part of us, and then this work, how it shows up. So I wanted you to connect to each other in that way as we go out throughout the day. So let me start this real quick.
All right, thank you. All right, so clearly, as everyone's speaking, we're so much more alike than we are different in terms of what drives us in this work and the important things in our lives. And sometimes when you're sitting in meetings together, you don't get to that level and you don't get to understand that or be reminded of that. So regardless of your background, your perspective, there's so much that we share in common. All right, we will get going here. So, and you must have a very understanding husband. I can't bring anything to the house without being said. So super impressive. All right, let's talk a little bit about the landscape that we're in right now in public education. We know that across the state and across the nation, it's a difficult landscape to navigate. You don't have to look very far across to our neighbors right around you, or anywhere throughout the state or across the nation, that you see that board members and superintendents are oftentimes finding themselves in a hostile work environment or in a hostile environment where the community perspective or the community behavior really has an impact on the work that they're doing, and usually not in a positive way. So when we talk about this whole issue of this team here and the power that they hold and the opportunity that they have in order to make a broader difference in the community, there's never been a more important time, in my opinion, for that to be happening. And we have to get about it in a really proactive manner. We know that everywhere districts are getting caught up in distractions that have nothing to do with kids. There's a lot of adult issues that come into the school district and they become distractions. They become those things that we take our eye off the ball and we spend time on, and then therefore we're not able to focus on the kids that we actually have in our system and making a difference for them in a meaningful way. So we know that this is the landscape right now, and we also know that we're at such a unique time that it's hard to find middle ground for people. People are going to one end of the spectrum or the other end of the spectrum, and that's where they're wanting to live, and that's where they're wanting to hold their belief system. And so finding that middle ground is super important for this team here, because we represent all kids in the community, not just some. All right. We also know that getting this right and this team functioning together is hugely important for us, because because the stakes are so high. If we don't get it right, I love what Blake said about you don't see a team that thrives that has dysfunction at the top. So incredibly true. And when there's dysfunction at the top and team has not come together, the confidence in the organization can get shook pretty easily. And I used to think to myself, and I believe it thoroughly, that decisions that we make as a board superintendent, those are either growing confidence in the district or they're eroding confidence in the district. I don't know how much neutral there is anymore. So when we make decisions, when our behaviors are a certain way, we're either building confidence or eroding confidence. We also know that as a school district, we have a lot of different goals that we're trying to attain. We want to get bonds passed. We need local options passed. We need partnerships. We need to be in relationship with other organizations for the benefit of our students. And if we're not functioning well as a team, our ability to meet those goals really diminishes pretty quickly. We also know that when you have steadiness at the top and when you have partnership at the top, there's actually a direct impact on student achievement. If you look at some of the factors that lead to increasing student achievement, one of those things is longevity at the top. So long-term board members, long-term superintendents, that has a direct impact on student achievement. I didn't used to know this or believe this maybe the way that I do now, but when the board and superintendent team are not getting along, or if there's dysfunction within that team, the trickle down to the staff in the district is a real thing. I used to think, oh, anyone's paying attention to that? They are paying attention to that, and it creates a tone throughout the entire district. I already talked about superintendent longevity. It is, we know that nationally it's under 3 years right now. So only 2 years, 11 months to beat the average, Tracy, and you're going to beat it. So you got that going for me. But we also know that when there's a strong team, those are the superintendents that stay for a long time. And that's where you start seeing the through line and you start seeing student achievement goals. So, all right. Blake talked about this, I'm skipping. Where are we here? It's not dancing anymore. There we go. Think for 1 second about the best team that you've ever been a part of. It could be a work team, it could be a committee, it could be an athletic team, but think of the best team you've ever been a part of. And you don't have to write them down, but think about these things. What was the purpose? What is it that made it great? What were the habits that the team had that made it successful? Was there a mindset or was there a culture? And what outcomes did they achieve? So just think about that for 15 seconds. how can we make this team, the board superintendent team, how can we make this team as high functioning as the team you were just there about? What is it that would need to occur? What are the actions that would have to take place? Or the habits that you would have to adopt in order to make it the best team that you've ever been a part of? Take 2 minutes and just talk at your table for a minute. Share the team that you were thinking about, and then think about what are the characteristics that this team would need to take on in order to make that possible.
The real simple one. I used to do a lot of them. It was a second year, we were successful.
I think for me, because I worked.
We didn't have everybody.
Especially
And also there was somebody outside of it.
And some work together.
We had specific goals and made sure that people.
We all have.
Perspectives. That it didn't matter what they did, all work to make a success of our. And also it was a timeline. We didn't have a whole lot of time because it was really starting,
You know,
and
we
the
have perspective.
it was better.
That's fine.
So there's no room.
Alaska.
Always come back.
There's a lot of fun to look at something else.
Stay focused on this time.
Just about this. Boys club. But I think once I realized that that's not. A corrective action.
And most of my life, also was like. And the goal is they all, we're all going to see. That's important. They said it from the beginning, from this back, hard work, and definition, and that has. Drive them, we haven't seen, and then also goals like trees, understandings, and momentum to it, like little shelf. You're gonna do what they need to do, so we can do the best about that. Coolest thing about that is that movement, that was things that we have. Around the same river. I just think that's a really good teaching skill that this all of us are very jumping skills and talents that change it on that board. And yes, it's where out of school poverty, but I would say sometimes I'll say our support of each other was the most more important because we didn't let each other.
Go 1 more minute.
Like if somebody needed someone to swoop in. Take it out and carry it. That's super important. So I can get up and just overcome that. Someone's gonna have a shared sense of ambition.
That was. One here. It's actually. Because we all play. Build on each other's.
All right, let's hear what you came up with. Just go ahead and just share out what are some of the things that would be necessary for this team to adopt, or what would make this team as successful as the one that you were thinking about. Just anybody chime in.
Self-reflection.
Thank you.
Define goals.
Good.
Common purpose, being able to speak your mind and be friends at the end of it.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Accountability.
Thank you.
Balance skill sets.
Okay.
Respecting each other.
Thank you.
You've been fun.
Have a little fun along the way, absolutely. Absolutely. All great contributions, thank you. And I think it's true that when you join a team like this, your entire goal is to make a difference for the broader community, make a difference for kids. And so exercising some of the characteristics that we've heard, we're going to be talking about that as the day goes on, but it's entirely possible. And just that, I mean, it's also true. I was saying, Eric and I have an opportunity to do quite a few of these types of meetings. And one of the things that you can tell is how friendly the group is together, how they interact together. And so just seeing the conversation, not only when you came in the morning, but during these discussions, it's super encouraging. One of the things that we also know makes a strong board superintendent team, and Chris mentioned it, is the whole notion of understanding what your role is and the part that you play on the team to make it thrive. Yeah. Eric is going to be talking about that.
Yeah, I was just thinking about specifically like how every person, and I know you had a picture of your son on the baseball team, and like how there's specific roles on every team and you have specific responsibilities. And in this team, there's the board and then superintendent and cabinet. And there's each person has their own kind of role and responsibility of what they're supposed to do. And if you're a new board member, that is something that you're learning as you're going. So I think this district, you have a really good mix of like really experienced board members that have been here for a long time, middle, and then, you know, newbies. And one of the things that's helpful is to have that experience, because oftentimes when we're in this role of board members, it's really difficult for the superintendent to tell you what not to do. It's kind of awkward because you're kind of an elected official, and that dynamic gets really tricky. Or even for cabinet, when they're like, oh, they're kind of getting into this space that's not really their role. How do I tell them? It's like trying to manage up to the board. So this is a time where we try to help a little bit, explain how to balance those two aspects. So as a board member, we're elected to set like the vision, the bigger vision of the organization and like goals of what we're trying to achieve, but we don't get down to operations. We don't manage the actual organization. And one of the ways that I know I have it in a different slide, but if there's someone paid to do that job, then it's not our job to do. And that's how I kind of internalize that a lot. And in our board, we had a really good dynamic where we would help each other and kind of corral each other when we would get into too much of the operation side, especially as you're trying to make really good decisions. So you want to get information, you want to get detailed, but you also want to manage like how much of that is also burdening the administration to try to get you the information. So there's a really like fine line in doing this dance as a board member. So the board is the what and the superintendent is the how. So the board is like sets that bigger vision of like, what is it that we're trying to achieve as an organization? And then we're going to task our one employee to execute this vision that we have. And they of course have the support of their administration, and they run this whole organization. So here's a breakdown just of like what is our lane and what is like superintendent and district staff lane of the types of things that we would get into. So for our board members, and I'm sure some of you attended OSBA's summer conference, you got a little bit more information about your role and, you know, Robert's rules and policy, and just getting you kind of up and running in what you're going to be doing. And then each district, of course, has their own way of setting their mission, vision, or goals, their core values and beliefs. It might be tied to a strategic plan if you have that. So you learn kind of the basics at school board member camp, and then you come to your district, and then you have more specific ways of operating within your school district. And one of the things that how you govern is by voting. So that is the power collectively, but each individual board member does not actually have a lot of power, right? It's the collective of all of you pulling in the same direction that sets the bigger vision for the board. And of course, the superintendent manages all these things. And part of your role is evaluating how they're doing that is through your superintendent evaluation. So you set the vision, we task the superintendent to do this, and at the end of the year, we're gonna evaluate how she or he accomplished said vision and goals. And so you have that as your another big portion of your main responsibility. So one of the things I always talk about is like expectation versus reality of getting on the board, because when I first got on the board, as many people do, you have this like idea of like all the things that you would want to change in the school district, and like, oh my gosh, I would want to like, what if we just grew our own gardens and like fed all the children all of like organic food from our local gardens in the school district. It's like you have this idea, and then like, oh wait, that's not even a school district policy. That's like federal policy from the Department of Agriculture. And they have like federal contracts, and like, we don't even decide on that. So you kind of start realizing that the things that you thought you were going to be impacting aren't really within the wheelhouse of your responsibility as a board member. And so sometimes that can be a little bit of a shock. And you're like, oh, the things that I thought I was going to be able to change or impact, it's actually not even something that I could touch. Or you end up going like, well, I'm going to go at the state level and go to OSBA, and then maybe I can change it at the state level. And then you realize, oh, wait, it's not even here that I can change it. It's like an onion. Like, I've done this, and you're like peeling back, trying to figure out how far does this policy go to try to impact that change. So there's like a little bit of a little heartbreak of the not like realizing that, but there's also a big opportunity in knowing that what you actually can change has a more direct impact, like to your local community and your students in your district. And that was something that was like, okay, I can spend all this energy trying to fight a fight that I know I can't win, or I can just lay a little brick down for the next person that comes after me. And I have to realize that, like, I'm not going to solve like, hundreds of years of discrimination and racism. That really broke my heart. But I get to lay a little breakdown in my district, in my community, for the next person that comes after me. And the district, and Mike and I served for, I think, 8 years, and then he left, and then we had a new superintendent. But the change of what my board looked like at the end of when I left versus when I came in, drastically different. And that was something intentional. That was my personal goal. And so I could do that. I can impact that. So I have to realize like, what is my circle of influence and what I can actually impact within that board. Another big thing that we had in our district is I wanted a better partnership with our city. Like, I felt like their electeds and our electeds like never talked, even though we service the same community. And it's like, why don't we talk? Like, you have parks programs, we have, programs, after school programs. Like, why aren't we having this conversation? So one of our goals is actually, as a board, like, let's get to know the other electeds and like partner up and see where there's opportunities. From those relationships stemmed other opportunities that came about, like when the city had their own infrastructure for internet, and going away with Comcast and now having Highlight, which is their own provider of high-speed internet. They were like, hey, let's do the schools first. And we're like, yes, please, we would love it. But those are the kind of things that, as board members, you're in an elected position and you do have so much power and influence in your community, but knowing how to cultivate that to make that bigger impact in your community from the role that you have. If I were to focus all my time and trying to get into the operations of all the times that people be like, this isn't working on my school, or this isn't like, I'm having this problem with this teacher, that is not the best use of my time. There's people that are hired to solve those problems and address those issues. Your role as a board member is the whole thing, and it's a higher level thing, right? And it's hard because you're also elected by your community, and they're like, hey, I voted for you, can like you solve this problem for me? And you're not really, but you want them to be able to solve that problem at the lowest level possible. Because once you involve a board member, it's going to go up and then down the chain and then up again and then down the chain. And then by the time the person actually gets their problem solved, there's been so many emails going back and forth or phone calls, and it just makes the process longer to actually solve the problem. So this is my little bit of helping you understand, hopefully, that when you're in doubt of like, is this something that is my responsibility to solve? Like have that, if somebody's hired to do this job, they're the ones that are gonna solve it. That's not my role.
Erica, can I just chime in? So I love how Erica talks about expectation versus reality. And she talked about like 3 of her big expectations when she got on board. And I will never forget our first meeting after she was elected. And she said, I want to stop systemic racism and I want locally sourced food. Thinking, whew, how long are you going to be on the board? It wasn't. But here's what I would say. And so when she talks about the circle of influence that you actually have, it's amazing the changes that have occurred in those 2 areas. So when I think about nutrition services, yes, it's governed at a much higher level and it's, you know, there's costs involved and there's nutritional guidelines. But one of the things that we were able to do was to get feedback from our students and start trying to introduce some culturally specific foods at our lunches that fit our community. And so while that didn't totally get to it, the circle of influence that she had as a board member allowed that conversation to happen and to develop. When she talked about ending systemic racism, while that's still alive in our communities, what has happened is that the makeup of our board is entirely different to me. The amount of equity work that we did as a board and as a school district is entirely different because of the circle of influence that Erica had. So I always say to people, don't minimize the amount of influence that you have. There's appropriate ways to use it. There's places where you can nudge, there's places where you can align, and it's going to make a huge difference. She talks about elected to elected, city and district wasn't as strong as we wanted it to be. And now I would say the city of Hillsborough is probably the strongest partner of the school district and host hundreds of our kids in internships and job shadows and those kind of things. So huge influence that she's had that all came out of the kind of vision and goals that she had when she ran for the board. The expectation was one thing and the reality was another, but the influence and the difference it made, absolutely huge.
Like I landed somewhere in between, like
somewhere.
And this last year, actually, I would remember because we had a student rep. One of our goals was to have student reps on our board. That was something that was really important to us. And so this is, I think, now our 5th year doing it. We're like one of the first boards that started doing it. But we had one student who's of East Asian descent, and he was telling me, he's like, the other day I went into the cafeteria and it's not like chicken tikka masala. And I was like, it is chicken tikka masala. And I was like, and just that excitement. We have one particular school that partners with a local Mexican restaurant, and they do tamales, but only for that school because it's also not realistic that that small business can do it for the entire district. We're a huge district. They could not do that. I mean, it's not that they wouldn't want to, they just physically do not have the capacity to do that. But sometimes there's those opportunities with like a particular school, we know our demographics and we know our kids. And so, but our board went to tour nutrition services and we had like an opportunity to learn about how that works and like first listen and understand what this process is and then ask questions. And it was a very like great opportunity for us to learn a little bit more. But there is like that in between space where you can make a lot of impact. So again, this is like, if somebody's, you know, hired to do it, then it's not my job. So we're gonna do, yeah, go ahead.
Well, and maybe if I'm jumping the gun,
yeah,
let me know, but I'm curious though. So maybe if we could walk that train of the nutrition services, you enter that conversation, guns blazing.
Yeah.
We want locally sourced food. I don't know, be willing to talk through in what ways did that conversation set a course for the district or was already in motion, but now it's solidified, you know?
Right. I would say the first thing is like when, as a board member, obviously I was very new. I had no idea of how anything worked. So I think in Mike's wisdom, first he was like, first they need to understand that they're running how many $1 million organization and like what that actually means. Like as an individual person who like, I work in government, but I didn't like was doing that. I was like, oh, now I understand. So I think in his wisdom, he's like, first, the topics that come up with our board members, we're gonna do like learning sessions or like get everybody talking the same language and also the same level of knowledge of understanding of how this works. So once there's a baseline of like all of us understand how this works, all of us are using the same language, then we're gonna like create an opportunity to ask questions, and if you wanna add more questions.
Yeah, that's exactly how it went is, when she introduced that as a topic and as an area of interest, and of course, if you are at the district office or if you're a school principal and you go out and you talk to kids at lunchtime, the first thing you hear is their opinion about the lunch. Right? That's just an age-old thing. And it was no different with the board members when we brought this up as a potential conversation. Nutrition services in our district, it's got to be a break-even thing, right? They've got to pay for themselves and for the food and serve all the kids that we need to serve. And so we weren't able to go across the district and change everything. So what we did instead is we focused on a couple different schools, and we worked with our nutrition services director, and we made sure that the changes that we wanted to make fit within the state guidelines and the federal guidelines. And then we just nudged it into a couple schools. We started partnering. We started using some of the local programs. We started changing the menu to better maybe fit the demographic that we had at that school. And so really that's how it happened. It was little things along the way. It wasn't like the board voted on this either, right? It was,
well, that's what I was wondering. So you lead that conversation, you go to your staff, and at that starting place, you're like, hey, this is an emerging issue.
Yes.
Or
that's you did.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it exactly. Okay. We went back and we had a conversation about it, and we talked about, okay, what is the time and resources going to take to actually pull this off? And we decided by piloting it in a couple schools, let's test drive this. We've been hearing about this issue for years and years. What if we actually did try and do something about it?
And then they would come back and like give us updates or presentations. But the other thing I would add is, if I was the only board member that was coming over and like, I want to talk about this, I want this, wouldn't have happened. Yeah. Like the only way that Mike is like, oh, it's like all of this is important to all of them. They keep bringing this up. They keep wanting to learn more about. If we are all as a team, like organized as like what is our priorities or important, then we have that like ask to be like, we want to learn more about this. We're interested about this. But if it's just like one or two board members that have like this different thing. So that's also like part of your role as a board member is like building consensus within your group, and like how do you prioritize those things that you want to task the superintendent. And we'll talk about that more in like our goals and setting later in the agenda. But yes, that's a lot of how it ended up working. So we're gonna get into your 3 small groups that you have, and we're gonna have 3 scenarios up on the screen. And you're gonna read the scenario, and you're now knowing a little bit about like, okay, my role as a board member is really vision setting of the organization and goals, and there's operations. These are like, these scenarios that you're gonna have were borrowed from other situations. We will not name the districts.
None of this is ever happening.
Yeah. You'll see the scenarios, and then you'll discuss in your group, like, what is the appropriate action for the board to take in this situation, a board member or the board, and what should they do? And then you'll share out, maybe choose someone from your team to be your speaker. So we're gonna do A, B, and C. Okay, and you'll have like 5 minutes to discuss.
And cabinet's role is to be quiet.
We listen and we don't judge. Okay. A, B, and C.
Only doing A.
You're only doing A, you're only doing scenario B, and you're doing scenario C.
Oh, wow. Well, what do you? I think that's where it's, I know for a small community. We had to get it. So there, this is a realistic situation. But I think.
Yeah, I support the superintendent. Everyone's. She obviously have an emergency. She will text you.
Yeah.
Well.
As a district, I would have been there.
Otherwise, it's like
Teacher, that's perfect. Yes, I would say, start with the teacher. So, yeah.
But there is. Actually. Well,
I always start out. Let's figure out. I think it's really safe. I'm trying to have some. No, no. This is what things. Sure, it's not. That's all right. Oh, well, just, yeah, and this is start.
Yeah. Let me.
Yeah. That's right.
No, my password is fine.
Yes. I was gonna say that.
I have a printed one. That's helpful.
Yeah, that's the.
Oh, yeah.
But that's general.
Well,
then when you are in that.
Yeah.
And that sounds like something really. But yeah, I was thinking about that. Should I approach people? That can be so opposite. Especially if I don't think I'm. You're being. And you want to be. Have one of the.
Leave us in a little bit.
Because.
Toxic, super.
My right.
Yeah,
district is always kind of long.
Yeah, depending on who they are.
And it is in my store. It just is a difference.
No, I.
Yeah. It's actually not. What do we mean?
This is it.
Wait.
With the board. And feel like they don't like it.
Yeah.
Or I don't like.
They don't, right.
And I don't like whatever, so I
don't like the bus route.
Cause I expect.
Yeah.
Her. What to do, so she can tell all.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, but that is, there's a lot of. Sometimes I go through these.
Yeah. It does have, although I've got it before. And they're very legitimate.
That's not what you feel.
The first thing is well, so I but I know.
He's
a little bit.
Yeah.
Well.
That's a balance. Yeah. Yeah.
I was talking about. Like a lot.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
So we are like lockstep, so I.
Okay, I'll give you like 10 seconds to wrap up your conversation.
So when we went up, it was showing us scriptures. So I get the part. And.
Okay, I'm gonna bring you all back. I know the conversation was really, really good. Okay, we're gonna have each group. Did you decide somebody to maybe talk about from your group about what you discussed about your scenario? This time we'll go the other way around. Since you're A, B, and C, we'll start with C. So C, you are out and about at your local farmer's market one Saturday, and a district employee stops you to proceed to tell you how unhappy they are with the new assignment this year. How do you respond?
I mean, we essentially like said that you listen, but the response would be, have you talked to your supervisor? And just encourage them to do that, if they had it. But that's not really something that we take on.
Yeah, and we would thank them for bringing it to us. Thank you. And explain that, yeah, we don't do the assignments. And it was interesting how we interpreted the word district employee. Was that district office or was that the school level classified employee? Didn't matter. It just meant you were gonna go talk to your supervisor. But the biggest thing was not promise anything that we were gonna do to fix it. And just remind them, thank you for bringing that to my attention, and you need to talk to your supervisor about the issue.
We don't do personnel issues.
Yep.
With school board members. I know the HR person's like, yes. Okay, scenario B, one of your board members starts a group text because their child indicated that there was a threat at their school. The board member is asking for more information about the situation. What is the appropriate course of action?
The first red flag would be the group text part of it. So hopefully Sarah's in on that text message exchange. She can slap us down.
Shut it down.
If she's not, then it would be incumbent on any one of us, but one of us should spot that there's a problem in there, and even though the nature is severe of it, it's still a group text. The appropriate course of action, because from a board, we should align with the district's practice of threat reporting. In that case, I feel like this is an area district we all grew a lot together. Is board having an understanding of what will happen, what is the right chain of events, and build confidence in that process. So report to the Oregon threat line.
You do have a really good process in this district. I mean, I'll get a text before even hearing about it and stuff. You guys are so upfront about it. Communicate so well.
Yeah, and if you don't want to start a serial meeting,
no,
that's still considered a serial meeting. There's some people that have gotten in trouble for that. And you can see that. But especially if there's like a board leadership, like a chair, vice chair in the group text, like there's no administration, like that's your role too, like stop that and just be like, I'll contact superintendent and we'll get information later, but please don't continue this conversation. This is considered a serial meeting, but don't want to get into that. Okay, scenario A, a community member shares with you that their child is being bullied at recess and the principal's not doing anything about it. You know this principal well, what do you do?
I think we encourage the parent, community member, I guess I could say parent, to start at the lowest level. So speak with their teacher. Sounds like they've already spoken with the principal, so they can put in a complaint form, they can go across the proper chain, but we make sure to tell them that we can't promise to do anything about it, that it's not part of what we do. And I think this is a challenge of being a board member. And I was sharing as a first-time board member, this is a struggle because you want to be compassionate to those people. And I think that one of the most important things is closing the loop so that when we run into them at Fred Meyer's or at a basketball game, we know that someone else, though it's not us, is handling that situation and aren't getting, could be some brash feedback from a community member, so.
I think, and this one too, like that happened a lot where we would get emails or we hear about it when we're dropping off your kid at school or somewhere else. And forward that to superintendent.
Yeah,
so
I was gonna say, I forgot to add, we also said that in a one-on-one, I would clue in the superintendent, just so you know, I spoke with this community member, this is what I asked him to do, but just so that Tracy doesn't have a surprise or they don't show up to a board meeting, speak publicly about something Tracy didn't know was coming, so.
And the other thing is that like that closing the loop is so helpful after they resolve or figure out the next step. That was always something that was really great. Like Mike would email us like, oh, you mentioned X, Y issue. Just so you know, this is what the resulting in. And at least, like you said, whenever you bump into that person or you see them, you are aware of like what happened. Or
not caught off guard.
Right, you're not caught off guard as a board member. You also don't want to be caught off guard.
Yeah.
The other thing I would add is if they go like the route of doing a complaint process, like a formal complaint process, remember that you are that governing body that would have to hear a complaint. So if you involve yourself, you would have to recuse yourself from being able to make a decision because you have a conflict, because you put yourself in the middle of a situation. So that's another thing to like, for you to understand of like why you don't want to be that, because your role, if this were to go on further, is a different role that you play in the process.
So Erica, you said that she could get the information about closing the loop, like whomever ordered it. Okay.
This is your one employee.
Yeah, and closing the loop likely means something like, this happened, I've asked Sarah as supervisor of the principal to follow up with the principal on what an action plan is. It's not necessarily like to the level of detail of, well, what actually happened in the situation. It's more about the loop has been closed in terms of someone is addressing the issue.
Right. You also can't, like, there's also confidential information about the students, like, process and their right and what's going on, that just because you're a board member, you can't hear every single detail down to that. You had another.
Well, I think this is just, this is just a comment, I guess. The difficult part about scenario A for me is not that first conversation with community member and saying, hey, you know, where are you at in the process? Or the difficult part of being a board member is the second conversation when they come back and they're still dissatisfied. And that's when you start to feel powerless as a board member. You feel futility checking in, and the only way to combat that is that loop closing that happens through. It's just like an appeal to cabinet. We have faith in you. We're going to generally hear 90% of the things that we hear are going to be negative experiences because people want it to be fixed. And unless we have that loop closing, you can never be sure. You can never overshare how that loop is closed as it relates to a board member, because that second conversation is just brutal. Because then you don't get a third conversation. That's when the community member checks out. They don't have faith that you can influence the situation, or that their situation can improve. And that's when people start to disconnect.
Yeah, and I would add to that, it isn't good for the board or the district if that second conversation goes poorly, because it means their trust is eroding in the board, but also in the district. That change can or will happen. Or that they're even being listened to or heard. And so the more information that we have to not be caught off guard for that second conversation, the more we can help build the trust for the district, instead of be caught off guard and have nothing to say, which is saying something to that community member. And it also helps you as board members to know, like,
So, you know, as a board member, like how many opportunities did this, like issue had an opportunity, talk to a board member, we directed it back, they had a, you know, a meeting with the superintendent, that feedback loop that they provided, maybe give you some context. There's information that you are aware of, that there has been attempts to resolve the issue or like come to a solution or figure out a plan, like there's always gonna be that. And then at the same time, because we're human beings, there's gonna be situations where no matter what you do, you're not gonna make that person happy. And you have to be able to like live with that. Like there's just not gonna be a solution where that person will be happy, no matter what you do. There's be a slight small percentage where you'll just know it'll kind of, and I know because it eats at you. I'm like, I'm still thinking about that till this day, like 10 years later. But
I think you were just kind of touching on that, Ben. The sentence where the principal's not doing anything about it sometimes may mean the parent is not satisfied with what the principal is doing. Therefore, the principal's not doing anything because I don't like what they're doing. And so that's a whole different conversation, because the principal may not be able to share. I've talked with the parent of who's doing the bullying. I've talked with this. They can't reveal that conversation. So taking it to the superintendent is always the better role and keep you out of a principal oversight, because that's not what we do. But also being able to kind of reassure the parent, but recognizing there's a whole lot of confidential information that is in that scenario. And just because they're not doing anything about it doesn't mean they're not doing anything about it.
And there's perception. And there's ultimately still like a pathway of a formal complaint that they can do if they're still unsatisfied, where then it goes into a longer process, right? Yeah.
And I think, and generally a newly elected board member, I know for myself, you think and you run because you want to make a difference, and you want to, you know, have the ability to influence things, but really is you don't have that direct influence. You can't, you know, when you hear a community member, this principal sucks, you want to be able to do something, but really there's a process you have to follow, and that's hard. But then the process is there for a reason, and it is hard to tell the community member, hey, well, have you done this? Have you done that? You know, and if they've done these things, okay, well, I'll talk to the superintendent, you know, as opposed to me directly going to the principal, who I may know, but that's not, you know, my role. My role is to listen and pass on.
And I would say when in doubt, ask the superintendent.
Yeah.
What should my response to this person? Tell the community member, I'm not sure the process. Let me get back to you, and then ask the superintendent. I think that's the safest, especially for new board members.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no like crash course.
Yeah.
When you run into people at Freddy's, you know what to do. Maybe there should be. We should maybe course the process. But I would say when in doubt.
Yeah, especially when you're in a smaller district.
You'll get back.
You see everybody in the community where you're just doing, but I think that's always just like a safe thing to be like, oh, let me take your information down, and then I'll just email the superintendent and, you know, say, ran into this person, I'm copying them here, and then they can go. I don't, you know, I listen to them and then I pass on that information. Okay, we're gonna switch gears, and Mike's gonna take over this section.
Thank you. I had a board member tell me one time after running into some community members and hearing a story, and he came to me, he said, first of all, before I tell you this, I fully understand that I probably know 30% of the story. And because there's always that other perspective. So appreciate all the comments from the board members about how aware they are of that. Okay, we know that when a new team forms, whether you've got new board members or whether you've got a new superintendent, we know that the team dynamics are going to shift every time that happens. It's guaranteed and it's entirely predictable. We also know that unless we are very deliberate about the attention we pay to our team dynamics, or we deliberately work at it, that we're going to encounter a number of the dysfunctions that you see in this book. And there are so many books that on team dynamics, and clearly if there weren't dysfunction, then this book wouldn't have sold 30 million copies and be in 30 million copies of, I don't know, a lot of copies, a lot of languages. And so we know that these things are going to happen, entirely predictable. We also know that our team is going to go through different stages of team development along the way. When I think about how this can happen on any team, yeah, too much going on. I was visiting schools one day, and it happened to be the 100th day of kindergarten. I never worked at the lower levels because the little kids scared me. And so I stayed at like middle school level. That was my sweet spot. And 100th day of school, I had no idea it was a thing at kindergarten. So if you're not aware, like I wasn't when I wandered in, is that on the 100th day, they have hundreds, they have sets of hundreds of many different things. There's 100 buttons in a jar. There's 100 jelly beans. There's hundreds are everywhere, and they celebrate their learning of 100 days. There's only like 15 minutes left of the day when I get into this classroom, and I sit down with two kids, Sophia and Daniel, and they have 10 strips with stars on them. And they're coloring these strips, and they're going to staple them together and put these 100 stars into a crown and wear it home. So that's one of the things they were doing to celebrate. And so I'm asking them all kinds of questions. What was your favorite part of today? What you guys have for lunch today? What you doing, Matt? All those things. And finally, the little guy, he says, hey, if you're going to sit here and talk to me, would you help me color? Said, absolutely. He had this husky little voice. It just cracked me. And so he hands me a color crayon, and true to the image I still have of him, there was no paper on the crayon. It was like half, it was thin. So we're coloring and we're cranking these things out. And within 5 minutes, stars are colored, stapled together. He's got the crown, he's loading his backpack. Sophia is on like star number 12. And she's doing the fancy coloring where you outline it on the outside and then you color it in lighter on the inside. And so I've still got, Daniel didn't collect my crayon, so I've still got his crayon. And I reach over and I'm still talking to Sophia, and I start to pull one of her strips over so I can help her color. She stops it, and she pulls it back and she says, don't touch my stuff. Okay, so doing what I do, I move groups, and it was clear though that our little team had already experienced some dysfunction. She clearly knew that she had seen me color, so the attention to results was not there for her. I mean, she was not a fan. So she knew I had a lack of commitment. She clearly knew after I left the group I had a fear of conflict. So these dysfunctions can happen anywhere on a team, right? It is not unique to school boards. It is not unique to cabinets. It is out there, and it is everywhere. So here's what we can also predict. We know that as teams come together, they're going to go through these stages, right? This is work that was done like I want to say 1968 or something. This is old research that still stands. There's actually a 5th stage that teams go through called a journey. But the ones we're worried about today is we know that you go through the forming stage, and people are new, they're together, they're all excited about being elected, they're excited about being on cabinet, they're excited about being the new superintendent, everyone's super polite to each other, they're a little unsure of their roles, and so there's this surfacey interaction that goes on together. As the team spends time together, well, that surfacey stuff's starting to wear off, and they're a little irritated with each other, and so you start to see a storming take place. And after you get through the storming and you push through that phase, then the team starts to find their rhythm a little bit, and they start to see how they're going to operate together. And as they experience operating together, they see what's going to work and what's not going to work. And they move into a performing stage where great things start to happen. That's where you're at your highest performance stage. So long-time research that's been going on still holds. And here's the interesting thing is your team effectiveness goes up and down based on where you are, what stage you're in. And so clearly your lowest level of effectiveness is at the storming stage when you're kind of irritated with each other or you're kind of griping about each other. And your highest performing stage is your highest effectiveness is at the performing stage. Here's another thing that happens. Teams get stuck here. They get used to and they get into the habit of treating each other poorly, or you call it camps. You divide into camps, and these two cabinet members. These are my two favorite cabinet members. These 3 board members, that's the team I want to be on. All of that can happen. And when that happens, you get stuck in storming. You're at your lowest level of effectiveness. Don't let that be a habit for you, and predict that it's going to happen. When it happens, it shouldn't feel like a failure. It should be more like, okay, this is where we are. We understand, we recognize this is here we are, and what are we going to do about it?
Let me add 2 things.
Yeah, please.
I think it's also important to acknowledge the board is in this forming stage. Cabinet is also in a forming stage, right? We have 2 groups forming and we have a collective group forming. So all of us really being aware of that is a really important piece. I think the other thing that I want to add is there are a lot of external forces, whether it be politics or social media or something that happens, that are going to keep trying to push us back into storming. And so we have to recognize when that's starting to happen to help keeping us into that higher level of performing and achievement as a group. I just want to kind of call that out and name that for people in terms of we have lots of forming going on, which is why we're all here. But they're all these external things that push us on that storming piece as well.
That is so good. And I love the recognition that it is to some people, some groups, or some lines of thinking, it is to their benefit to keep you in storm. That is such a good recognition. And I mean, that's a huge motivation for them. Don't let that be your motivation. Here's a couple things. If you get stuck in storming, or not, when you're in storming, as you recognize it, just name it. It's entirely predictable. You know you're going to be there. It's not a loss when you're there. It just means that we're there and we need to do something to get out there. Some of the easy things you can do is you can start recommitting to the shared goals. I said earlier, we're more alike than we are different when it comes to this work. So let's lean back onto that. Let's fall back onto that. Let's fall back onto our shared goals. Let's revisit our working commitments and make sure they're still working for us and that we're following. Let's be a district that normalizes feedback. Superintendent Gladstone is Jeremiah Patterson. He uses this phrase all the time. We want to be a district that normalizes feedback. And when we talk about normalizing feedback, we don't just mean principal to teacher and let's improve our instruction. Yes, it also works there, but it also works at the executive leadership level of this team working together. Let's normalize feedback. Let's call each other out when we do it in the nicest way, using nice statements that aren't going to offend everybody. Let's make sure we do that too. And then the thing that we are sometimes terrible about is celebrating what's gone well for us. We finish up a problem, we just move on to the next one. We keep going because there's a lot of them in line that we need to address. And so just take a second. When something goes incredibly well, whether it's a great meeting, whether it's a hard discussion that happened in the board meeting, but everyone was super respectful of each other and we got to the other side. I mean, that's a win, and that should be recognized. And then just this whole idea of suspending judgment and suspend your certainty and presume that positive intent. Those things will start to get you unstuck. You are going to be in storming. You're going to feel it from time to time, and don't get stuck there. Just start to take action, and you're going to work your way out. All right. Clearly, we want to stay at the performing stage as long as we possibly can. When teams have the ability, when teams have worked through some of these other stages and they get to this performing level, that's where we want to live. And we want to get there as quickly as we possibly can. So one of the things that helps that to happen is to have some working agreements in place. And when we clearly define the role of each member on the team, great things can happen. And it doesn't feel like I'm being told to stay in my lane or I'm being put in my place. It's really, you are exercising your strengths and your skills to fulfill the role of the part of the team that you're playing. So let's move into some working agreement things.
Okay, I promise after this, we're gonna have a break. So
there we go.
I know. Bear with us for a few more minutes. And I like another thing on the storming or like providing feedback, especially as a board member, using the I say statements like I noticed this, or I was wondering about this, instead of like, I want you to do this. Like that is goes a long way, I would say. One example I was gonna tell you is that we went on that nutrition tour, and when we were touring like that specific building, one thing that I noticed was that it was like you come in here and you can see that our customer, our client is children. Who we're servicing is children, right? But there was I noticed there was like such a big disconnect from our operations where that wasn't really obvious. Like going through that building where they're receiving and loading food and distributing and all of that, it was very like you had no idea who they were servicing, right? And there was like this disconnect. So when we were doing the tour, I told the facilities or person, I said, I noticed that there aren't any like pictures of children or like of our district or like something to connect us or connect this staff to like the higher like vision, even like our own mission and vision for our district or our strategic goals somewhere. Like I just noticed that it was like bare walls and it was very like a manufacturing kind of thing. And she got back to me like a couple months ago and she said, oh, I remember that comment that you said we have pictures up now so that when they come in they can see like these are the kids that we're serving or we're unloading all this food and who are we doing it for, it's for this. So like those kind of small ways of like making comments or asking questions, like you do have like an impact as a board member when you ask those things or you notice those things. So moving into the superintendent and working agreements, one of the things is that when you're in that storming phase, something that's super critical is having working agreements that you know how you're gonna act with each other, what behavior is expected of each other, because it gets a little sticky when you're down there. And there's conflict, maybe frustration, and you're learning other people's styles of communication. So we have to come into an agreement of how we're going to talk to each other and how we're going to engage with one another. So this is where you put that information and you can reference back to this. So it provides clarity, the working agreements of how you're going to work together. You maintain that respectful relationships, builds trust, and you set expectations or at least clarify the expectation. I expect that my board is going to behave this way when I enter this space. This is what I expect, how I expect to be treated or communicated with, and also helps navigate those conflict. When something does arrive, like something comes up as it inevitably always does, you can go back and this is a tool that you can say, even to corral each other. It's like, hey, in our working agreements, we said we're not going to do X, Y, and Z, and you went and did X, Y, and Z. Like, I'm calling you in to tell you, like, we really want to abide by our working agreements. And as board members, we only have really each other because cabinet and superintendent, it's really hard for them to tell you. So it's each other that we have to kind of correct one another. And this is a tool that we use to do that. We've seen school board members where school board members get censured and they're in the news, and that's what we want to avoid. That's the thing. I never wanted to have people logging into our school board meeting with their popcorn to watch the fireworks go on. That is not what we want because that erodes confidence in our district. They're gonna like, is that how they act and they're running our district? I don't want that. So these agreements are something that you get to revisit every year and see if they're working. So these are some of the components, I'm not going to read them, but these are some of the things that you would find in working agreements. So we're going to do an activity right now, and you're going to get a copy of your working agreements if they're not already on your desk, and maybe you can look for them. But we're going to review in your groups that you have your current working agreements, and you're going to see if there's any additions that should be made. And that's for some of your more seasoned board members. You've seen what comes up. Is there something that could be added, or is there something that can be removed or edited to be more clear? You want to talk amongst that group and then write your suggestions. We're going to have chart papers for each of the groups. And we'll probably have them over there if you want to stand up and like write them down because the chart's kind of pretty big. But we're going to take all those suggestions so that we can modify them to fit this group dynamic. And we're going to share out afterwards. So in the same groups that you were in, you'll have a chart paper and you have a copy of your working agreements. You're going to talk with each other maybe take the first couple of minutes to just peruse over them and then talk with your group about any potential edits that you see. 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes.
I printed out one ahead of time. Yeah, the other page is the signing, because it's front about, and then it's the signature. Yeah, and there's some at the top. You want to get that. Maybe they're the font eyes. Yeah, font eyes. Yeah, yep. Yeah, 25 minutes. You're not at the age of months, and I saved them on the diary.
The scout, she's a Boy Scout. Scout of school board members.
Well, sometimes it's like it's not there. I don't even the class it says, yeah, here's the system.
So if you could move into your discussion part and take about 7 minutes to do that.
Maybe the. That changes.
Chart table's behind you, or chart paper is behind you on the table.
Yeah, it's like the color.
They're asking necessary. He said.
One clarification back, it's fall, right? You know, just kind of realizing this, we read through what's happening under item number couple. The superintendent. I noticed the previous starting this.
Yeah.
Delicate situations. Things like having small.
Very good. It's the only section. That bottom section is when they said.
But it's like it's one. That's.
Although those are pretty
broad. Yeah. To be able to go over.
Honestly, I don't even know.
Was a little more in depth. That
I think
is not
the document-
necessarily.
It's a flow that
personal issue.
without
And
that.
it's something that. You know, to give a sense that you guys. Even when you had your session.
For goals.
And this way they.
And they are consistent, so when you're a little bit right. Yeah.
And we're not.
Makes it.
These are some information, so that's kind of that. Board. That
When there's a.
where appropriate, small group. Information. Yeah. Yeah, it's potential, just throwing it out there. Because it was something that I had not been involved with before. And I was like.
Again, it's like.
And, And then the other part that I don't see in it.
Yeah.
Maybe one of those that's under the supervisions of the.
At first, I'm like, we could name it, I.
My.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. I know, like, to the side.
Board
Yeah.
chairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not as a variety.
But it was intentional.
It's also like.
Yeah, I know it's.
There's also a tiny backward.
Data driver.
There needs to be an expectation.
What if we did all that?
In our work agreements that we take advantage of.
Give it to the board members, the driver,
This, there is a.
data driven, but you know.
So those are mine two, all the years. But I'm the rest of it is.
I'm a bit of Grammarly, man.
I know, I have to pay attention, because sometimes I'll just.
Grammarly smarter than I am, wait a minute.
The board training, I would go, that the superintendent.
That's why I like
it. Otherwise.
As I get more and more
it
knowledgeable,
might-
yeah.
It could fit under collaborative governance.
It's just like grammar.
Because that really fits in that.
Like,
area.
because it's totally-
Collaborative government.
You know,
So probably.
Yeah, it would be.
I mean, there's you that are better. And then it makes you train.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to get.
I want you to go to the training as for requirements. You want to depart.
Partly have to.
Yeah, you need the middle.
Yeah, and then like right now. I would love the board to-
Yeah, never spelled out.
This is still.
Maybe middle school, high school,
Lake school.
what are the
Yeah. You're up now.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's.
Right there.
Right, and then you're like.
And the president.
Yeah. And then they.
Been doing it for several years instead of. We did my education. How am I going to?
So that's something, but it hasn't been. Says, you guys.
So my pen's on this.
Oh.
Yeah, so they'll go down. That's why.
Nope.
It goes through.
Oh.
Yeah.
Elementary school.
Give you like 2 more minutes.
Never heard.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that one? Is healing night? I'm gonna take.
Is this too soon about the policy because of that? So now that you don't want to about the policy, conversation here.
That was what I was doing, why they do it. Because then it's, because I know this is using it as it needs to use it different ways. Professors are using it. Not exactly. It's like that.
Perspective. High school.
And so it is, so we're selling something, so it's.
Yeah.
It's still hard. But now we have.
Or that's the. Our daughter does.
AI.
So technically they now, hey, you guys home, someone's coming to work. Oh, I didn't know. What was I saying?
Yeah.
Now it's. There is some of that.
Well, I
Yeah, it's
All right, everyone, if we can wrap up our thoughts. We're gonna take some notes of your feedback.
Yeah, we got school there.
So let's start on this group this time, since we started that way this time. Did you have any areas? And you don't have to have feedback, but if you do, anything that you would like to add, edit, change?
Yeah, so I think we worked really hard on this, and so overall, it's awesome. I think the thing that I would suggest, or we would suggest deleting, is that bottom part, the following expectations for that coming school year. And just make this a permanent or semi-permanent document, you know, and not like this is what we're focusing on this year, next year, and whatnot, because what is down here is already stated above. So why shouldn't we be working on that anyways?
So there might be some duplication or repetitive reports. You can consolidate by removing that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other feedback from this group? Okay, next group.
I think one thing that we actually discussed is when I'm reading this was made when James was superintendent. I think it is a very good document, but I also think that Tracy, we need to put some input into it to personalize it for the board and Tracy as a superintendent.
I'm gonna get to your feedback. We'll get to her.
I think two things came up, and Heather, if you want to speak up, if I don't do it justice, but one is you had mentioned in that list how agenda items are set and established. This doesn't deal with that.
That's a good call out.
If we wanted it to, might be worth a conversation. Then the other that always comes up, David mentioned it, talks about the accountability. What are the teeth in it? And do those go in an operating agreement? And what are those teeth if they're not followed?
Yeah, because there's nothing in there about if this isn't done, then this happens.
Right.
So.
That summed it up. That I would like to see something like that added.
Okay. Next group.
Okay. We just had a couple of things, in the, where did I put it? Under, number 5, the superintendent committing directly with the board. One of the things that I think started happening a little bit last year, but normalizing small group communication. We had a few issues that were very complex, a little bit more involved. And rather than trying to do, keeping us legal 1, 1, 1, 1, we did 2 or 3. So it still kept it away from a quorum, but we could have a little bit more of an in-depth conversation about something that really needed to lay down some details. So normalizing small groups. So that would be under the communication with the board. And then the other one, near and dear to my heart, is board training. And we're just having a conversation here about how specific that needed to be. And so under collaborative governance, I would put that, and phrasing, I'm not gonna worry about the wordsmithing right now, but board training, attend or participate as it relates to district goals. And so if our district goal is inclusion, equity, diversity, then there should be a focus on the board participating in training related to that. If the goal is to have, I'm not sure what right now, I've lost my train of thought, but it would have something that would be more specific to that. So we wouldn't have to lay out a whole bunch of training things. And if part of our collaborative governance is running a good board meeting, training is, how do you make sure we're running a legal board meeting? And I know that some of our new board members participated in some training, but continuing to do that. So that's just my putting it in writing that as opportunities become available, it may not always be in this setting. It may be something where you go to training, where you do an online training, but just saying training is a good thing to have. And how do we make sure that you're doing appropriate training and not something that really is not going to have a direct application to what we're doing as a board member?
So we'll put a note on here, like as budget allows and as aligned with, you know, the district. Something around continuous education, or really what you're trying to do is you want to be lifelong learners. If you want to also demonstrate that to your districts, that we're lifelong learners. So part of it is as board members, you're also learning, continuously learning. Did you have a?
Yeah, I wonder, Chris, just you were talking. I wonder as this meeting progresses, if our board actions end up involving training as one of the things that we set our sights on as a goal.
You're already like
that might be a little bit more. Yeah, board of training is actually in the working agreements, but it's actually like a collective pursuit of board actions, you know.
It could be either place, yeah. Just wasn't sure where it might fit to have us be able to, reasonably say, this looks like some training we should do.
Any other edits? Do you have any feedback?
I think overall this is a strong document, and I think that David, I appreciate you wanting to like pull my thoughts into it and calling that out. And I think part of it for me is I'm very much a process person. So I feel like all of that you've talked about are things that I can get behind, and that this can be a great starting point for us. But I also think strategically, things can be reviewed. And if there's something that we need to address in February when we meet again, that could happen, right? So I think there's some things that we could look at implementing now. And I think overall, this is a strong document to kind of get us started. A couple of things. I appreciate, Chris, you mentioning the small groups, because that does feel like a good strategy to me in terms of not just efficiency with time, but depth of conversation. When you have more than one board member perspective in those conversations, I think that makes a difference and can be really meaningful. When I look at section 5, talking about communication with you, looking for an opportunity to be explicit about what I think that looks like. And then if that's not, you know, what we think it is, then we work on that. And that's a piece of what we're going to talk about a little bit later today. And then I think the two other things that could also come out in the board actions, maybe there or here, but something for us to keep an eye on, is my interest in gathering feedback from you. And we are going to talk about that today, but that kind of collaborative piece of things, I don't know if that is as intentional in this document as I might like it to be. And then thinking back, I don't remember who it was when we were talking about strong teams at the beginning. Someone mentioned self-reflection. So where is there a layer of self-reflection or board self-reflection and evaluation that kind of plays into some of that piece, just to kind of keep us all working towards improvement?
So what?
There was one area that I was reading that I wondered about, and it just kind of depends on the processes that are used. The whole issue around where it's under collaborative governance, the whole issue around confidentiality. The statement says maintain appropriate confidentiality with district information. And so sometimes the superintendent is caught in this weird spot where they understand that as board members, you're considered an agent of the district, and that things can be shared with you. But there's also an understanding that we've still got HIPAA, we've still got student rights, student families' rights for confidentiality. So, and if there's no problem here, maybe this doesn't need a definition, but understand that you may not get, you're going to get the gist of information typically shared with you by the superintendent, but you may not get every level of detail and every little fact, because there are some boundaries that as a district have to be super sensitive to.
Yeah, especially even thinking about like those tricky personnel issues where you're hearing from community like, we don't want this person to be transferred or leave, or all these like issues, and you're getting just like a little bit, because there's a whole process that has to be, and that has to maintain integrity, that you're not part of. So you are only hearing like information that is at the level that it's appropriate for you, but you might not get all the detail. It's like a little iceberg, like you might not get all the detail. And so that sometimes can be hard when you're talking about like you hear from community and you're not able to get, but because you're also, there's confidentiality issues, there's personnel issues that you're not privy to as well.
So when you hear that brought up, are you comfortable with the level of information you've been getting? Has there been an issue there, or does it need further definition? Or do you feel okay about generally how that's been going?
Like, never had an issue with it.
Say the information we're getting has been improving. I think when I first started on the board, we were getting less compared to what we're getting now. And just some of that's been conversations that we've had about communication and how we share information and part of that. But I would ask you, because you're here, would you define, as far as FERPA goes, would you explain to us what information is appropriate for board members and what information, how is the board considered when it applies to FERPA, in your opinion? Because I feel like I've gotten different answers on that. So I'm just interested.
Yeah, I don't know if I can give you a legal answer.
I was like, that feels like an OSBA
Yeah,
question.
that's
why you pay those dues.
Well, and I'd be happy to dig into that for you, but I don't feel comfortable giving you a solid answer here.
Holly, one of the trainings I just took, it reviewed that. I don't remember exactly what it was, word for word, but it had a very large section on that. One of the required trainings that I just took.
Yeah, one of the reasons I ask is there has been asks of legal counsel or OSBA, and the answer is really squishy.
Yeah.
And I think when the answer is really squishy, it's harder for board members to do something like this where it's a broad, maintain appropriate confidentiality. If we don't understand what's appropriate, then it's hard to maintain.
That's fair.
And so I don't like the squishy answer of that.
Okay. So we need to get.
But I know a definite answer is really hard to get, because since I've been on the board, have asked multiple times in it, and I don't feel like I've ever gotten a definitive answer. Different people have a different understanding of that. Yeah. And so I can have my own understanding, but someone else can have a different understanding, and I think that can get kind of complicated.
And it could be at different levels. Like it could be an issue with like a personnel thing. It could be a family student issue, or it could be, we're going to acquire this land issue, confidentiality of the board that you can't say certain things. So there's different, I think that's why it's.
Well, one thing that you said that made me think of it.
Did I?
We're just gonna laugh at that. But one thing that you said that made me think of it was that superintendents understand the board as an agent of the district. Yeah. And I feel like that applies to FERPA, and so that's why I have.
We'll get you some clarity. And I hate to do this, but I will anyway. John, you lived in this seat for a year. Is there
half a year?
Half a year. Sorry, it didn't work out. But when you think about the confidentiality piece, anything come to mind for you?
There's a few things, because I did see the struggle about communication. So one of the things I tried to do right away is just be open about that gray area with board members. That I know you need to know some information to be able to help advise me. So sharing more was intentional and bringing that out and trying to get opinions. But at the same time, I was depending on that confidentiality moving forward. If we're speaking directly about FERPA, it's not even clear sometimes in buildings where you are. If you're working with a specific student in a specific fourth grade classroom and another fourth grade teacher wants to know what's going on, you can't even share that with the fourth grade teacher. That's how strict FERPA is. So for us to share it with you all, even though you're agents of the districts about a specific kid or a specific family or instance, that would be a violation. And that's really the hard part that we're dealing with when it comes to FERPA. But when it comes to district operations, and I talked to Tracy a lot about this as we're doing the transitions, we need to feel free to keep you on the loop as much as possible so we can get real information from you and trust that it won't be shared further. But there's still a line with stuff we can't share either that we haven't shared.
I think the other thing, it's hard for me to compliment John in public, but I'm gonna do it. John also pushed us to lean into process, right? To talk more about the process behind whatever the thing is. so that there was an understanding at least of some of the steps that were happening or some of the behind the scenes things that might happen, and not necessarily the depth of the specifics of the conversation, but what was actually taking place, is I think something that helps fill that void some.
It does, but it's always a gray area, sorry.
Yeah, just as we navigate this conversation, I would just give a generic scenario that's actually disconnected from anything our district has dealt with, but I'm sure we can tie correlation because it happens to a lot of districts. But I would just give an example of a student who perpetuates an act of violence toward other students. Well, what questions might you have as a board? Was there behavioral or disciplinary issues in the past? Did our district follow a disciplinary handbook? Did it follow policy? And I think sometimes you hit a roadblock. It's like, FERPA. You don't get to know any of that. And I think that puts us sometimes in a hard space. Things like that. A staff member who does something, you know, that violates the profession. And your first questions are going to be, was there a pattern of behavior that we are legally, like we're going to face litigative risk over? You know, is there a pattern? Is there a policy implication? We're not doing that. You'll get verbal or whatever. You don't get to. And I think that becomes hard from an accountability and a verification standpoint as a board. But I think that's where the whole spirit of that question comes from.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do, we took a lot of this feedback. We're gonna have, we identify some of these sections or topics that we wanna maybe potentially update or review. So what I would say is that we could have maybe superintendent, right?
Yeah, Tracy and board leadership will take all of these ideas, and then they will put together a draft, some changes to the agreements, and bring back to you for your approval.
If I could make one suggestion, because of formatting, Sean's name was really kept way off on the tape. If we could keep that there.
Yeah, keep it there. Why he's not paid.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, now we're seeing why it didn't work for that. You have a note card on your table. So your ticket to your break is, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, so you can be back at 20 after, but would you put, without showing people around you, your name, first or worst job, and just a pro tip, if you're a cabinet member and you list your current job, that's poor form. So, and then third bullet would be the biggest pet peeve, bucket list item, a fad or a trend that you participated in middle school or high school, and then favorite school lunch as a kid. Okay? Don't spend a ton of time on this. Just crank it out and then take a break and be back at 20 hours.
Don't let your neighbors see it.
That's right. Yeah.
And just hand it over to us when you're done. You can go on your break.
I can't think of these things on the fly, like it's on paper things, our process. I know I've done it.
I don't wanna fix that.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, what I just got. The worst job.
Yeah, we're turning these in or turning them upside down.
Yeah, quick, thank you.
I was.
Yeah, yes, we've been started dating freshman year. For a bunch of years, finally got married. Almost 7 years. We graduated. Yeah. So I'm gonna put that in options. Now I have a kid. But I think it was for. So on my side. It's like, yes, that's weird. How did that happen?
Is it, can I still order one of the next round? The shirts. Yes, I don't know when the next round's going to be. Okay, no, yep, I do, next round I was being.
Yeah, really? We flew. My youngest or 4 was like 2 weeks old. Thank you. But she was 2 weeks old. And that's yeah, almost a 4. And there was a lot of, we got a lot of rips, really bad. We have some fun.
Yeah. Hopefully your pet peeve is that handwriting.
But she was Catholic. She had like yeah, I don't want to show mortified and didn't want me to take a picture and now I should have taken it. I should have, but I was trying to respect it, not what it was. I shouldn't have listened. I should have taken the picture. That was rough. That was real rough. And now we look at those people and it's okay. You'll make it. I'm not judging you. It's okay for you to cry. It's not. Oh, hold your baby. On is that big. It's probably also sometimes. I don't know. I don't know myself. So that they would have these things. That's me. My eldest is like spelled. And I can't like the fatter friends, like Saudi. I did one like I was only on the tail end for the same thing. They only have a going out style. Like I can just go. Oh, yeah. How to put it down? It's gonna come off really weird. Because then you're doing like high school things, like high school sports and high school, but with people us.
Thank you.
Oh, I think no, it's like so many 9 answers where it's like, yeah. And then they had a great later. That one I was like, I'm sure exactly what you're dragging us like a girl along the late night high school things and they're falling asleep. They both have heart. It's like there's all of us. We all have the best. Oh, that. I do have like so your role friends like some people really have been like my girl, but whatever they anyway. You 100% like that's all we do. It really comes to life. And then it's we're all
It was.
it's like yeah.
Oh, it's okay. We're not gonna use everything. You're good.
You mean like their Instagram like story or whole. My oldest has a full birthday and like things like she's out of town or something. Holding your as big as that or maybe for my there was like a song or hand in the bed.
Yeah.
And it was like, and he was a little, there was some moments like that. No, so just to get a break outside. I feel like I left him at the door. And you're still in there. And I was like, that's so nice. And this is like, which I love it. Some of these was in our top.
Not thinking much.
They're all fun and different too. But it was like, I know it's been going pretty well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I will.
That was in my step.
I'm still, I was here now. Like, really? Yeah. But then. Yeah, so I like,
All my.
Yeah.
Yeah. So both were like so stressful, like be like, oh, but just like, I mean, we like, you know.
Thank you.
In public, not let anybody know. But it's one of the pieces of my art. So it's very different. He was just like, for your legs, but oh, like, that's pretty cool. Now that my son down here, I'm like, don't go there. I want to hear from you. Please, that is. I'm really broke up. I was.
I'll have you do.
Okay, as you're coming back, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. So these cards that you just presented here, so I'm just gonna read off a few things and we're gonna go through we're not doing every item for everybody. This will come up as we transition into different items today. But who do you think endorsed the fad of parachute pants in the group?
A total 19.
Dina?
I'm say David Legatich.
Oh, wow. Hey, Adam, but.
He's got another one on.
I wasn't about to that though.
Okay, who was it? Raise your hand, who was it? There we go.
Also still want a pair.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go on Amazon.
Wait, did you put parachute pants?
Yes, ma'am.
Me too.
And you got to that.
It was Donna's favorite and your pet peeve.
Well, okay, so
What are the chances?
we had the same one, so. 80s. Was it?
Well, yeah, you both had it. Okay, how about this, vanilla ice hair? That's the 90s. Thoughts?
Jeff.
David?
Sorry, I was wondering.
All right, who was it? There we go. Hair was a reoccurring theme, by the way. Yeah,
I also put though dyed blonde hair.
Dyed blonde hair. That was something else.
That was everybody.
No.
Every guy
Dyed blonde hair.
Yes.
how about acid wash jeans?
Definitely 90s.
Tracy.
Well, true, but not what I wrote down.
No.
Who was it? There we go.
Expensive.
So, all right, do two more and then we gotta move on. Neon colors and Farrah Fawcett hair.
Oh.
Say Holly.
David's already been said, so.
Sarah. Carla.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my dad still has my high school graduation picture on his wall and you're just like, seriously. So bad.
All right, last one for this time. Cords and skater shoes. Ooh.
Late 90s.
Cords and skater shoes.
Is it Pete?
Blake.
That's a good guess.
Yes, okay, very good. All right, you'll learn more about each other as we go on, but Erica?
We're gonna go, this isn't working here. This isn't working. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we're gonna shift now to board engagement and how you do that. It's gonna be what I want to clarify that there's all these different, actually, do you want to start, Tracy, and talk about this?
I'll jump in.
Okay. So I just want to kind of preface it like why it's important that you do provide input and that you do give feedback. And these are the benefit, I'm not going to read them all, but these are the benefits that you bring with your perspective and your voice on the board. It also, like you don't want to look like a board that just rubber stamps everything, right? Like that's the other thing that's the perception in the public, like, oh, they never even say anything. They don't do it, that's another thing that you're combating is public perception of your work. When they don't know that you all have working agreements. They don't know that you are playing and not getting into operations and, doing governance. But when there are opportunities to provide input or feedback, there are many different ways that you do it. You are able to do it within these ways that adhere to public meeting laws, but you also have, like you email a superintendent, you can have those group conversations we were talking about. There's different ways where you're providing, but for the purpose of this topic that we're talking, we're gonna focus on when you're in a board meeting. and how that conversation or discussion looks like when you're in a public meeting. So one of the things to consider is when, and this is something that comes with time too, as some of you seasoned board members would know, is like, when do I chime in? And like the getting that right of like, when do I say something and that, or like not say something, or when do I provide an input? You're kind of navigating that as a new board member, is like, what's the appropriate time for me to make a comment, and how do I make that comment, and what's like the right avenue? So one of the things that you can consider as you're thinking about that is what I'm about to say aligned with my responsibilities? Like, is it within the role of the board of what I do, what I'm about to say in this public setting right now? Is it relevant to like what we're talking about? Or am I pulling something from completely out of nowhere and bringing a topic randomly into the conversation? How does this impact like community trust or the perception of our district and confidence? If I'm calling out something in a public meeting and it's there, nobody's prepared to answer me or like address the issue or the problem, or am I just dropping a bomb and just leaving it out there like in this public? And maybe that erodes confidence because I caught the superintendent off guard or somebody else in the cabinet off guard. Am I speaking respectfully? You know, that is a big topic right now. When Mike was talking about the challenges that we're seeing, like all of the national politics play out in the local level politics. Is this the appropriate time to make this comment? Like if I'm needing more information or I'm doing like I'm trying to understand this topic better, maybe it would be better to bring it up in my one-on-one or in my group discussion that I have these types of questions. So just understanding like, is this the right setting for me to bring up this comment or this topic that I want to discuss? And back to what you were talking about, when we hear things from the public, we may have 30% of the information and not the whole picture. So am I putting something out there that I don't even have the complete picture of, and I'm just bringing this up in a public board meeting? So as you think about like when you're going to talk or when you're bringing something up in a board meeting during director's time, during a conversation about a specific agenda item, these are some of the questions that you can ask yourself. And there's going to be times where maybe setting like a framework of how to get input from the superintendent, from board members. It might be something where even if it's in a public setting, maybe this is something that you don't get to decide. For example, let's say the cell phone situation, that ban that's happened. It's a legislative thing, right? We actually don't have any input of like saying yes or no. This is what it is. So at that point, maybe the superintendent is just providing us information to clarify, like, hey, this is what's going to happen. You can ask questions, you can ask, you know, clarification of some things, but you don't actually get to decide on whether. So it might be something like that, right? And creating that framework of how you're getting input or how the superintendent is receiving input from the board, setting the expectation, like, I'm going to share about this topic and it's just to inform and provide some clarity around this topic, or I actually need your input. And that's when you have more an opportunity to give specific feedback, or this is a discussion, like we need to figure out how we're going to go about this issue, maybe even in a small group setting or in the board meeting, you're just exploring ideas, or there may be a situation where you do actually get to decide. And so these are the types of ways that you can frame conversations when you're having that. And you haven't, if you both understand when you're entering the conversation or the topic, what your role is, you can have a better dialogue around it. If I'm entering the conversation and I think I get to decide something, but she's just telling me something that she's informing and clarifying, or, you know, for clarity, we're going to have maybe because I thought I would decide something. So this is helpful in just helping navigating, especially when you have tough things that come up, as they always do in districts.
Can I just add real quick to that? For our district, we really the last couple of years have done more of the inform and clarify in our business meetings. The more formal kind of setting tends to be a more formal presentation and less conversational. We have really tried to structure agendas so that the input or discussion or things that we want to get deeper into tend to happen more in work sessions. So the setting kind of plays out differently as well. So I think that's important to know. And decisions or actions really happen in either of those meetings, just kind of depending on what it is. But I think that also helps that our kind of learning or collaboration or deeper conversation does tend to happen more in that work session setting or in our smaller group or one-on-one meetings.
Yeah, it's really tough to try to get into a back and forth in a public meeting and sometimes you might have an audience, or you also have actual business that you need to accomplish. And then if you get into that back and forth, you don't get to actually finish your business that you're there to complete. So that's another area. I think I love that you have those two things more in your work session because it gives you more time. And it's also usually tends to be a more relaxed environment than the formal kind of stuff.
Our boardroom is very formal.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's hard for you even to see each other's faces. So a work session, we tend to be around a table and it can just be more collaborative that way.
So I just have a quick example here of what I just mentioned earlier of how something like this would look like when it's brought up to you all. And, like I mentioned, the superintendent of the state, I'm bringing this up to inform and clarifying. So you already know from the get-go, oh, I'm not actually deciding anything. This is just, me listening and asking clarifying questions. But do you have any questions about this process or how this plays out as Tracy just talked about?
I also think this is important for cabinet. So as we're preparing an executive summary, or as you're getting ready to start a presentation or providing information, being clear up front about what the ask is, and then looping back to it at the end, just kind of sets the stage for how that information gets processed. So I think it's good for all of us to be thinking about this.
And of course, you get your materials ahead of time. So if you have questions before, you can always ask so that they're addressed.
And I think sometimes it depends on who's doing the presenting. And I know we've had a little bit of conversation about this, that if it is something that is going to result in a decision-making point for the board, being real clear about that up front, because occasionally it's been, am I just hearing this for information? Has the decision already been made?
Right.
Versus this is laying groundwork for something you have to make a yes or no decision on. So we're getting better at that, but that's something that for cabinet, soft pedaling, it doesn't work.
Right. It's not just this build up to this big decision at the end. We're going to ask you to do this.
Yeah,
Here's what you
We're
need
not
to
giving
know.
you a lot of detail on just because it's really exciting, but you're going to have to make a decision about it.
Thanks, Chris.
And there's I'm actually looking for your input because for staff, I'm looking for your input because I'm going to craft this program process and I want to know what the board thinks. But there might not be a decision, but there might be formal input that I would like.
You've made reference to this is really helpful for new board members. And I'm just here to tell you that I've gotten most of the board engagement on the previous one. Your previous slide, I've gotten most of that wrong within the last year. I mean, at some point we hit, we miss.
Yes.
If I reflect and think when was I the most effective as a board member, what moments, I will say that one is making sure I see the agenda in advance and actually review it and ask my questions up front. And just because I ask the questions in advance of that next meeting, I should ask them publicly.
Yeah.
The whole point is to make sure the public's informed. And that just makes the team look much better. Because it's not hypothetical, I have come unprepared to board meetings. I'm never at my best then. And I think kind of evaluating the spirit of the engagement. I don't know, I think it's part of being human. Am I validating my purpose up here for myself, my own edification, or am I up here to do the work of the community? Unless you are, well, you all are better people than I am, but unless you're at a very accomplished level, I would imagine you're going to waver sometimes and have good moments and bad moments, as I have. But in general, my best moments are prepared, ask the question in advance, and ask it again publicly. That gives the district staff a chance to be rehearsed.
In my short, apparently failed tenure. You all sending me questions in advance so I could get it to cabinet was extremely helpful. Because then they had the answers too, and it gave me the answers to more into it. So I knew how to respond to different things.
And
Well-
you're, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I should say, and at our cabinet retreat, we also talked about if there's a question that does come and we don't know the answer, it's better to pause and say, let me consult with our superintendent and we'll get back to you, than it is to go down a path of, you know, either something that we're not super clear about or something that might be not accurate, so that we can kind of touch base to then be sure that we're providing you the right information. So that could happen as well. And just know that that's not that we're not going to answer your question. It's that, oh, maybe we need to just pause, make sure we're prepared so that we answer accurately.
I would say on the next slide, on the input area, when we are asked to give input, I think that's our opportunity as a board to communicate to staff what the questions in the community might be. And so I feel like our role as board is important because we do have different perspectives. We have different groups of people that are in communication with us. It's easy to sit at the district office and amongst people that know all the information already and forget, what do people outside of this room not know? And so the more we can bring those questions to the district, the better the communication to the community can be, the better the communication to the board can be. And I feel like our district staff really appreciates that input and those questions and are welcoming to that. So we appreciate the influence that way.
And I think in your working agreements too, it's like no surprises. Like you want to make sure that they're prepared to answer, because it makes the district look also just like put together, like they know what they're doing, they're talking about, and you want that confidence in your community. So if you give them an opportunity ahead of time to ask those questions, but also to your point, like it goes both ways with like staff when they're presenting, oftentimes they'll be like, we heard from a lot of board members about this question. So, you know, when they present their topic, they're kind of highlighting that you read the material, but you can also ask your same questions in public as well to kind of reiterate to that point of like, they don't see the work that happens behind the scenes. Yeah. Oftentimes the public doesn't see that. So it's often good to also just bring up those topics during your discussion time. Sometimes, like you were saying, like we are human. We are not going to do super perfect all the time. And so you also, you know, are relying on your board leadership, like your chair and your vice chair to, like, again, we're corralling our board members. So oftentimes what would happen in our board, one board member would start going down this path or topic, and our board chair, or, you know, I would be like, sounds like we need a presentation on this. Let's add that to a future work session, because this is like eating time at our agenda right now. But there's a lot of questions around this. So we'll make a note, superintendent will make a note to bring back this as the topic. So we can kind of keep the conversation a little tighter when we're not prepared to have this conversation, obviously, but we know that there's interest in this topic. All right, I'm gonna hand it over to.
As Blake was talking about, coming prepared to board meetings. Either I was a superintendent, started a long time ago, or we were slow to adopt, but it used to be we would deliver board packets on the doorstep of board members, like 3 or 4 days before the board meeting. And so the board assistant, she would actually travel around and put them on the doorstep. And you knew it was going to be a long meeting when, as you're sitting, everyone's sitting down and the meeting's starting, people are ripping the cellophane off of them. So we don't have that giveaway now, where there's no tell like there used to be, but coming prepared, very important. Okay. Actually, you may say it was a pet peeve of mine. And speaking of pet peeves, people that talk during movies. Who does that bug in the group? I was looking around. All right, who was it? There we go. All right.
Keith, is this like sitting at home or is it in?
Okay, never had this one before. Static claim.
Angry at nature.
I want to say they need more to worry about.
He's always trying to fix my jacket, just staring. Of course.
Someone that does the dishes but does not wipe down the counter. How dare they?
Did my wife put one in there?
That was mine.
That's okay. Spelling mistakes. Spelling mistake.
Oh, it's not John.
It's not mine.
All right, who's owning that one? There is, very good. Okay, this one. Non-linear conversations.
Oh.
Never had that one. That's a new.
I'm sure.
That's funny, Blake. I was thinking it must be.
I know.
All right, who's owning this one? There we go. All right. Shoes sitting on the floor outside of the shoe closet.
John.
I've had issues, but that's not it.
All right, who was it? Over here.
My family's very guilty.
Very good. Okay, last one. Chomping on gum in a quiet space.
Oh, mine too.
Everyone got new pet peeves after here. Who was that? There we go. Very good.
The queen of gum.
All right, here we go. We're gonna talk about planning for board agendas. And while there's typically working agreement with their board policies around this in districts, we want to talk about this for a minute because oftentimes it's helpful just to hear from you all those issues that you either this way you're curious to learn more about, or you're getting questions from the community members on, or you kind of see a pattern where it'd be helpful for you to have additional information, or the issues that you can anticipate coming up just because you hear about them in the community from time to time. So if you think about those things, these three prompts for you, let's brainstorm some of these. I'm going to ask you to, you've got sticky notes on your desk there. Let's, oops, here we go. So take a little stack of sticky notes. So each of you have about 5-10, and going to ask you to write items that you would like to potentially be on agenda items that we can start to gather so that board leadership and the superintendent can start to put together an agenda calendar for the entire year. Now, here's a disclaimer. Just because you write it on the sticky note doesn't mean it's going to show up on an agenda. Right? So there are other ways to get you information as well. There's those one-on-one meetings. There's those one-on-two meetings. There's an email to the superintendent. There's other ways to do that. But I think what you'll probably see is we'll start to see some patterns develop here, and we can plug those into the calendar along the way. Sorry. Line. Okay, so do your sticky notes. Just take like 2 minutes, crank out as many agenda items or as many topics as you can. Just one per sticky note.
Okay.
A few more for some.
Yeah. Got a whole list.
You have to hide them so they're.
Wasn't a list of pet peeves.
Yeah. About what?
About your superintendent.
No.
Here's some.
Do we write the number or do we place it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. Sorry about that. You're just writing on sticky notes right now. Just don't worry about the policy budget stuff. My apologies on that. Just on a sticky note, write one agenda item that you'd like to see per sticky note.
You want
to take it with you when you want me to put the policy?
you want me to grab?
So we can roll.
Oh, you think
You just need to.
Yeah. It's amazing.
I think we can just put them right, you just put them just.
I don't really. Budget was on there.
Really?
It's almost like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's right. I apologize. Not that I didn't believe you.
Mike didn't believe me.
No.
Not on the record.
I think I'm.
It's a good presentation on the bus routes. Student enrollment.
So a lot of that is, yes, it's difficult for me because I don't know what's already. Yeah.
You got quite solid.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're called, actually.
Yeah, I need to this.
That's what that was.
So.
And there's different price categories.
Okay, I do the school and then I'm gonna have to send some shop to the house. Yeah.
Whatever. Let's take, I don't know, one more minute. Okay, let's hear some of your ideas. When I'm going to ask you just to call out your idea. Eric and I will come and get your sticky note, and we're going to put it into one of these categories on this chart here. Either it's policy, budget, instruction, operations, miscellaneous. You'll notice that some of the things on those on the list here, those are really not board roles and responsibilities. That doesn't mean you don't want to know about them or be informed about them or have a chance to discuss or just to hear about it. As people that are key sense makers in the district, it's important for you to know this stuff. And so we're not worried that this is out of your lane, right? We're worried about making sure that you have the appropriate information necessary to do a good job as a board. Okay, so why don't someone just call it out? We'll come and get your sticky note, and then we'll keep them going.
Middle school sports, consider adding an additional sport.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Go ahead, just keep going, and Eric and I'll run back.
Be over here. What do you have?
I have a regular report on school progress in terms of student enrollment, teacher-student ratio, high performing, low performing schools, program cuts and ads.
All right, thank you.
Grant?
Brant, all right, very good, thank you. What else you have?
sponsorship or other funding to turf the JV fields.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead and keep going.
I have weighted GPAs.
Oh.
No landmines there.
Our last sports one, bigger bleachers at Barlow, this, get the same size that's at Gresham.
All right.
Whatever.
All right, keep them coming.
Cell phone policy and enforcement strategies. So, anyways.
My final one is Chinook Wawa as a foreign language at the high schools. It's recently been approved by the state of Oregon.
Okay, thank you.
Special education.
That's the Native American language.
District office plan and the use of West Gresham.
Process of approving new hires, and if that is a legal board requirement for your approval.
Okay. I see more sticky notes out there. Keep calling them out.
Textbook adoption follow-up on recent adoptions.
Okay.
Keep going. Bargaining prep for classified.
Okay, others?
I have criteria for new hires in terms of like where are we looking for candidates? Like are we just looking local or going?
Or recruiting?
Yeah, recruiting.
Okay.
Give it to me.
All right.
Anyone over here?
Yeah.
Diversity training. And what's probably going to be ongoing budget updates, especially as we get federal impact.
I have like facilities co-use IGs with city, county, and community partners. Yep. Keep this open for too long. We're all going to keep on getting really good ideas.
Yeah, which is a great point. So as we kind of wind this part of it down, it doesn't mean that you're out of sticky notes. There's plenty of sticky notes on the table. So as you come up with ideas during the day, or as our conversation spurs some more things, let's keep adding to this. And then Tracy, board leadership, will get together and they will start putting together a calendar for the year on these things. Again, some of the items may be that it could just be a one-on-one conversation, but there's a lot of them up here that would benefit the entire board from having a conversation or discussion, or at least some information presented to them. Okay. When we hear about the agenda, as we went through this process, is there anything else you hope to accomplish through the agenda planning process or this discussion right now?
Well, in terms of agenda items, are you like asking like how we get items on an agenda if we have concerns about that? I mean, is that your question?
I was wondering if, well, I think we should talk about if you've got a concern or a question about that, let's address that. I was wondering, did this meet people's needs in terms of getting the things up for discussion that they wanted? Yeah, pretty good on that. And we'll come back.
I think we are gonna get to it a little bit later.
Okay.
Because we have a process that's in still fine tuning that we started 3 years ago. About how to get things on an agenda.
Okay.
And so, pardon me?
Is that loaded document?
Yeah. And so that's kind of been, as we use it in real life, how does it work? And how does it fit?
Gotcha.
So it's been getting better, but it's a document.
And process wise, I don't know if everybody knows that even like last year with John, and it happened with James as well, superintendent meets with board leadership and kind of maps out what's coming. We also have like an annual calendar of some of the required things that we need to provide to you or actions that we need to take throughout the year. We use that as kind of like the grounding piece of like structure for the agendas, but there's also like these other areas of curiosity. And just because you didn't write it on a sticky today, doesn't mean that you can't utilize that other process. I think this gives us an opportunity to kind of front load some of the topics that people are like, hey, I really want to know more about this, or this is kind of something that's like lingering for me. We had, in terms of the board request process, I don't know, 5 or 6 that had gone through that process last year. And some of it was getting it strategically timed for when we had a piece of data that would be, you know, beneficial to include in that conversation, or we knew of something else that was going to happen that, you know, we're going to wait till April or whatever. So it helps us be proactive in planning, and it's not like a limiter in terms of overall.
Always struggle in a positive way with is there's a lot of information people want to have. This is a huge organization. You guys could work 3 nights a week, 4 hours a night, and still not get everything that you desire. But putting that on the board planning deal so board leadership can grapple with what's most important helps a great deal. That process has been very beneficial.
And I don't know if y'all are aware of the process, but basically there's a Google form that you would fill out. That information then gets put into a sheet that our board leadership gets notified about. And then they look at it, and then there's a decision-making process. And so there could be some different outcomes depending on the decision-making process. And so that there was a whole process that we went through in agreements. Obviously, things could always be improved, but that would be the first place to go, is that Google form. Put in your idea, and you have to, you know, why do you want this or whatever, you know, there's some questions to answer.
I did go through that process. Thank you. And I had 3 items that I listed there, and none of them made it to today by me. One of them came back and made it when another person requested it, but same exact request that was made by me was denied, but when someone else asked, it was approved. So
well, it's important to note that it may not come back right away. Like middle school sports, it took over a year for that to get onto the agenda. So it has to be timing wise, like where does it fit appropriate? So just because it's not here today, it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future, you know.
And occasionally, and not related to what you had said, but I know one of our previous board members had something that was near and dear to her heart that she put on there frequently. Money wise, if budget wise, it wasn't feasible. And so the answer was no. And it did show up a couple of times. And so that's kind of, I think, something is when we have an idea that we think is just the most amazing thing ever, sometimes the answer is no, because of either timing or budget. That's a good thing to find out, that we think it's a real easy thing. Yeah, you can just do this and flip this lever and we're good. And we don't know, because we're board members, all of the intricacies behind it. And what it would take to do what looked like an easy change to us actually rippled throughout the entire district and was going to cost a lot of money and wouldn't necessarily even meet the need of what the person wanted. So that's also it as well. It may not go on. And then kind of to your thing, Heather, is we have timelines of when either something comes up because of calendar schedule, activity, and then some of it is getting it onto an agenda so that our board secretary can get it posted. We try, it's not impossible. We try not to have things added to the agenda that night, because then people aren't prepared. There's a process for doing it. It's Robert's rules. You can add something to an agenda. But it's preferred that we have a little bit more time so that someone can be ready with their information, and so that we're not sending out multiple, here's the agenda, and now the agenda got changed, and now the agenda got changed again. Community doesn't like that. I don't like that. I don't know what's going on. So it's a work in progress, and we're trying to make it better, but we're keep putting the things in so that we know what kinds of things are being looked at, and the timeliness of board leadership being able to look at it so that it can make it onto a meeting and not be delayed very long as well.
Speaking of timeliness, so what is an appropriate time? Like if this agenda item was, requested 2 weeks before the meeting, like, I mean, what is the time frame where it's enough time for it to be added? Like, what is that criteria?
What I'm wondering here is because we're probably not gonna hash out the process today. But what I'm wondering is if, I mean, it sounds like there's frustration over the process, or at a minimum, maybe a lack of clarity with everybody on how you get agenda items on, how you get your areas of interest on an agenda, and what's the criteria that's going to be used to start to filter what actually makes an agenda and what doesn't. So I think if there was more clarity around that, that may ease some of the frustration. So I would suggest that we put it on as an agenda item to get clear on what this process is. And I know it's been in process, and for me to step in here after missing 2 years of this conversation is not appropriate, but it sounds like greater clarity is needed. Blake, you had something?
I have a couple of, one is logistics. I don't know if I'm being notified of this request.
Agreed. We just had a change of.
We need to update it.
Okay.
Holly's the owner, so we weren't able to change it yet.
Okay, so that's,
We have a logistics.
where you use the system. I'm saying, sorry, Heather, I didn't see it, and I would have addressed it directly with but we'll get that fixed. Then sort of have a double-pronged question. Maybe go with Erica first and then Chris. What was your agenda setting process in Hillsborough? What worked well between you? And Chris, maybe an overview of a history of how agendas have been set within our district, for good or bad.
Yeah, with us, what we ended up putting that process in our working agreements so that everybody is abided by the same process. Whenever we had a request, we would send an email to the board chair and say, I would really like to add this topic to the agenda. We already, like we said, we planned the whole year out, so there's limited squeezing places where we could add topics. So the chair was responsible for bringing up during like a work session, say, hey, we've had this request. Is there anybody else is this of interest to the whole board? And if we have the majority of the board like just not in agreement or say like, yeah, we want to talk about that, then we would make a request to the superintendent to please add this to a future agenda. And then we would say, this is going to be on the December, this topic or whatnot. So it was very more of like, it wasn't just like somebody wanted to add this and then it made it automatically. It was like, if as a whole, because sometimes a person might come in and they only want to talk about this one issue. Well, we have another, like as a board, we have a goal of addressing other things. So we hear you, well, we're not in agreement that we want to all talk about this issue. So they said, okay, well, we'll wait for next year and we'll bring it up again next year. And then next year it comes up, and at that time, maybe there's more consensus. That is part of like I would say the work behind the scenes as a board member is you have to build those relationships with other board members where you can get that kind of backup. When I say to you like, hey, I'm going to bring this up to a board member, to the board meeting, I would really like, is this something you would be interested in? And be like, oh yeah, that's something. Okay, great. Then I know that that's kind of the work that I did behind the scenes for myself. Is before I went to the board meeting, I would have these one-on-one conversations sometimes with my fellow board members so that I could kind of garner support, and if I wanted a specific topic that would be brought up. But that obviously is not in the working. That was just me personally, like as if I was really passionate about something. But as a process, it was build consensus so that everybody is in agreement that we want to talk about this topic. And it also is to tell the superintendent or cabinet, oh, the whole board is on board and they all want to learn about this. So that was process.
And previously, I'm thinking back to, how some of this happened before. So if we go back to the early, say the first 10 years of when I was on the board, it was pretty much, we had certain things we did every month and the agenda was already pretty well set. If there was conversation, I was the chair, vice chair back in those days. I believe the chair probably had a conversation with the superintendent and things went on. I do not remember there being a lot of board initiated, I'm interested in this topic being placed on an agenda. Some of it may have come up at a board meeting, at a work session. But really, this is something that's a little bit newer, where there's more input conversation from board members, bringing in a community aspect, something that is available, and more opportunity to say, yes, there's time, or no, there isn't for it. But I think in the first few years, we really didn't add anything that was not already, you could look at an agenda from 5 years before, 6 years before, 7 years before, and it had, in April, we do this, in May, we do this, June, we do that. And there wasn't really a lot of additional things that were put on. And if it did come up, it came up at either the business meeting or work session, I'm interested in this. And there was conversation with the superintendent, conversation about whether or not it would go on, but not very often. The agendas were pretty well set.
And
time to time.
I mean, you saw the transition between the board before us and what they did, so maybe you can.
Yeah, I would say, because I lived through some of those years also. I think, you know, one of the things that's changed is there's so many community expectations on board members now, and that's changed. I mean, the expectations, or what they believe you can influence, or you should be involved in, or the opinion you should have, is shared with you on a very, very regular basis. And so it's helpful for you to have the information, and on these types of items. Again, it's out of your roles and responsibilities, but it's a great conversation to have. So
one other thought about that then, if someone wanted to add something, wanted to talk to me about it, they called me on my home phone. My cell phone was not listed out there. There was no email. The board had a single email address that the board secretary looked at and printed out to give to board leadership. So there was not that instant communication. There was not an easy way to get information to and from folks. And most people really, I mean, they watched a little bit of the board meetings, they would show up sometimes, but it wasn't the glamorous job that they wanted to come and look at what we were doing, you know.
Yeah, Heather, I would just also add about you not hearing back, or the expectation of time. I think it's really hard to answer about an expectation of time, but at least once we get the logistic figure out, I think you could expect to hear back from the superintendent or from board leadership, at least how or when we're going to add that to the agenda, or what the answer is, or some form of communication, so that you know it didn't just get set there and ignored, that we did see it and that we took whatever action that would be communicated back to you. So you should be able to expect that, I would say, at least by the time our, well, no, it's not your fault, but I'm saying that, so we have leadership meetings. I think we're gonna do.
We're gonna start with twice a month.
So it should be only a couple of weeks until you would potentially hear something, and you are more than welcome to ask, hey, I submitted that, but I haven't heard back yet. Is there enough data? And I think that's more than enough. So
And
just like,
I reserve the right for the stall shift as we have this conversation more in depth, but just so I think a lot of you know me, and that I'm painfully literal, or linear and literal. Sometimes I'm metaphorical. Very linear. And I do like, I've shared with Tracy plenty of times, and I shared with John, I really like the systems approach that they bring to this role. So as I'm looking at some of those agenda items, just be aware, I think sometimes the answer is going to be, as it relates to facilities, for example, that kept coming up. Well, we've got a long range facilities plan, strategic plan underway. I would expect that, hey, could you please feature reports on this element? So it might not be a dedicated agenda item, but it's going to be rolled in.
and you should hear that that's what's going to happen,
Yeah.
that it's going to be rolled into the facilities. So then you would at least know the plan going forward.
I think, in fact, and I'm not trying to jump a gun, but I'm looking at the huge column of operations.
Yeah.
Policy. And so I'm telling you, I think that's where the agenda items are going to shift to, is, hey, this fits within a long range strategic planning process, but this fits within a long range facilities planning process. This is the most organic and appropriate way for us to address this. It might be where we get to. Sometimes we don't pull it to be specific, but yeah, that's all he said. Our job is to communicate back with the board. And if there's ever disappointment about that, I just ask for a little bit of grace as we learn this runway. Tracy likes metaphors, so that's what.
Thank you, thank you. But I also want to connect back to the slide Erica showed that had, what was it, input, decision-making. Like when you do look at those, the ones where there's decision points for the board are policy and budget. The other things are not decision points for the board. And so that's kind of, I think, what you're trying to allude to, Blake. And so I'm just trying to connect it back to that other slide, that it might be about informing and clarifying, but it's not about decision making.
And realistically, if you look at those topics, which are very important for you all to understand, those are complex. Any one of them is a surface level conversation at 2 hours. Well, not anyone, most of those could take 2 hours, and then you'd still just be breaking the surface. So that board leadership prioritization and things is critical to what do we need to really get at.
I think the observation that most of the sticky notes are on the operational side of things would show you, or would illustrate, that there's a desire for information on this. And even if it's not a decision point, it's still good for the superintendent and her team to know that we need to get this information out there so that you're satisfied and you can be sense makers in the community. I mean, it's again, not expected to make a decision, but you're typically expected by the community to know something about it. And this process will definitely help you with that.
One final question for my board. Is that Google form? I know the superintendent sees it, but does the chair and vice chair see it as well?
We should, yes. Because of board leadership change, it needs to be edited who it goes to.
Yeah, but I think the sheet that it populates, is that shared?
Everybody should, the entire board should have access to the Google spreadsheet that the form populates to. Yeah.
But we just don't get notified.
You don't get notified if something's added, but you should be able to go in and look at it any time so you can see the topics on it. Yeah.
And that piece will be, like, we need to then go through this piece. We need to update the whole schedule for the year. Like there's some work that still needs to happen from this meeting that will help that then align with actually this year. Cause right now it's last year's. Yeah.
One last little point to kind of jump off of what you had said, Mike, about the operation, right? That's a time for us to be informed. But part of my optimism in folding those into current strategic planning efforts so that the board is able to inform a community perspective on those efforts. So it's not just, oh yeah, tell me about this because I'm being asked. It's like, hey, I'm representing a group of people, I'm representing a community. How do I influence this process in a meaningful, productive way, or at least share that perspective so that you can tell me where it might benefit students and where it might not.
The sticky note that I added up there was our length of meetings. So that is also another piece for us to have some conversation about at some point. We seem to have a sweet spot of about 2.5 hours for a work session and about 2.5 hours for a board meeting. And so some of it is depending on the depth and depending on the number of agenda items and all of those things, how much time as a board, as volunteers on a board, are you willing to commit? And what does that look like is a really technical aspect of us kind of having that conversation too.
If it feels like this was necessary in order to ease some frustration and to guide where some clarity is needed. So expect follow-up on this. This clearly is coming back to a work session near you soon, it sounds like. So appreciate your input on this one. Let's go ahead and move on for the sake of time here. We're going to talk a little bit about this idea of board superintendent goals. And as we talk about this, think about how goals are usually done between school boards and superintendents. It's usually not done as a board superintendent team. It's done as two different entities. I'm going to ask you to think about it in a different way. So what if we went away from the traditional model and didn't have discrete board goals and discrete superintendent goals, but what if we had a shared goals model where goals are identified and then superintendent and her team identifies the action steps they'll take to meet that goal, and the board identifies the action steps that they'll take to meet that goal. And what that means then is that action by all parties would be necessary in order to have success with that goal. And so let me just, well, yeah, there we go. There's a number of benefits. Right now, under the kind of the traditional model that you see in a lot of districts, you see a lack of clarity because board goals appear to be these random things, and superintendents, now random's not the right word, but they're certainly not connected oftentimes. And what you see is greater clarity when you start to go to this direction, and you start to see a partnership develop between the board and the superintendent and her team that really allows you to work together and be productive in a really strong way. You can see improved outcomes because the resources are aligned and you're not pulled in a variety of different directions. And then the other thing I would say, it's easier to get mid-course updates and to do mid-course corrections along the way. If you've got it narrowed down to, okay, together as a board superintendent team, we only have 4 goals. These are our things. Doesn't mean you don't attend to all the other work out there, but we have 4 things that we're focused on a regular basis. And we're going to give updates every 12 weeks, and you're going to have a chance to discuss it. We're going to tell you which direction we need to head in order to get back on track or to accelerate our progress on this. It allows you to stay focused and to communicate in a more significant way with all of the constituents that are out there in the community. Okay. So when you hear about that, go ahead, tell us about your stool.
My stool.
Yeah.
Oh, my stool's been keeping me up at night because I've been trying to really think about how to talk about or how to visualize how this can work. And so a 3-legged stool is where we're at, and totally up for other interpretations. But really this idea that the seat of the stool is where we have our shared goal. And when I considered throwing out the stool and trying to have some other visual, I was like, no, but the stool is what the students sit on, right? The students need us to have these shared goals so that they're all propped up and ready to learn. And so really thinking about those 3 legs being about actions that myself and the cabinet would be working towards that are specifically identified. And then also having the board identify some actions that the board is going to take that are all aligned in the shared goal model. The piece that I was like, the 3rd leg is that we have to be monitoring our progress on those actions. We have to do some of that reflection that's already kind of surfaced in our conversations today. We need to have updates on progress that we're making on strategic goals or strategic initiatives or the actions that we're taking. So really, without having all 3 parts, we have a lopsided stool for our students to sit on. And so that's the stool.
There we go.
We'll keep it simple.
So as you hear about this concept right here as you hear about the kind of the shared goals model and having action steps that the superintendent takes, action steps that the board takes, and together they work towards success on those goals. If we take a minute to explore that a little bit, I know that Tracy and board leadership have done some work on this, but think about if these were if these were the goals that were out there, and we narrowed down our efforts to these 4 things this year. And I mean, these aren't little things, by the way. These are all really big things. But if we narrow our goals down to 4, these should look familiar to you. And we'll let Tracy take it from here in terms of the conditions as well as some of the goals that she's been thinking about.
So I'm actually going to have Blake, as a member of a previous goals committee, over the course of a good amount of time, over a year, really worked. And I'll just stop talking, Blake, and let you explain what the committee did.
Well, and Holly was on that committee too,
Yeah.
so Holly will bail me out as well. We actually formed a committee, a board goals committee, to help frame this because the backstory isn't, there's no reason to go into a lot of detail because it just was very fragmented, I feel. Not with poor intention, but I remember at least 2 meetings that we sat in this room and whiteboarded the heck out of this room to try to come up with goals. And what tends to happen in that sort of effort is we got a lot of hybridized goals that maybe didn't have a concrete. So what we tried to do is take the cumulative efforts of the board, the cumulative efforts of the district, which we had the profile of a graduate at the time. We had a strategic plan. What else did we have, Tracy? That we had the continuous improvement plans.
All the SIA goals, lots of different moving pieces.
And so we tried to provide a framework to in the end, we ended with what we called conditions, which I realize is a confusing label. The reason why it's called conditions is, well, I can tell you my perspective of it is in the strategic planning that I've been a part of, which my training would have been military oriented, then you have conditions for success. You have certain conditions on battlefield or in a boardroom or in a customer experience that are evidence of your success. These conditions are emblematic of our success. What's the right situation? And so we tried to take conditions, which was a place of safety, which was defined belonging, opportunity, and achievement for our students. Those conditions then layer into our certain measurable outcomes that we can sort of monitor the progress toward the achievement of those conditions.
I would add to that, part of the reason that we did conditions was because we wanted it to be more of like a 5-year plan, not a goal, right? We didn't want it to be something that we could achieve in a year and then have to redo this process. It was conditions for success, and the goals were maybe a 1-year goal, maybe a 2-year goal, maybe in process. And those might change as years go on, but the conditions for success were something that could be more semi-permanent, not that they couldn't change, but that we could really build upon those and they could be more long-term.
So as that process was going on, Sean, you were going to add something.
Well, I guess maybe this is too early, maybe it'll go on in the future, but I appreciate when I started hearing about that stool just a few minutes ago, I'm like, oh, okay, well, the board is going to have to adapt to whatever the superintendent's going to do. I appreciate that you took our conditions or our goals and developed, so it's kind of that appropriate top-down approach. So thank you for doing that.
Same river. We're in the same
river. We're going to get on the same boat.
That's right.
And going the same direction. So really, the part I wanted to add about like coming up with these is the board invited me as the assistant superintendent and the deputy superintendent into the conversation as someone who was a part of overseeing all the teaching and learning things that were happening. It helped me have a deeper understanding of where these things were coming from and how that connected to the work that we were doing. But to your point, Sean, going back to the stool, so the shared goals are those 4 things that we just talked about: safety, belonging, achievement, opportunity. There were actions that were happening. We didn't really make it as far until now about really thinking about, so what are the actions connected to that? What are the actions the superintendent's going to take? What's the actions the board's going to take? So what we want to propose to you today is, first of all, here are the definitions that the committee and board approved for these 4 items, these 4 conditions a year ago. So take a look. They are broad. And you'll get to look at them again, because what this next slide shows is, so there's your condition in blue. And what is in green are two proposed actions that I, as a superintendent, would have on my list of actions for the year. I want to talk about I think it's pretty straightforward in terms of communication and safety protocols. And we know as a district that was something that we really focused a lot on last year and needs to continue. And B, there wasn't really a place within those 4 goals of safety, belonging, opportunity, and achievement where governance really fit in. And yet it's a huge part of my responsibility. And especially as a new superintendent, that's going to be a big area of learning for me. So I wanted to incorporate a place where that was represented, and safety of the district felt like this was the logical fit for them. So those are 2 actions that I would provide and hold myself accountable to as we move through this. So belonging, similarly, 2 green actions. And these really come from things that I heard as a part of the superintendent process, honestly, around communication and connection, and also feedback that I feel like was kind of part of conversations with all of you in terms of just deeper understanding and connection and communication. So some of B is about us doing some of the work we're doing today and how we work together and making sure that we have shared understanding and shared input as we kind of continue to work together and through this year. So for opportunity, like mentioned, strategic goals and strategic planning, that is something that I'd like to engage in this year and have some formal work take place. And we'll talk more about that later, but to really kind of kick off that process.
You might get to this, Tracy, but it strikes me that C there very much is also correlated to belonging as it relates to student experience, staff experience.
Yep. There are a lot of these that could have gone different places. And I think part of where I got a little bit stuck is you're going to see some version of A or B on opportunity, but also on achievement. Because there's just so much overlap there with terms of visioning and strategic goals. And it's also that layer of us needing to tell our story. What are we offering our students? What are the things where we're finding success? Where are the areas where we're improving, and what are we doing to improve is all a part of telling our story and making sure that people understand our important work. And attendance, honestly, we can have all the opportunities in the world, and if kids aren't showing up, doesn't matter. So attendance really, from my perspective, has to continue to be a focus for the district. And then achievement, again, shared vision. And this A is a little bit different because it's really about, we do have a vision for this year, even though we haven't done strategic planning yet. And so really communicating what that is, and you'll hear more about that this afternoon in terms of what the vision and the specific work of the year really looks like related to instructional practice. But again, thinking about our successes and areas of improvement, and then how we're monitoring our student achievement, reviewing data. We got better at that last year. We had 3 different times throughout the year where we were really looking at the progress of our students. And so continuing to build on those systems and practices.
I got it.
Yeah.
Last year, after we adopted these, your staff did a really good job of, at the beginning of the presentation, check mark, okay, is it possible if fits in one of these green areas to have like a star instead of that way we know, okay, hey, this is our goals, this is going towards, so that way we're fully aware of that.
I think we can, I think we have to continue to figure out what the system is around this, right? That third stool is that monitoring piece, right? We're gonna have to figure out what that is. This is a new concept for all of you. So this is an example of superintendent actions, one leg of the stool. But the other piece, an important piece, are the board actions, which aren't drafted yet. We're gonna need your help with that. So I think as we figure out what the actions are, then we can figure out what that third kind of leg of the stool or how that actually plays out and what that really looks like.
And you'll probably touch on this too, but part of the monitoring is the superintendent evaluation. And so us seeing these points, as Tracy outlines the work that she's doing, we'll do that. So,
yeah. And when you say that, we'll touch on the actions, you're talking about the how, right? Because I see that you have a lot of things listed here, but it doesn't say how you're going to do it.
Right.
So that part, that element is missing.
So that piece, so we're trying to start small and then get bigger. So we're starting with the actions, and Holly alluded to the next like section after we have some board actions as well is to talk about the evaluation and monitoring piece, which is where more of the artifacts or the how will come to play. But these are the higher level what, to your point. And I think the other piece, Holly, that you were saying was the blue part is big enough and broad enough that it can live year to year if that's what the board decides to do. The green things might have some adjustments and some tweaks year to year based on whatever's happening. We might get really good at celebrating success and addressing areas of improvement, you know, in a more, I don't know, way. And maybe that comes off and something else replaces it. So the green is more of what might shift over time, and it might not, because the how might be shifting.
And we talked about in that board goals committee, you know, some goals we want to set a goal that's achievable, not necessarily our end goal. So, you know, if we want the attendance to be 100%, well, that's not doable in year one. The dial just doesn't shift that fast. So in year one, do we want to move it 2%, you know, increase it 2%. And then year two, we want to increase it. And so part of that is the next steps.
And even that would be more of that monitoring piece or like the how are we doing piece, where like the how of the attendance might be, we have an attendance campaign around be here. Tracy's sending out a video at the beginning of the year, highlighting the importance of good attendance, you know, like those kinds of things. But really the next step of this is to have you all do some brainstorming about your actions towards those 4 goals. Do you have questions? Like I can talk through how you understand the concept, I think is the first thing. And how is that feeling for people in terms of the stool? And then we can get to the brainstorming.
Our ideas and actions based on the green or the blue?
On the blue. So you will, we can kind of talk through the process. There's going to be 4 different posters. You are going to be paired up or in a group of 3. And my green goals on there, or my green actions are there as a reference, but yours might be different. So for example, if we think about safety, a really just concrete example is that's part of what we need to do for safety. A board action might be to formally approve a cell phone policy, very much a part of the board's responsibility. That might be one of the actions you're going to take this year. Another action might be around board training on something, and that shows up somewhere. So what are the things that the board is going to do to work towards the blue goal of safety?
So the blue goal is the seat of the stool.
Yeah.
The green is
one leg.
Superintendent goals. And then we can choose our own color for our board.
Yeah.
So we're creating that the second leg, and then we'll do the monitoring.
Yep.
I don't want to derail the effort, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like here I see they're not, and this is to Heather's point, I think, if I understand you right, these are generic.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily getting into the nitty gritty. I think the boards should be rightly also generic-ish with, and I think we'll flesh out some action steps along the way ourselves. Am I, or do you think they should be more specific because we're the board? What do you think?
I would say we want to, within the roles and responsibilities that we hold as board members, identify some action steps that you can take to help meet the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
That are pretty concrete then.
Pretty concrete.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Pretty
So I take
concrete,
it back.
but within our purview.
within your purview, and what that will also help you, and we may not get to this part today, but what it'll also help you is do a self-assessment of yourselves as a board down the road and see how you did.
So if you can peek here, I have 4 of these. So belonging is the shared goal. This is the seat of the stool. I did include the definition here, each one, so that you have that as a reference point, and my actions that we've just kind of looked at up there, just to kind of help get the juices flowing. And then I just kind of offered a couple of ideas that might fit. Doesn't mean that has to mean anything. So just to kind of get the ideas flowing. So with belonging, one of the things I've heard from you is that you'd like to identify ways to engage in two-way communication. That could be one of the actions that the board might decide to do. Or participate in a key communicator meeting. Pretty concrete, and something that you could do that would be connected to belonging. We're going to have you just brainstorm on each of these right now, and then you're going to look at them and prioritize them. So it can be whatever thoughts you have, and then you'll come back and say, okay, these are the 2 things that we really want to commit to. Okay. So we are going to click us to the World Cafe. There we go. So there's the poster for each of the conditions. We'll spread them out on tables back here. You're going to visit each table for about 5 minutes and jot down, like, what are the things that really come to mind for you? And then after that time, you're going to rotate to the next poster. So the first poster is going to be pretty blank. It's just going to have my couple of ideas, and you're going to be the first people to really add to it. When you get to your second round, there's already going to be some ideas there. So when you get to them the second, it's your like second or third or fourth to look at a poster, you can add stars, or you can say yes, or you can add another idea that's connected to that. And you can add something that's completely not connected. So it's really kind of your sloppy copy of brainstorming and building on each other's ideas in this World Cafe model. Once we rotate through, then you'll do a little share out about what's on your posters. Cabinet's going to be assigned to different groups, and cabinet's going to stay put. So if Heidi is on belonging, I don't know if you are or you aren't, Heidi's going to stay at that table, and she can help with context. So if Chris wrote some great idea on here, but Brenna comes around and she's like, what does that mean? Heidi can help explain that, can help fill that gap if that happens. Does that make sense? So cabinet's not contributing to the ideas so much, but could help with clarification if you need that, or what was meant by this, or does this make sense? If you need a little thought partner, can help that way. All right?
And you're pairing up.
Yes, so groupings. Blake and Brenna and David, and then Holly and Heather, and then Chris and Sean, and one table won't have anybody, and we'll just make sure you get time at each goal.
We don't get a rating.
No.
No, safety over here, so one group can start at safety. One group at belongings.
Holly, are you good to start next day?
Yep.
We said it first, Sean. We said it first.
Said it first?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm good. We're good. Yes. I know. I know. We can do
I'll be right there.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Because I came grade school and I went to med.
That's what I'm.
Yeah. I went back
As they can.
at her student. She told me that a big concern that parents are not teaching their kids how to be safe on the bus. So, yeah, she also said that is that we have regular doctors, ex-doctors, lawyers, CPA, entrepreneurs, yeah. Yeah, so you have to want to have that.
Hey, Tracy.
So, yeah, right. So I would like to add something about bus safety, because that get mixed up.
So those are in terms of.
So I think we have to go.
So maybe we don't have to care.
It might be.
I don't know, that was like, when I started to get it out, it's great, I'm like, what's your best writer and explain this? And she said,
That's it.
it's bus rides. And so, how can we influence that? I mean, somehow.
I know, we gotta get right.
If we're generating more information about it, or you know, I didn't do much about it. I think there is something, but it's very little, it's not like thorough. I don't think it's thorough enough. Because she said like bus drivers are driving 10 tons of steel. And they say how to run that around down here, they tell it down in the car, but that's not right? So I also asked them, I'm like, well, how does there's a flyer for a bus monitor on the bus, right? I was riding school bus and we had bus monitor, yeah. So I mean, all these different dynamics where I don't think that, reasons we're taking that up. Kind of talks about the rest of the experiences that ignite curiosity.
That'll work. Yeah.
All right, make sure you're writing some ideas down on your sheet. Cover others.
Really,
We'll come back and talk.
budgeting and the part.
Well.
Well, we can kind of say something like, more time and let's say. They have to use your parents. You know, they just really need to focus on driving. That on me, so all that board has in front of it. And I see that so far, people that say,
Just about one more minute of this poster.
Right, that's been on.
Yeah.
Yes.
I leave the kids here.
But you have an unfunded mandate.
Okay.
Oh.
It's nice, yeah, for sure, and for a little bit of background, I've been rewriting the IPA since last week in hopes. So we are planning to break it. Or input on the IGA.
All right, finish up. I know we're conscious. Right.
What SRO?
Yeah. I want all the minutes like with me. Yep. It gets easier at the second poster, because then there's a lot of stuff. Yeah.
I'll give you.
Already some ideas for me to work from.
I'm Sean, my dad's Sean, we're not doing the writing, we're just doing the.
Sorry, I voted for
Yeah. Here you go.
We got.
It's the board. Well, you mean the staff saying here's the essence, but it just feels. Yeah.
But I'm saying. One of the things.
Something. One example of the way that we're celebrating this month is we're celebrating with health fairs. Yeah, right. Usually gonna do this thing where just one example of one of the things. So we're definitely.
You're aligning with.
Because, yeah, it was for me and my great. So that's like awareness and learning or it could be structural different, but it could be the only thing that's even that I states or so. That will sound like, yeah, that would show. That would be good. Yes. Yeah.
Years ago, there should
There's something when you see this whole song. Yeah. That'd be like right. That like so we have the yes. Yes, it's fun to that. Well, all of that. Yeah. Yeah.
It's something to put up there, and things to.
And one of the other people, then I think that's, not that, so that, it's funny, some of those people about sports with. What are we doing? And this sometimes for a lot of.
All right, about one more minute.
Right, yeah. That's where they came up with, like thinking about.
This is so.
How we're going to just be talking. Or expansion as opportunity. Well, someone. This is a making the connection.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the family ones that are. Leveraging. Expansion opportunity. You have a nice view, right?
All right, time to rotate.
I would. Start that.
It's really cool.
We'll meet with the chief, and I've been working on an IGA, an updated IGA that has, so she asked, that's what the issue is, so what I'm gonna do. Someone needs to incorporate a lot of things.
Thank you, Mike.
Ready.
Appreciate you, Mike.
But I want to make sure I'm pretty firm with the chief.
Well, yeah, I want to make sure it's fun.
Right. Focus on the ones with families.
Sorry.
Just keep moving.
So even though they're not there for time, they are getting better. For sure. Yeah.
I think that's one thing about. I don't know that we're where there's lots of players. Yeah. So the players.
As managed by the and then we have the training and conversation. Yeah. We talked about. Yeah. I don't, because I don't, we talk about parents, there is, where that is. Some of the parents understand. Yes.
So this was talking about just.
So just how does that become?
Part of benefits because they're portable to the board. The regulations was about, I guess. Guys like that has started. Just don't worry that we're looking at something we're all in. So then we need to take the.
Exactly.
Just like.
And most.
One example. You know, they were. We're trying to say, there's been an opportunity, but we don't do them and.
So that's also like. Polio.
Yes.
Somebody phone calls, CDs, and most of that. Wow. So I kind of like so that's like, you know, president.
The legislature ain't nothing to.
I mean, it's.
Nobody can say.
And did you see that? And that was on the front page, July 9th. They're buying couches or phones, and they said, oh, by the way, aren't you need phone up $65 for those? Yep. That was the best.
Yeah, special learning opportunities, so thinking about what is our
preschool for all process. That was a really amazing.
How do we prioritize?
Yeah,
We get it to the. For example, like what's right process, so we can.
They were, because there's some kind of creative process, it's got the 5 reasons, they're at 65.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is we've got partnership with the city of safety and discussing as well, how to have safe routes. Yeah, see that sounds cool. That's probably, I mean, that's not
Right. Change it, and so it's. Hey. I'm Christy.
They're really an organization, and they.
I think they're all safe routes.
Safe routes,
Yeah.
and they've helped us. They have safe routes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. John, you're on the outside. Doing a presentation right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this one is community and business.
I do.
We know we can't have that, so. That's your job.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's super excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It's already out. I'll.
So you can see what your story is. And that was because there's one way that we're at Tracy. Yeah, like I just keep going at like an opportunity. Here's more opportunity, I think, for kids to discussion among their kids. Every time they gather, listen to one shot. There's just one of the things that the whole I do that. Just getting the listening celebration. So this one is just saying all about which our favorite thing is everybody multiple watching. So how are we?
Yeah. We don't have. Yeah.
Right, but there is a ton of things that really, a lot of stuff that is happening. They are. I've had work.
Well, it's not what was, that's not saying like.
An example of.
Can be.
I mean, there's one of them. I think right now.
But to your point, like you have a community.
A lot of like our. One thing that, those who are really going for that, right? It's like,
You can.
they have a.
There is a say a lot of very initial. You're right, yes. But we have to have it.
Yeah, they have.
There It is not.
Their culture.
So, yeah. And this is huge. I'll get up on this too. Right. Are you referring to something? Yes.
Yeah.
And I like what you do. Okay, time's up. Two things I'm gonna tell you. Thing number one, is we're gonna do what's called a gallery walk. Where now you can go back and revisit posters that maybe you started with and now other people have put more information on. So you're gonna do what's called a gallery walk and just kind of, it's about 2-3 minutes, just kind of see what's landed on each of the posters. And when you do that, know that the next thing that I'm gonna ask you is to prioritize 2 things on each poster.
How do we market it? Like,
You're gonna mark it with your initials. You just put your initials, that'll be great. So just put your initials, so each person does 2 on that poster, 2 on this one, 2 on this one, and 2 on this one. So take a few minutes, check out each poster, make sure you see what your colleagues have added to the conversation. And then go ahead and start prioritizing. The gallery walk, and go ahead, like if you guys if you already know what you're gonna prioritize on, go ahead and do it. I mean, no one's gonna add any more now, priorities we're starting for 2. Tough decisions to make. You can also put your initials twice next to the same thing. That is like nothing.
Yeah, it's just, it's
So start to review the posters.
Okay.
And start to add your initials.
Or we could request that. Yeah,
I would say.
No.
You're gonna have about 3 minutes.
They never, nobody pays for it.
Yeah. Or go longer than.
You know, just upstairs.
No.
You never had one like this on. Might get a little.
We have different initials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, like, that's
Yeah.
Thanks.
Take a look.
Promoting.
Very, very. They did. It's probably, yeah. 20. Yeah.
One of them will be, yeah.
Just happened.
Yeah, we even had that one, so that would be all right.
That's a great. Share. And so share.
Oh, yeah. And then I would initial two priorities on one and then start to get the others. You're gonna run out of time.
It's pretty. There is.
I know.
It's not. Yes, that is the. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Correct.
You get your initials on all 4 posters. If you'll transition back to your spot, we have just a little bit more content before we wrap for lunch.
I was on. Yeah. Suppose that. That's a good time.
Yeah.
You probably got that.
The website.
And it plays in the translation.
You know about. I had. Sure.
We gotta get to that, yeah. All right, as you finish, initials, please head back to your seats. David's first.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt. Separate. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I think you can. It's not very close.
All right. I know that felt like a lot in a really short amount of time. But this is just really the start of the conversation. So in terms of next steps, we're going to take these posters. We'll see where we landed with some of the prioritization. Getting the words perfect on the paper wasn't the goal for today. So I will work with board leadership and we'll kind of get some action statements drafted to bring back to you all to review and kind of see where we're at and kind of revisit. But thank you. I know it was a little bit of a push to kind of get you going. But questions about where we're at with this? So now I have some actions. You've drafted some actions. We'll have more work to do on kind of that monitoring and sharing piece, but we're going to transition to an important part of all of this, which is evaluation. Mike.
Your stool thing's really coming together. This is good. do know that as we were walking around looking at the various action items that are there, there's clearly work to do to get those scaled down a bit and to identify the most important ones that are going to be the highest leverage in order for you to help contribute to the goal and to do your part of that. So it will be coming back to you. Tracy will be working with board leadership and starting to get some things fleshed out and then bring that back and give you an opportunity to react to that. Okay, so thank you for your participation in that. We have, I'm going to take 30 seconds and let you know that this person worked as a video engineer and didn't love it.
Oh.
Who might that be?
Oh, it's gotta be Jeff.
Jeff.
Doesn't it? Must be Jeff.
Doesn't have to be Jeff. No. All right, who is this? There we go. All right. This person worked at the Dollar Tree and didn't love it. Okay, who was that?
Worst job I ever had in my life.
Okay. Do employees get a discount at the Dollar Tree? You get an employee discount?
No, but you're on salary, so as the price inflates, your labor goes down and you work more hours.
Okay. Right. Well, we don't have time to delve into that. So this person worked at the Safeway Deli, wasn't old enough to use the meat slicers.
Although I did work at Safeway.
Anybody? Who was it?
Me, other Sarah.
There we go.
Sarah. You have to be 16 to work the slicer.
Yeah.
See,
I had to go.
Seems like a pretty arbitrary number to have the trust in. All right, this were Papa Murphy's Pizza.
What can you not love about pizza?
Exactly. Well, by the way, on the school lunch question, most common answer was pizza. All right, who is this?
Sarah.
There we go.
My first job, and there's a lot of dishes also.
Okay, that part.
When you're making pizza.
Farm stand cashier. Who's owning that one? There we go. Where was the stand?
At Justo Farms down on 162nd.
Okay. You all may have bought something there. You never know. This person was a lifeguard.
Holly,
I was a lifeguard, but I didn't put it.
Same.
But I didn't put it.
Who was it?
Oh,
Yeah. All right, very good.
They always touch the bottom.
Yeah.
And when he do that minute, I give that hold the brick up for a minute.
Makes sense. All right, very good. Let's just move on to a superintendent evaluation. So we know that evaluations are best when they strengthen the relationship between the board superintendent team. We also know that when the criteria and expectations are reviewed on a semi-regular manner, we know that the odds go up of meeting those expectations, and they're of course great for communicating future expectations. So with that said, when you think about the superintendent evaluation, there are some things that are going to make it a much stronger process as you move through it. Ongoing feedback, an opportunity for the person to provide evidence that they've completed the action that you wanted them to complete. Anything that provides accountability, systems in place along the way to provide accountability. It could be as simple as giving an update and having the board have the opportunity to ask questions, and understand that this is, 4 and 5. 4 is kind of what we're talking about with this whole shared goals idea, is that it allows you to stay focused on just on a few things and to target your efforts. And then the whole idea that if the superintendent is going to be successful, there is some reciprocal accountability that's relied on by the superintendent when it comes to the board. We need to know that the board is invested in the superintendent's success and the superintendent is invested in the board's success. And when we see all of these elements in place, you start to develop a pretty strong evaluation process. Here's something to think about. It is the first year of the superintendency, or the first 6 months, however long it lasts.
Thank you.
Yeah. The first year is super challenging. I mean, it is super challenging because you're always trying to get your legs under you. And the expectations are so high, and that you still have the same 24 hours a day as everyone else does, but you're expected to be everything to everybody during those 24 hours. And so oftentimes year one evaluations, having them look differently is not a bad thing. For example, if you were to think about where you would want Tracy to focus her efforts, or where you would be most interested in seeing her success, it would probably be around relationship building in the community and with staff and with the board. You would probably want her to do things like, let's be assessing the systems that we currently have in place and developing an understanding of where we could improve. You'd probably want her to be thinking about future evaluations, what that's going to look like. And it doesn't matter which superintendent you have or who you followed, there is always the goal of wanting better communication. Right? And so creating those clear communication systems is going to be important as well.
Mike, I want to point out real quick, since I keep coming up.
Yes.
Tracy, the board agreed not to do an evaluation system on me. They were pretty confident that it was going to be.
Yeah.
Thanks for pointing that out.
All right. What I'm going to share with you is just pass out these hard copies for your what we're going to have here is just some hard copies for you to take a look at, and I want to walk you through this process and give you an opportunity to take a look and for me to explain some things. And then we'll talk about it in a little more in-depth manner. But I'm literally going to walk you through this document and then get your feedback on it. Okay, so as you look at this document, the first part there is the purpose. Going to ask us to think about looking at this evaluation process and its outline just through the lens of the 25-26 school year, for starters. That is the most urgent thing we have on our plate regarding evaluation that's right in front of us. And then what it looks like in the coming years, while it may look similar, let's worry about this year one for Tracy, because here we are in August, and we know that the evaluation process comes up really quickly. Yeah, so by March, you kind of have to have it fully baked by then. So we need to be able to land on something. All right. We also want to make sure that the work she's doing aligns with the shared goals and the board adopted goals. So you can see some contractual items there you need to be aware of. By March 15th, the final evaluation will be completed. So here we are mid-August, and that gives us 7 months to finish up an evaluation process pretty quick. This process will include monthly updates on the goals and quarterly executive sessions so that you could give her some pretty direct feedback in that space and make sure that she has the opportunity to hear what you were thinking and to give her any information that would be helpful for her to stay on track to meet the expectations that you have for her. And then by March, you are sharing the evaluation with her, right? So let's walk through the timeline. And then I want to get your ideas on this. And then the next steps for us will be to do some editing to this if you have ideas that you would like, and to get just conceptually, get your input if we're on the right track here so that we can keep moving. All right, so first thing during August, September, obviously we're doing some of that today. The goal setting piece, the communications piece, getting clarity on that. And we would have those things wrapped up and finalized at the September work session. So landing on the goals, which will become the expectations for her, will be important to do. Next step would be superintendent provides ongoing progress reports to the board. And a lot of that, there's a lot of ways that'll happen, but one way for you to get a lot of information is just through the not only the updates that occur on the board agendas, which we've done some brainstorming on, but also through the regular updates that she provides folks. And here's what I would suggest. If at any time you're feeling like communication is not meeting your needs, that's a great opportunity during one of these reflection times to share that with Tracy so that she has a chance to fix it and address it. I've heard today everyone's happy with the communication, the way it's been going, and they're feeling like it's solid. But if there's ever an issue, please address that with her. Mid-course reviews, exec session in November, opportunity for feedback. In January, Tracy would be submitting a self-reflection. And what she will do is she would start to provide you the artifacts and some of the background information that supports all of those superintendent actions she said she was going to take on the various goals. Once that's all dialed in, you'll start to see a self-reflection on that. And that'll give you information that you may not, you're going to learn some things that are happening behind the scenes that you may not know about, right? When we get to, let's say that's February. During February on number 5 there, the board would start to rate the performance or progress towards meeting all of the action steps that have been laid out in the shared goals. Okay. And we have some suggested ideas when it comes to the to what that rating would be. But I also understand that there's a board evaluation committee that is up and running. And so some of this work in determining the specifics on this would be taking place in that committee. Board committee writes evaluation, shares with board and superintendent, exec session. And then the board chair shares letter with superintendent during a board work session. Then it becomes a public, there's a public statement about that would occur in April. All right. Yes.
So just to clarify, in the past, we've used the I think it's through OSB, maybe it's COSA, superintendent evaluation process. This is going away from that and more looking at the goals, correct?
Or your shared goals and her action steps towards those.
I like that personally because that general one from OSBA is sometimes fits, sometimes those awkward. So
that's exactly the feedback. So in talking with Chris and Holly, like in April, like how has that worked? Well, it hasn't really. So that was some intentional kind of transition. And when Blake came on board with board leadership, ongoing conversation, it seemed like that was a direction that would be good.
So when you hear this process and the whole concept of tying Tracy's evaluation to the progress on the shared goals, does that work for people? Or are there any concerns around that? Or any questions about it?
Yeah, no, I think you picture sharing that evidence at those quarterly meetings, or are you also expecting to kind of share it along the way in the one-on-ones?
I think in my mind, there might be updates like, hey, towards my goal of blah, these are a couple of things I've done this month. That might be in our newsletter, like the Friday newsletter. It might be in, something that's a formal presentation and then I reference it somewhere. Because I also think there's a layer of accountability for the public that I'm working towards some kind of goals, right? So how do I do that in a board update, and my superintendent comments? And then I think more formally, like that November kind of check-in time, like here's some things that I've done to address each of the goals is how I envision that. And then the self-reflection piece being a more comprehensive, maybe list of things that have happened there. And then, oh, this is where I feel like I've done well and how I would rank myself. And here's some places where I feel like there was still work that could have been done. That makes sense.
Any other questions about this? Is just we're just addressing it conceptually today, and it'll come back in a more formal type situation down the road a bit. Just making sure you're good with this, and also ask you to take a look at the scoring scale So when you look at the scoring scale, just the way that this has been drafted for you to consider is that the evaluation would be based on progress. When you're filling out your forms in February and March, and when you're making decisions and trying to assign a rating, some of these actions are not going to be completed yet. I mean, you saw some of Tracy's examples, and what you probably haven't seen, what you haven't seen, is that there will be a 2-page document behind each of those actions that she has to take. I mean, it's pretty involved. So this would be based on progress, not total completion of those action steps that she's said she would accomplish. Everyone feel okay about that?
I feel okay with it conceptually. I feel like it's one of those things that once we get into it, it might get grayer. So I'm wondering off the cuff if you might have like a generic example of, because you're saying we're not evaluating on the destination, we're evaluating the progress forward.
Yeah.
So what would be an example of a destination based kind of evaluation versus this progress based?
Yeah. So let me just, if I pick the right poster here. So one of Tracy's action step, uphold a high standard, establish opportunities for shared input and understanding on critical issues and strategic priority between the board and the superintendent. That's going to be an ongoing thing, right? I mean, there's going to be, as some of the content, I wish I would have chosen that poster. Let me try. Or actually, Tracy, can you come up with an idea?
Well, so I mean, if I'm going concrete, like one of the things that like I've been thinking about safety, because I'm also wanting to select actions that I believe are achievable, right? And so if I think about safety and I'm thinking about communicating safety processes to families or developing emergency protocols and that whole concept around safety and security, one of the things many of you know is that we rolled out a new discipline handbook. We still have work to do on our discipline handbook, and we will make progress on that this year. Can we say that that's going to be done? Probably not. It's probably going to be another year. And at some point it might be established, but as long as we're making steps towards building that deeper understanding and implementation of something like that, that would be me showing progress towards that.
I'm going to try to elaborate what you're, I don't know if that answered, but when you were asking, I guess to me, the question is more, how do we rate that? I'm fine rating progress. I think we should be rating, I guess with James, he was just really upfront about the fact that he was probably not going to get 4s in this instance in most cases because we were rating on progress. So we would rate a 2 or a 3 potentially because he was in process. If we're scoring on progress and not meeting the expectation, to me, there would more likely be a 4 that she is actively progressing in whatever that goal is, as opposed to a 2, she's not really working on that goal. Is that how you're understanding the scale?
That's how I was understanding.
Okay. Is that more what you were?
Yeah, no, that's
asking?
the nuance that I'm, because
How
that is a tricky evaluation.
The problem is we don't want one board member to score with one idea in their mind. I'm scoring based on this set of expectations, and 2 other board members are scoring based on a different set of expectations, and that's skewing the rating.
Do we know who's on the evaluation committee?
We will reassign the right.
Okay, good. So let me ask, let's just spend 2 minutes doing this, since there's a little bit, we need more clarity. What are some of the issues that we want that evaluation committee to address? So it would be scoring clarity. Yeah, is obviously one of, what else do we need to be thinking about?
Well, I think a broader question maybe is, so we have the action steps, and you talked about there's going to be pages of here's what that's gonna take. Is that gonna be part of the board kind of review of progress, or is that a? Your guys only kind of a.
Oh, no, I see that coming to you. So if I have that safety goal, that I'm gonna provide you some evidence of me doing work to achieve that goal. And that's part of the November update that I think was a executive session conversation. And then kind of the January self-reflection piece.
Which James started a little bit of that. It now seems kind of a long time ago, but he was starting to do, I don't know if they were quarterly or at least like
I think that's
twice a year, where he said, this is kind of where I'm at. Here's kind of the things I've been working on. So something similar
Like
to that.
benchmarking.
Uh-huh.
Kind of that report out of these are the things that I've done. Or I've gotten to these things around, like, let's just pretend it's November and I'm just making stuff up at this point. But let's say it's November and I'm reporting because safety is such a big thing at the beginning of the year. I've done a lot on safety up until November, but maybe I've done less on opportunity.
Yeah.
Then we talk about that in November, that I've done this on safety. I'm going to shift my focus to some of this other opportunity piece. And then when I come back to you in January, here's what I've been able to work on in each of these areas. I think that's the thing about, I really struggled with like 2 or 3, actions, because they are big and each one is a lot. That's 8 actions or 11, 10, however many I ended up with actions to focus on, which is why I asked you to just focus on 2 for each goal. You may not even want that many.
I think the intent of the question, or at least for me and my understanding, is I want the scale to communicate well to you where you're at. And so if we're kind of not on the same page as far as the scale goes, are we actually giving constructive criticism that's helping you, or what would be most beneficial for you to know where you're at?
And I think on that same vein, I like and I could support the idea of the evaluation on goals, because that's your day-to-day, that's what you're working on. However, are we not doing our job to be evaluators and feedback givers on the bigger parts of your job that OSBA thing covers, and bah humbug HR guy here, but like, I believe she's gonna do a phenomenal job. Well, let's say she goes off the rails and the only thing we have to hold her accountable is goals. How is that going to play out, and how is that going to look to the community? When we can only fall back on, well, she got 4s on her goals last year, so we can't really do anything.
So the goal would be to, we need to address how would we measure those other parts of the job
Correct.
that have to get done anyway.
Or nest them within the actions.
Yeah.
And maybe that's in that 2 pages behind. I imagine they are. I imagine that instructional leadership isn't gone because you're focused on relationship building. It's going to be nested. So
Well, and how do I then intentionally try to embed those? I think instructional leadership is probably the easiest with opportunity and achievement. It's pretty natural there. But that's part of why some of the governance things, like I looked at that and was like, this needs to be somewhere. You do want me consulting with legal counsel.
Yep.
You do want me to be fiscally responsible, right? And so thinking about how that's embedded, or even how maybe those standards are even in parentheses, like with them to kind of where they're connected, maybe.
Yeah. You are using communication, you're using fiscal responsibility to direct resources, budget, teach and learn, all of the things, right, to accomplish those goals. So in some ways, I think that we can still nest them in each of those goals, but maybe just a discussion about how we're doing that with our scale.
Yeah, not to be Mr. Problem Solver, but I do like the idea of like, okay, well, here's my OSBA standard, whatever, and just put that in parentheses. That way it's out on the public, like I am meeting the standard through this goal, and that way we can feel good if the public comes to us and say, well, how come you're only evaluating our goals? Well, no, these goals are in part to meet the standards that we ultimately.
Yeah, because it then could be part of my evidence, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And because I looked at them when I was drafting
Yeah.
these, I feel like that would be a.
I think, to Holly's point, the whole reason I opened up this can of worms was alignment of philosophy and understanding for the board when we get to evaluation. In my much more limited history, we had a superintendent who really shared evidence on a one-on-one basis. Every board member came in interpreting that differently. They interpreted success different, and the evaluation was just scattered, and not a coherent view. This is my perspective only, but not as coherent of a view as I feel like we've started to develop recently. I don't want that to be disrupted through a process that I think will be better, and that's a progress-oriented evaluation, set on goals, like what Sean was saying. I think that's a really clean process. I just want to make sure we don't take 2 steps backward unnecessarily by not having an alignment.
I also, we go back to thinking about this, if this is kind of like a 6-month, let's kind of see how this plays out. Yeah. The committee can also be working on like, what do we envision this look like moving forward into like a full year cycle? Because essentially you're evaluating me on half a year, right? And then a new cycle starts April to March, right? So we kind of have this long on ramp if people are comfortable with it in terms of kind of testing out this process, looking at these actions and how that kind of plays out, what's clunky about how we evaluated it, to then make some adjustments to kick off April for a full year kind of cycle as well.
Good.
This is new, like we are thinking about this all in a very different way. And I do think it'll be better in the long run.
Oh, I know, yeah. I really have confidence that I know it will be. I just want to make sure we're serving you well and serving the public well.
Yeah.
In this bridge.
Yeah. This is super helpful, and I'm glad these were surfaced. These are great things for the evaluation committee to start thinking through and making sure that it's meeting everybody's needs. I think it's a good point. This really is for the next 6-7 months. And then we have an opportunity to adjust this and to continue to evolve it, to make it better. But yeah, it's very specific to Gresham-Barlow. There's no doubt about it. The action steps and the evaluation will be very specific to what your expectations are, which is.
It makes me wonder if there's a board action that's about develop a clear superintendent evaluation, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, let's make the work be about the work that's needed right now.
We'll get ourselves 2 for that.
Okay, just to start wrapping this up here, a couple things. We're not going to get to, clearly it's 12:30 and we haven't done the board self-assessment yet. So that's something that'll have to come back at a later time. And so we won't worry about that just now. But thank you for hanging in there today on all of these big topics. We covered a lot of things and things that we needed to dive into them so that we can move the process forward and get clarity as you have a new superintendent, new board members, new board leadership. Important that we went down these roads today. So appreciate that.
And one more interjection. If the board wants, I'm happy to join the evaluation committee. I mean.
That's enough. Okay, so go. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up because I'm standing between you and lunch.
Oh.
And I'm hungry too. So just thinking forward about what you have a February retreat that you're gonna be planning for as well. And I know that this is maybe not right now something that we can discuss in forum, but you have those sticky notes on there. If you could write something that you would want for the February as you're thinking about that work that you got together, and just put them up on that wall over there and I'll collect them. But things to think about in the February retreat, like Mike just mentioned, we didn't get to the board self-evaluation piece. We also didn't touch on the communications stuff, because there's a lot of other topics, but if something surfaced that you want to address at that board one, it might be more about this evaluation process. Just write a sticky note on there and put it over there. That's one thing. Lastly, I'm just gonna go around the room, and if you can share one word that describes how you feel about your work in this upcoming year after today. One word, you can share what that is. But we'll start now on this side.
This cabinet as well?
Yeah, everything.
Stewardship.
One, I'll just say excited, excitedly optimistic.
It's hyphenated.
Energized. Creative.
We'll go back there.
Soulful.
Exciting.
Fulfillment.
It's okay.
Yeah, purposeful. And I'm not gonna say, I'm optimistic about that.
Active.
I like purposeful.
Confident.
Focused. Meaningful.
Excited.
Positive. Grateful.
Final thoughts, Trace, as we break out for.
I truly am feeling the sense of gratitude and optimism in a lot of the words that you shared. And appreciate just this willingness to dive into some things that are a little bit different for us, but that I really believe can move us forward. There's been some good conversation today. We've highlighted some challenges that we have and some things that we need to work through. And that's what's going to keep us out of the storming stage, right? Is for us to lift up the places where we're stuck and work through them rather than ignore them. And so I truly feel so grateful. I'm very grateful that Erica and Mike were here for us today. I think it's different when you have some facilitators kind of guiding a conversation because people get to participate in a different way. So I really appreciate you being here and all that you offered, our conversation. So,
Blake, do you want to close us out?
So you're gonna put me between everybody's lunch. No, I just would echo, thank you, Eric and Mike, for helping guide us through this. Thanks, Pete, for joining us this morning. Wish you all the best. Yeah, I'm excited for this year. I think we've got a dream team board, but not to say there's not others who can do the job. I think that's why we've pushed forward together, but I think we're gonna encounter challenges and solve them together through faith in one another and the integrity of one. I believe that, and that's, to me, the recipe of success. So
I'll just add one thing is that when we hired Tracy, part of the discussion was, do we hire an internal candidate or do we do a nationwide search? And we did a big nationwide search and Tracy still came to the top. And the benefit that we have from that is that we get to move in the same direction starting on day one. Like Tracy already knows the people and she knows the processes. And so that's a huge benefit to us. And that was really eliminated today. The work is starting already. It's not Tracy learning the names and the people in the community and the schools and all of that stuff. So that's exciting. And I'm thankful that that's what we chose and how we're moving forward. So thanks for.
Thank you. And hopefully you also know, and I'm not satisfied. Like we got work to do.
All right, lunchtime.
Awesome. We will start again at, let's shoot for 1:15.
do I need to put us in recess? Sir?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was.
Board's gonna recess for lunch. We'll be back at
1:15,
1:15.
35 minutes.
No. We can finish the next life.
You need to. Yeah, I won't get it.
Or take it with you or something.
All right.
All right, we're gonna reconvene our board work session. Our next item is a board well, it's a continuation of our board strategic planning, but down into kind of the nitty gritty, and that's a board committee and school engagement assignments. I'd like to start with the school engagement assignments. I think that's a little bit easier. So what this is maybe 3 years ago, the board shifted its practice in an effort to get more visibility within our schools, more kind of, or to tether it to belonging. The idea was that we, while we're interested in the happenings at all schools every year, we'd focus in on a few by assignment. And so in the board packet, there's school engagement assignments for 25-26. And that's a paradigm. So what this would mean is you might get on their parent view communication for that school. You might be aware of when parent or special events are happening at that school. You're on the parent newsletters, those kinds of things. Have more opportunities to go to events at those schools. So.
And Chair Peterson?
Yeah.
For new board members, it doesn't mean that you have to go with the person that is assigned on your deal. You don't have to go with a partner or pair or anything like that. You can go as you're able to, as your schedule allows that you can go. Or you can go together.
I was just making sure Chris wasn't paired with me.
No. No, I am linked up with Sean. We're going everywhere together.
It also doesn't mean that those are the only places you can go.
Exactly, that too, yeah.
And we need the superintendent also, right?
Superintendent's on there, yeah.
Superintendent, at least to be aware that you're going.
Okay.
So you don't always have to go with the superintendent, you
Right.
can go with her, and there's some good benefits to that, but you can also go without her, especially when they invite you to different events and things like that. Just make sure you let her know that you're going.
Okay.
I think the difference would be like during the school day, when school's in session, you probably go with me.
Yeah.
If it's like a parent night or a play or something that's happening in the evening, it's just more of a let me know. Yeah. And the idea is that these rotate. So over the course of your 4 years, you've been assigned to every school. So you kind of get that broader perspective of the full district.
So any questions about this? Okay, then let's move into our board committee assignments. And I think the best way to do this is I'll just work committee by committee, a brief description of it, and then we'll talk about interest and where the alignment of interest and need kind of fills out this roster. I will say this, and this is, we said no surprises in our operating agreements, but a frame of thinking that I've had for a while. I think one of the first orders of business for each of these committees should be to establish a charter. A charter is simply a statement of purpose and what it is that they do to define it. And I think sometimes we enter these conversations with a bit of a disservice because either we get scope overreach or we don't accomplish the intent of it. I think we can clean some of that up with charter. So I may work with Sarah and whoever's appointed to these committees to help build that for posterity. I just wanted to use the word posterity, like I'm in the 18th century. All right, so first committee is audit involvement team. This is financially oriented. Looks like it has historically been.
Chris and Kathy, do you want me to just tell you the
So
previous one?
chair and vice chair.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, I thought it was chair.
And vice chair, yeah.
what's Chris?
Okay, Chris or Holly, could you kind of explain what the audit involvement team does?
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, thank you. We would meet with the auditor and we would usually have a conversation about the scope of what the audit was going to look like, particular areas they might be focusing on. And if the board had any questions about the audit, it was also an opportunity. I remember just when I had the conversation with the new auditor, if the board had any concerns that they especially wanted the auditor to review. And then afterwards we got the result, but there wasn't much actual work that the board had to do preparing it, and then the whole board gets the entire audit
Right.
afterwards.
And the board, the whole board, as part of an audit, is full
Yes,
about what is of concern to you.
exactly, exactly. It's just a jumping off point for the audit firm to kind of know. Then if they have any questions, kind of having one or two people to contact instead of trying to figure out which of the seven
Yeah.
to get
Okay.
a hold of. So very, pretty low impact.
Yeah. And we'll,
Position, important but low impact, so yay, Blake and Holly.
yeah, we'll maintain that breakdown. Okay, board evaluation and goals committee. We had conversation about this, about board goals and a board self-evaluation. So I think this is a very pertinent committee. It has been Holly, myself, and Kathy is who helped kind of formulate those conditions, and this was a very time-intensive committee. It was. I suspect it will continue to be in a different way. And so I guess I'd pull the board. Is there interest in
So I have a question, since we pretty much have some goals right now going forward. I feel like on this particular one, if I were to be on it, my emphasis would be on how to get in place a better board self-evaluation component. I've been doing some research on some of that, and that would be where I think the board should look in terms of that particular committee.
I think that's a really healthy direction, and I think it ties in with what Mike and Erica are continuing to support as we set our board goals. So I see this committee as being involved in the board action clarification, and exactly what you talked about, Chris, self-evaluation. So with that, Chris, I'm detecting interest.
I have some interest. I have some in other ones, but I would definitely be interested in that one, so.
And I'm interested in continuing with that one.
I can as well.
Okay.
Good.
Not trying to dominate this.
Okay.
Speak now and forever hold your peace. Okay. You don't have to forever hold it. You can express it. Okay, then that's what we'll do. Budget committee, all of us are on it. City council liaison, we had Kathy and David, so we already know it's a launch point to be a city council person, so. No, David, are you interested in continuing?
City council.
No. Is there anybody who'd like to jump into that liaison function?
What does the commitment look like for that? When you go to a meeting, you try and get at least, they do one meeting a month, right? Or they do one.
You're looking at the right direction. And
Yeah.
give it a
No, it's one meeting a month. You try and attend the city council meeting. Partner up with someone on the board, which I know almost all of them know. And then you kind of bring that info back, but I think what we were talking about earlier, trying to build that relationship, I could try and work with you.
Is there any interest in from others?
I might be interested.
Okay,
Question mark.
let's put a question mark by Brennan, because I think two would be good. And I think it is a great, it's a great way to help expand our partnership.
And can I bring up just a small on that one and a couple of others? This may be afterwards when we go through it all, but what's the expectation for reporting back to the board?
Yeah, I've been really bad at that, on the committees that I served on, but
I don't know if I've been great either.
in every board meeting, usually under information items, we breeze right over it, but we have committee minutes. And I think what would be good is either in the board report or at that portion of the agenda for those participants in committees to just report out as simply as, hey, we met twice this last month, as a way to kind of, to Tracy's point, show the work behind the scenes, and Erica emphasized it too. So yeah, that's a great point. City council liaison. So right now we have David and potentially Brenna, and we're just gonna full court press and recruit Brenna full time with that.
It looks like I'm trying to real quickly look. It looks like it's an evening commitment,
Right.
6 to 8-ish, first Tuesdays of the month and third Tuesdays of the month. If I'm reading from this.
That's correct.
Correct.
I think that's correct, because they always meet before we have our meetings there.
So if that changes.
Tuesday 6 to 8.
Tuesdays, the first and the third, yeah.
I don't know that it's an every meeting thing, but I think there are pertinent issues that'll come up on the agenda. So I'd kind of picture this committee as maybe monitoring agendas and see like, oh, hey, you know, we're talking about
Something.
a transportation project in front of a school. Maybe I should go there. Yeah. Okay. As we get through this, Brenna, just maybe see if it still works. Okay, Chris, tell us about the Federal Relations Network.
So Federal Relations Network, now known, also known as Advocacy Institute, is something that's sponsored through OSBA. It's been on here because when I was able to go, I did get some support from the Gresham-Barlow School District to go. They've kind of changed a little bit how FRN is working. It hasn't been, in my view, quite as successful as it used to be. I have not gone for the last couple of years, and so they're kind of trying to figure out what it looks like. And NSBA, as the sponsor of that event, they've run into some budgetary impacts. And so they've been trying to figure out how does it work as well. So it's a good thing to do. I think we had put on the sheet that I'd like to see in general lobbying. Yeah, both state and federal. So this, I mean, is a good thing, but I would rather have us focus on lobbying.
Can we delete that?
I think we should strike it from it as a committee. Is that what you're kind of?
Yeah, I think so.
We can also leave it and strike it, just strike it so that in future years, if it does change, we can bring it back.
Exactly.
We don't forget about it, but it's not this year.
Yeah.
Is that good, Sarah? Is that?
Okay, guys, so
okay.
Strike it from the list, don't fully delete it, but just mark it out.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, GBEA negotiations. Chris has served in that role.
So it's the OSEA.
Yeah, it'll be OSEA this year.
Sure.
Yeah. And it showed on here as twice. Was that just a typo?
No, the commitment is there's that first, I think, 3 to 5 days of training and then the initial negotiations. And then there's a second week, a few weeks after that, or maybe 2 months after that. Is that right, Michael?
But why are there 2 spots?
I think that's how many people have served on in the past.
Okay. Okay. Because we could have
little
two
numbers
people.
usually are how many people.
Right, but it's got 1 and it's got 0, and I just wondered why it was in 2 separate places. Yeah, I would like to definitely do that. And we are coming up on OSEA, right? Which is the classified.
Is there any interest? I guess I'd appeal for some interest to also be a backup to Chris, just to help build forward.
Understanding it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any interest in?
And just a quick on the OSEA, the strategy that we use, the process that we use is what's called interest-based bargaining. It's a much more collaborative, together, one room. It's a very nice process. And we use a little bit of those segments within the GBEA, which is the license contract. It's not a full, there's still positional bargaining in GBEA, but this one is a very nice one to get into bargaining, kind of understand what it is and be in a very collegial. Tracy's done it. John, you've been on it before.
Jeff's recently.
You've been on it, yeah.
Donna, yeah,
Yeah.
it is, the schedule's not flexible. So
No,
the
it's the
schedule
schedule
is
is
a
1
full
week.
week in February and it's a full week in April.
Right.
And it's like 8 to 4. So it is, for OSEA, it is an intense commitment during those 2 weeks, and those weeks are not flexible in timing.
And 99% of the time get it done in those 2 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the beauty of it, but it does take some commitment.
Yeah.
I
And
would
there is
volunteer
training
except for
to
that
do.
time commitment, you know, like.
It's a challenge.
Mhm.
Well, we're grateful for you, Chris. Thanks for stepping into that.
Thank you, dark chocolate.
Okay, Education Foundation, David.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
But
people.
Is there interest in somebody else joining? The Gresham-Barlow Education Foundation is a local nonprofit that exists to support sort of augment educational opportunities within our schools. So most of their work is grant supported. They just had a golf tournament fundraiser that I think the district participated in.
I'd be interested.
Yes, okay.
Morning, first Tuesday of every month at 7 a.m.
Tuesday at 7 a.m. Okay, Heather's also interested in that one. And so let's do you two if you're, okay. NESD Budget Committee, Sean, you've been on that, the 3-year commitment. When is that commitment up?
It's up this last year.
Okay, it's up.
And I have dates she sent me because I was like, I think Sean's done, so we'll need to assign somebody else. So.
And I will say, she's looking up the dates. It's a pretty minuscule commitment. I mean, I was able to join my son's baseball game while listening to the budget committee. You know, it's two meetings. One is like a budget 101, similar to what we have, and another one is the budget hearing. Both meetings they do last a while, you know, but they generally just get it done in those 2 meetings.
Yeah, so this year they have these are all at 6 p.m. They have 4 scheduled, but the last 2 are if necessary. So if something comes up and they don't approve it. So March 31st would be the orientation, like the budget 101, and then April 7th. And then the 2 additional dates, if needed, are April 15th and April 21st.
Yep, and it's all on Zoom. Like it's not in person at all.
Is there any interest in, and that is a requirement of this district to participate in? Yep. Okay. Before I start volunteer people, is there any interest?
What day of the week is that?
Oh, that's a good question.
It's a
Thursday. It looks like. Nope, I'm in the wrong month. Pause that for a second.
What month did you say? April?
Yeah.
Tuesday. So April 7th, it looks like their meetings are all on Tuesdays.
I
Okay. Put Heather down on that one. Thank you.
And it is a 3-year commitment, is that right?
Yeah.
Which so makes particular sense with Heather being newly elected as well. So
That's great.
thank you, Heather.
Just want to make sure Heather knew that.
OSBA Board of Directors, Chris, okay, so on these next 2, OSBA Board of Directors and the Legislative Policy Committee, we have, at the September meeting, we will have an opportunity to nominate or not nominate somebody to serve in that seat, which I think is seat 18.
Yeah.
Chris is interested in it.
Yes.
If you are also interested in serving in OSBA, what I would prefer is you have a conversation with Chris.
And the Legislative Policy Committee is also same kind of thing. It's an election situation. And I would love to, you can absolutely have somebody from the same district be on the LPC as well as the OSBA board. LPC doesn't meet as frequently. It tends to be tied in with the legislative session and then maybe one meeting when it's off session. But it's a nice way to find out more about school board related things as well as lobbying, as well as legislation.
So
I would definitely want to do the OSBA board.
Yeah, but not necessarily legislative policy.
No, you're one or the other. Yeah.
Okay. So the OSBA, the way that will work in September, right? I'm not wrong on that. Okay. Is our district board will have an opportunity to nominate 1 person.
Okay.
Then that goes in all the school districts within, not within MESD, but within our zone.
Within the region, which is Multnomah County.
Will they all have the same opportunity to nominate folks?
Right.
And there's a election that happens. Each board gets 1 vote.
And in Multnomah County, we have 3 people who are on the OSBA board.
Okay. So because of that stated interest, we'll have and current service on the OSBA board. We'll keep Chris there.
Okay.
It's not avoiding conflict because that's really bad. That's how you get stuck. But if you do, then I would prefer a phone call, and I think I will ultimately encourage you to have a conversation with Chris. See that because I'd rather not have a bunch of laundry coming out in September's meeting. Legislative Policy Committee, another great way to have advocacy at the state level. Their interest in Legislative Policy Committee.
What's the committee?
It's a great question.
I believe it's 2 years, because it's the off year and the legislative year, because we're short session, long session. Short session tends to be more training for OSBA folks, because there's not as much lobbying. Short session has got such a limited things that they're reviewing. And then the long session where you are just encouraged to do more lobbying, support Multnomah County, work with your fellow board members, and there is training that's available from OSBA on how to do that.
Is this in Salem?
Not always. I mean, you're encouraged if you can go to Salem, but otherwise, let me think about that. Because the OSBA board meetings, we have about half of them virtual now and half of them are in Salem. And they tend to be a Friday night, Saturday when we have the meetings. And what happens usually is we start with the OSBA board meeting, and then the next day, OSBA board members are still there and legislative policy committee members join. So it's usually part of the weekend that they do, but it is, and it's 4 meetings a year quarterly.
That would be okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna-
Yeah.
Okay. Then that sounds wonderful to me.
And I think that's the same that we'll need to do the nomination then at the September
Okay.
meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Okay.
So then we nominate people. And then
In November, October, November, there's the election by all of the Multnomah County school districts. And
Typically,
each
we
school
nominate in
district-
September, and then we have in the past voted in at our December meeting.
Right.
Because that usually is
Is that
after
okay?
all of the OSBA.
Yeah.
Regional dinners have
Yeah.
taken place.
Right,
Get a chance
right,
to talk
right.
to people and get to know possible candidates.
Right, because you can do lobbying at convention, I guess.
Is legislative policy committee also a regional election?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay. So Heather has volunteered. We will
Okay. Volunteered for us to nominate her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then put the whole horse, follow the board, you know.
Well, we had that in the past. It's not unusual. I was on the board and John Hartsock was on. Yeah,
That's great.
It's yeah, just forward queuing this up, it would be a tremendous asset to have Heather presumably representing our interests
Yep.
at a legislative.
Yep.
So
Yep.
there's a lot to benefit from
Mhm.
and appreciative of Heather's stepping up in interest.
Okay.
Okay, we can go through, we already talked LCA, Policy Review Committee. We have a lot of turnover here. So Chris is the only standing member of that committee. I would really like to have 3. This is a committee that I would be happy to be an in-house sub for folks, because this is a difficult one where we need on. It changes.
Generally, the
Friday
last
morning.
couple of years, it's been Friday mornings at, even meet at 8.
Yeah.
every Friday morning.
No, once a month. Once a month. And sometimes it depends if we don't get any updates from OSBA on policy, or there isn't one that we need to review. We haven't always met every single Friday. I mean,
I
every
assure you
month.
this
Yeah.
year, Chris, looks like we're meeting every Friday in those months. Now that I've seen the update.
Is Spencer finally doing his job?
And we've got the
I think the legislature was busy.
Yeah.
Here's the
Well,
big
that's
one though.
true. When the
Like,
legislature's done, there's usually a lot of changes to policy.
with this one sort of conditional, I'd really look at your near-term calendar too, if you're interested, because we've got to get the cell phone policy figured out. But this is a committee that's going to convene quickly and possibly even frequently. For the first
So
one.
we'll need subs, is what you're saying.
I'm here as a sub.
On that note, once you guys decided on committee today, what we're gonna propose to you is a real quick meeting, just to address the cell phone one. And then I can outline that plan for you this afternoon if there's time.
Here today.
Yeah, I can outline where we are, because we're a little bit ahead of the policy, because we wanted to start the year with a cell phone policy. But we also need you guys, we're gonna have one virtual meeting just to look at the cell phone policy, so we can get a first reading done and an adoption at that time too.
Okay.
In general, like, because I have a staff meeting every second Friday of the month, so. What Friday, is it like the first Friday? The
We
third
could have,
Friday?
we usually have, we've tried to arrange it so that whenever we're having the policy committee meeting, then we could put those policies on the next work session agenda. So in the past, that maybe has been the second Friday, but we could adjust that and do the first. Or
You could look at like fourth.
that's not, yeah, I was like, that's not set in stone, so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sean, I'd love you to be on the
And-
committee if you.
And,
schedule around it if we can.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing about it as well, it does lend itself, if you can't be there in person, it is one of the ones that works okay to be virtual on that one.
It does look okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
sometimes
thought
they
it was a
don't,
virtual meeting.
it can be.
It can be.
So, yeah, I was like, we typically try and meet in person just because sometimes the policies are long and it's easier to look at them on paper than
But
on
that
the
means I have to
screen.
get up earlier.
Yes, trust
Like
me,
me.
yes.
We all struggle with that.
Well, and John will be on that, so
Yes.
for whatever that's worth.
Wait.
Y'all,
That
and
was
Sarah,
not part of the
Sarah
early
will be
morning
there.
and John.
Sarah will be there as well, though.
Okay, all right, good. Sarah.
I'm there.
Okay, I'll commit to the policy that committee this year and probably join on Zoom most weeks, but.
Thank you for the vote of confidence there.
All right.
So then if we keep Chris and Sean, and I heard interest from Holly. I think that's good. I am a willing sub. I think having 3 folks is beneficial to get well-rounded perspectives to policy, because the way the policies work is OSBA, we have a subscription service. They look at all legislative action and what policies that will affect. They recommend a bunch of changes that come down the pipeline. And then there's some policies that we have to review annually anyway. All those come down the pipeline, and the board policy committee kind of carves it up, proposes like, ooh, I think this might serve us better. That goes back to OSBA. Their legal folks check it. Once it's good to go, it goes to the work session where the board has a conversation about that policy. And so the policy review committee is kind of that triage of the policy folks.
And we try not to spend a lot of time on crafting it, because it does have so many legal components to it that we generally take the recommendation from OSBA.
The lawyers give us a pretty thorough policy,
Yeah.
although sometimes we do find words that can change.
Or they give us choices.
They
There's
give choices.
decision rights,
Yeah.
this or this.
It's a lot of fun.
Okay, so there we've got a policy review committee, superintendent search committee disbanded.
Right.
Oh, I've just.
Right.
Pending first review.
Is there something else?
Middle school sports committee, is that a standing committee?
Now, where did that come up? Cause I'm not seeing.
Oh, superintendent evaluation, sorry.
Yeah.
Superintendent evaluation committee, we need to establish, and you saw some of the scope of work that we're gonna have engaged in. I will volunteer for that one.
I've served on it in the past.
And I have also
Yeah.
we've done virtual before, we could do in person.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to that one either, although I don't want to overcommit myself, so.
Yeah.
So when do you guys usually meet on that one? What have
In
you
the
got?
spring,
No, I mean, time of day. Is it morning,
Oh,
afternoon, evening?
it was, we just did whatever worked for the
Whatever.
3 of us, yeah.
Usually it's kind of afternoon.
Yeah.
Work best for us, but it was
It
a
was
joint,
virtual.
like,
Yeah,
whatever works.
we just kind of agreed on a time that worked and then did it.
I'm
virtually.
trying to talk Brenna into it.
Join us, Brenna.
I mean, I'm my only worries is like October, November,
It's not that.
so as long as I was like, will be a little wonky for me, but so if for time commitment wise.
That actually works pretty well, because October is the first key deadline, and that's what the goals and superintendent alignment is established at October meeting, and then April, it'll ramp up before March. Ramp up right before March to.
I'd be willing to give it a go.
Okay.
And then who's the third?
I'm
Because
fine
I'm
with
happy
that.
about it. I think one of us being there, good. Yeah, Sean, I
I'll-
would like you on there.
Sure.
Done HR jobs.
Yeah.
I've done it the
Okay, you're
last
the
few
sub.
years, so.
I'll be on there and Holly will be the sub.
So I got Holly, not Holly, Holly's the sub, and then Sean, Blake, Brenda are the official.
Yeah.
committee. Okay.
Okay, middle school sports committee.
I'll join that.
And I'd stay on that one.
Okay.
And what is that one? Cause it doesn't even show up on my list.
Oh, it's on last
It's
year's.
on
list.
last year's, yeah.
Oh, I just printed it off the agenda.
We met with the OSTs from each of the middle schools, which stands for out of school time. Correct? Their acronym. To kind of gather their feedback on middle school sports, what's needed. That Bruce last year, Bruce Schmidt kind of ran those meetings, and so we were just there as listening and provide feedback from the board perspective.
And that's also where volleyball came out of. So volleyball came out of that committee as an initial sport, and the idea is that we would meet, you know, each year, consider is it appropriate to add a sport or how are things going, that type of thing. So I think we missed it. It was 2 years ago, but I think we missed last year because all the transition.
Yeah.
But it'd be great to have that meeting continue.
Is it a committee that's still standing though? Is that
It
Okay.
can be still standing.
let's keep you two on it. I was looking at last year's list and I do see that it's not on this year's list, but yeah, maybe we'll flush that out. But we've got.
And there has been some changes, I know, for middle school. They did, the district has included sixth graders in some middle school sports, and there's a kind of competitive and a recreation league that have different price points. And so there is some work still being done. Changes and stuff. So.
Then I don't think I've missed one then. Educational Equity Advisory Committee. Is this the one that is now by state law is advisory to the superintendent?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we will not have a board.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
We will still be required to have someone from the EEC on our budget committee, and we already have that in place with the roster. So
okay,
I think we're good with all of that.
But it doesn't have to have the board involved with it because they have that shared responsibility.
Yep.
We'll want to talk through because we received those minutes because they were advisory to the board. And so we'll want to really talk through how do we get that feedback loop back to the board.
Yep.
Will be helpful.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay.
And so how are we going on some of these, especially that have either been longstanding without a lot of detail? How and who are going to do the charter statement of purpose for these?
Let me flesh that out in my,
Okay.
It's been a thought, but I need
Okay.
somebody to do it.
Maybe I can write down, like, maybe at our next leadership meeting, we can talk about that, and also what the expectation or the goal would be for the feedback loop for people to give updates on.
Yes. Yeah, I like that. Let's. Any generic ideas that folks are wrestling through right now, if they want to get off before we have those conversations, or
think that, you know, go around the reports, do what I can say, kind of thing. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Good. Sounds good. Any other input on that? All right, that brings us to our next agenda item, which is our district strategic goals and plan on a page. I'm gonna turn it to Tracy.
Yes. Good hand all. This is the board. Fancy plan on page. Presentation on here, right?
Yeah.
Serious cards. Yep.
Or no, now, but maybe she wants to. Yes, for longer.
Right.
Feels important. Color, yeah.
Yes, perfect. Okay. And yes, this is important enough to use cardstock. I heard the chatter. And I was sharing with my table that I had a little moment of clarity that this might also help connect some dots for folks around kind of superintendent evaluation, some of the actions and what all that can start to look like. So maybe this was just so well timed, but I also want to kind of share, we started today with kind of big picture and how we operate together, kind of started talking about some common shared goals, started narrowing down into some actions. And this is kind of the next step as we continue to kind of narrow our focus today in terms of instructional strategic goals. That's really what we're going to talk about, right, for a little bit. But I do want to be sure that everybody knows who the people are that are doing this work and the different roles of these key teams in our district. So cabinet, you've met today. They've all been here. Cabinet is really kind of that multidisciplinary team across the district. So we have many different departments with varying interests in our work coming together to kind of work through different things. So we have HR present, we have finance present, we have instructional folks present, we have operational folks present. And so those conversations that need kind of that full breadth of kind of review and perspective are happening at the cabinet level. The instructional leadership team, you'll notice there's some names on both sides. There are five team members that serve on cabinet and on instructional leadership. And the instructional leadership team is exactly that. It really is the departments coming together that oversee the instructional practices across the district, have the most direct supports to schools, guide school improvement planning and processes, provide professional development, all of those sorts of things. And so when you look at this kind of plan on a page, it's the work of all of us, but it's really most directly guided by this instructional leadership team.
Which normally is referred to as ILT team.
ILT, exactly.
Yeah, tomorrow that's how you'll hear it.
Yep, ILT. Probably later in this, you'll hear ILT. So just to kind of have a sense of the who. So our plan on the page here, when we talk about our strategic goals, we have these 5 goals in blue, and we're going to talk through these all a little bit deeper. But these 5 goals of inclusive culture, instructional alignment, equity-driven MTSS, early literacy and biliteracy, and pathways, these have been focus areas for our district for a number of years. And what we've been doing each year, and maybe not been communicating clearly to you, is that each year we kind of adopt different actions or next steps related to those key priorities. So what you have in front of you are the 25-26 key tasks or key things that our ILT is going to focus on for each of these layers of things. The connection I made earlier today, when we were talking about superintendent evaluation, is this isn't a lot different than if we had the 4 key conditions of the board with some different things that adjust underneath them in terms of the tasks for the year. So this is on cardstock because it's gone to our principals. We hope to see these hanging in schools. You may want to hang them in your bathroom or next to your computer or wherever. Keep them handy, but it kind of helps give you just kind of that high level overview of the priorities that we have for each of these areas. So we're going to talk through these a little bit today, help give you some definition around what do we actually mean by inclusive culture, and then just kind of have you take a quick look at what the focus is and around that. We have many members of our ILT here. You all can chime in if there's questions, but really inclusive culture is really about fostering an inclusive culture that values the cultures, languages, and experiences of our students and families, experience agency to learn, grow, and thrive in effective teaching and learning environments. So you can see one of the key things here is around transformative social emotional learning, or TESOL. You're going to hear that. We have new state adopted standards around social emotional learning. Last year, we went through an adoption process. You heard about that in the spring, and we purchased some curriculum for K-8. We have a lot of professional development work to do and implementation of that new curriculum this year. So that will be a part of the work that you hear. We've had an inclusion plan for a number of years. So there's components of that we're going to continue to work through. There's work around our hiring practices that are connected to inclusive culture. Heather, I think earlier you were talking about kind of recruitment of staff and some of that. That's all kind of a part of that work, and there's a plan around that. Discipline handbook falls here. Community engagement, and then our DLI expansion to middle school. So right here in this building, we're going to have our first group of 6th graders for DLI. Questions?
Yeah. Inclusion plan. How can I get a copy of the current one?
We can get you that.
Okay.
Yeah. Other questions?
Where is the inclusion plan? Is it actually on our website?
It had been on our website, and I need to look. There were some updates. So, yeah. And just in full transparency, with Dawn leaving us this year and moving to Portland Public, that is a position that was not filled because of budgetary reasons. And so more of that work has been embedded into other people's work. And so that's going to look and feel different this year. Okay. Instructional alignment. So really being sure that we are strengthening our alignment and delivering accessible, intentional, and high impact instruction to guarantee equitable outcomes for every student. For many years in this district, our programs might look different from school to school. Middle school to middle school might have some differences. High school to high school might have some differences. Elementary schools as well. So we've really worked hard in the last couple of years to bring things into stronger alignment so the student experience across our schools is more similar. So you can see some of that work in terms of some of our next steps are really around continuing integrating our literacy instruction into content instruction. So what that means is I might be a social studies teacher teaching social studies content, and I might also be supporting my students with reading strategies or comprehension strategies, or utilize a vocabulary strategy to help my students learn how to access the content in a different way. So that's an important part of our work. We're really focused on common instructional strategies. You're going to hear a lot about EML or emerging multilinguals, and I'll share a little bit more about why in just a little bit when we look at our demographic data. But our emerging multilingual students need additional language supports. And so we have to be really intentional about how we're providing that instruction, because that's a group that we're not serving well in our district right now. Same for special ed. So common strategies and routines, that includes some co-planning and co-teaching. So that might be myself as a classroom teacher working alongside Donna, who's a special education teacher, and we're planning instruction together to really maximize the opportunity for our students. Math instructional practices, huge piece that we need to continue to work on with a focus on student discourse or kids talking about math so that they're processing that content. And then again, DLI again. DLI coming to middle school is a big deal for us.
Tracy, just a phrase that I think has a lot of confusion in the community, still, and honestly in my own brain, but what, when educators say equitable outcomes, what do they mean?
So equitable outcomes would be that despite my race, my background, my socioeconomic status, that there are similar outcomes across groups. That when students walk into a school, we aren't able to predict how they might perform in our settings based on how they look or some of the different aspects of who they are. A big piece of that is the access part. And it's about us not having barriers that are preventing students from accessing different types of education. So a good example of that is a practice that we've had for middle school for emerging multilinguals is they would be pulled out and have a course around language development, which meant they were missing an elective. So how are we looking at how we can embed that instructional need, that instructional support into other ways without taking something away from students? That also comes to play with CTE and accessing different electives in high school.
The integration of content into literacy and literacy into content instruction, is the teachers going to require any special training to like teach someone how to read opposed to just teaching social studies?
Yes. That's where some of the key strategies come into play. And I'm looking at Tim because this is going to be a big piece of his work this year. The state just adopted an adolescent literacy framework that really looks at those middle grades, like, is it 6 or is it 5? 6 through 12? Grades 6 through 12 in how to do this work. So Tim spent a lot of time with others, but spent a lot of time with our principals this summer unpacking that document and what does that actually look like and what professional development do teachers need. Sometimes we'll hear from a social studies teacher, I'm a social studies teacher, I don't know how to teach reading, right? And so we do need to help them with those strategies. Yep, great question. Okay. Equity-driven MTSS. So implementing multi-tiered systems of support that utilize teams to use evidence-based decision-making practices that prioritize equitable outcomes for student success. So these are really the systems that we're building in our schools with different teams to look at data and figure out what kids need and figure out how to get to them. Really the simplest way to put it. And so we have spent the last couple of years really focusing on teaming structures and finding times to meet and who needs to be there. What's a parent's role in that? What's a counselor's role in that? But then also making sure that we have the right kind of data for teams to look at so that then they can make good decisions to support kids. So this has been an ongoing piece of work for us. Okay. Early literacy and biliteracy. The biliteracy addition there is new for us and very relevant to where we're at with DLI and supporting emerging multilinguals. So really a lot of this comes down to some really key strategies around foundational reading skills and continuing to really focus on that work. Talk Cite Write is a specific routine that we teach teachers to use in their classroom. We're also doing a stronger focus on writing this year and how to build and write a sentence. So that's important work for our young literacy students. And then non-categorical service delivery. That's a mouthful. But basically what that means is regardless of a student's needs in terms of an IEP or language development or whatever the service is that they might need, that everybody's kind of entitled to the same level of support. So we might have groups that have students with all kinds of different needs happening in a school, but it really doesn't, you don't have to be in special ed to get this service. You don't have to, you know, qualify in this kind of way. It's really about meeting kids where they're at. It's a big part of our MTSS systems in terms of making sure that students are getting the services that they need.
Is that new?
Ish. We've done a lot of PD with schools around it, with our elementary especially.
We diving just real quickly. So a student doesn't get an IEP if they're showing certain levels of growth. It doesn't matter how desperately low of grade level they are. That's my interpretation and my experience.
Okay.
Does this pertain to that?
Ish. Really, we want to be able to utilize our resources to provide small group instruction across a school, regardless of what category our students might fall into, right? That's the non-categorical piece. So that could mean that someone who is hired to support special education might be serving other students. It might mean that a classroom teacher who's really strong with literacy is providing the specially designed instruction for a student that has special education needs as well. So it's really more about how do we utilize resources in a way that's non-categorical so that we are serving as many kids as possible in the best fit we can for what they need.
Seems agile, more agile.
For sure.
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And you're sitting next to one of the experts right there at your table. If you have further questions. That's why I'm like looking for Heidi to give me the nod, like, yep, you got it, Tracy. And I see Michelle out here, yep. So if you want to get in the weeds, there's your people.
Oh, sorry, one more just point. Because I have to express this every time it comes up. Biliteracy is a value for all of our students. And while our focus is rightly on EML students, foreign language is a value to every student in the way that it introduces them to other culture.
Yeah.
I wonder how that's going to change when that new update comes out.
I don't know, but it's one of the few programs students today have less opportunities to experience foreign language than I had, and there's very few programs that fit in that realm within education. So that's just why I have to say that.
Yeah, our opportunities around world language support have changed. And some of that is accessibility to teachers that teach in those foreign languages. And when we talk about biliteracy, it is an intentional instructional choice and strategy that we're making based on population of students in our district. So when we think about biliteracy, we typically or most often are referring to students that are being bilingual in Spanish and in English, because that is a huge need in our context. But you're right, there are a lot of other opportunities that might be more about enrichment, right? And more about that growth for individuals than biliteracy in terms of DLI being an intentional instructional strategy.
Yeah, but I will say we did have a student who did get his biliteracy seal that was not
Oh, that was really English video.
yeah, English, his first language was English. So
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very exciting.
And more of that will happen because we do have a number of primary English speaking students that are in our DLI program. So yep, some that will be trilingual. Yeah. Okay. Pathways. This is something everybody gets pretty excited about. So pathways are really establishing pre-K to post-secondary career pathways that expand access to and increase retention in CTE, or career technical education, programs of study for students, with a focus committed to supporting those who are currently and historically underserved. This is where some of that access piece comes in that you were asking about, Blake, in terms of, are there other barriers to students being able to participate in things like CTE or accessing Cal in our district? And so you see some of the priorities there. We have more work to do in terms of how there's intersections with this work with the social emotional learning standards. So that's a big piece of the work for this year. We also, you'll notice the pre-K. We haven't always had the pre-K up there. So really thinking about that early learning opportunity to establish pathways and exposure for kids that are in those younger grades is a piece of this work that we haven't developed as fully as we have high school. A lot of times when we talk about pathways, we're thinking high school, or we might think about STEAM in middle school. But there's also this elementary component and more that could be happening at middle school as well. Okay. So kind of making some connections for all of you. So these are our instructional priorities. You have a little more sense of the focus of the work for this year. Connecting back to your board conditions for success. I think it was Sean that said, hey, are you guys still going to include this in your presentations this year? We are. And what that's looked like is at the beginning of a team member's presentation to you all, a slide similar to this comes up, and we put a check mark by the board condition that the content connects the closest to. So you'll continue to see that. But what I want you to see here is a very incomplete web, I think Blake was the word you used, of arrows, where we've got our instructional focus in the blue, or what you see on this plan on the page, and you see the board conditions below. And many of these things, there's lots of overlap, and there could be lots of additional arrows that are connectors in this work. Between the work of kind of those actions that we talked about earlier today and these instructional priorities. And that's where I think there's some things that we can pull out of here to kind of help with some of these other conversations that we had earlier today. Okay. So again, just helping people see the alignment. So who do we serve in GBSD? One of the reasons I want to kind of bring this forward and have a moment to just kind of pause and talk about it is sometimes this information is really surprising to people. People are surprised that less than 44% of our student body is white, or that 36% of our student body is Hispanic. Sometimes those numbers are surprising to people. We also have are economically disadvantaged. 52, more than half of our kids live in an economically disadvantaged kind of opportunity. 23% of our students are ELL or emerging multilinguals, or 14% get support through an IEP. 114 languages spoken in our district. Like those are some shocking numbers. And I say that here because what you're going to hear in the next presentation is some of our data about our performance. And part of what you're going to hear in the strategies is a focus of support around our emerging multilingual students and around our students receiving special education services. And I want you to understand some of the why.
Basically, could you just really quickly, section 504, title 10, could you clarify what?
What is?
Oh, sorry. He said Tracy, I'll be quiet.
But he knows the 504s. So 504s are plans that are put in place for students when there tends to be some kind of medical need that they have that's impacting their learning. So it's similar to an IEP in terms of additional accommodations that might be provided for a student to just help them better access their instruction. And then Title 10, that's essentially our houseless population. So for us, that can look like students that might have unstable housing because their family lives with another family or moving place to place. There's lots of kind of layers of definition there, but essentially it's our houseless population.
What's the difference between Title 10 and McKinney-Vento?
It's the same.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Yep.
It's just Title 10 is what they call it.
Yep.
And do we, it's not listed on their percentage with an IEP. So,
special education. Oh, yep. And this was from June. That's not live data right now. And it's changed. I looked the other day.
So live data right now, SPED is at 15.3%. But remember, we're getting a lot of requests for records. Yeah. Our mobility is high. These numbers will not solidify until that second week of September. We will see a lot of flux. So economically disadvantaged, 51.2%. English language learners, 20%. Languages spoken, 116. Section 504, 5.4. And Title 10, this is a huge swing, and there's a reason for it because we recertify kids each year. It's down to 0.55.
Yeah.
It's still likely around 4%.
Yeah.
So Blake, to clarify with the 504, basically they receive accommodations like an IEP kid, but they can't have modifications and they don't have goals.
Correct. And the difference between modifications and accommodations are accommodations give somebody access to learning. Like, do they need to have special something to help them type, whatever it is,
or extra time,
right? Or extra time on a test. A modification is when you're actually modifying the curriculum either to a lower level or even more of a lower level so they can access it. But those are two different things.
Can I add one thing?
Can I add?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, don't do it.
Sorry.
So both categories are people with disabilities. Special education requires specially designed instruction.
Yeah, right.
Both categories require accommodations. And that's really where.
And one is an unfunded mandate. We get no extra money for 504.
And now we're completely bird walking.
I'll stop.
And the point of this, and you will see, this is from a database that we have that is updated as we get enrollments. So I will be including this in my Friday news for you, especially in these first few kind of chunks, because this is going to change. Our current enrollment, that number's a little bit terrifying right now. That we're right now.
What happened?
For end of the school year, that's still on the lower side, but it always drops at the end of the school year and it will pick back up. So the point that I want to make and just kind of tee up the next presentation is really around, we have a significant need when it comes to students that receive special education services and that need support because they're emerging multilinguals. And so there's some key things that we put in place because those are groups that historically we have not served well as a district.
By the one we didn't hit, economically disadvantaged, is that free or reduced lunch? So I think that's 185% of what's called federal poverty level.
Tim's gonna correct me because he's the real data guy back there. He's like waving at me.
So the free reduced lunch number is actually off because we no longer collect forms from each individual student. So this is just a footnote from students that have it in the system in the past. So that's where that data comes from. We don't have an accurate number based on current.
Will that change now that fees are reinstated or no? But I mean,
You're
we'll,
collecting-
we'll recollect that form,
Yeah, because I know that, there's no, we don't have to fill out any income verification, like how we know what that number is, so that's just old data.
Yes.
And there is monitoring we do based on direct service, so percentage or families that access different types of supports, SNAP, etc. We do still qualify for free meals for all of our schools for the next couple of years. So that's an important thing for our district. Okay. Okay, so I think next is a break. Is that correct?
We're gonna do it real quick. Let's reconvene at 2:30. It's 2:21, so we're gonna recess until 2:30.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Like, I know it's a little sliver, a little sliver that it was. Yeah.
will reconvene. And our next agenda item is a continuation of core strategic planning with an English language learner annual report and data oval from 2024-25. With that, I will, there's a host of folks, but I'll turn it over to Heidi. Maybe she'll.
Yeah.
Heidi, do you want something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Dr. Collins. No. So this is our presentation of our district data and our emerging multilingual report as well. And what you're going to see is we are going to go through literacy data, math data, attendance, and then emerging multilingual learners. What we're going to do is as we present the data and our strategies, we're going to give you an opportunity to ask questions at that time. So we're going to go all the way through literacy, data and strategies K through 12, and then give you an opportunity to ask questions. And we'll do the same for math and attendance and emerging multilingual learners. As we go through this presentation, what you'll see is there will be a light blue box on data slides with kind of a takeaway for you. So whether or not you have enough time to like really look at the data, or if you haven't looked at it ahead of time, you'll see that blue box too with the takeaway. And our presentation to start with is follows along with your core conditions of achievement. Sean, you were mentioning that. You appreciate that. I was like, I'm still using it. Super cool. Okay, so here we go. We're going to start with literacy and oops. Yep. We're going to share with you our spring iReady and STAR data. We're going to share with you literacy data by EML status, special education status, and by race ethnicity. And then we're going to share with you some literacy achievement improvement strategies. Sorry, let me get my. So to start with, this is a graph of our iReady end of year spring data for reading. We, this graph does not show a cross-section of 3-year cross-section of data, but what I can tell you about our data is remaining flat over a 3-year trend. You can also see that this graph shows proficiency decreases from kindergarten as you get to 5th grade. And also move on to our growth at this point. Oh, sorry.
Could I ask just briefly?
Yes.
Grade 1, how would they be 2 grade levels below?
Pardon me?
On grade 1, the light red box, is that 2 grade levels
Because it's meant an end of year. So that would be the first opportunity for you to measure 2
so
grades below.
They're pre-K. They're pre-K.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good question. Just kind of let that sink in, and then we'll go on to our next slide, which measures growth. So this slide shows, I've shown this before in the past, this upper left quadrant up here shows low performance and high growth. And this quadrant over here shows high performance, high growth. So you can see with our iReady reading data, we have a lot of schools majority of our schools who are showing high growth. In order for us to make a next steps in achievement, we do need to show growth. A lot of our students who are measuring more than, or at least a year or more below grade level, would need to meet more than typical growth, more than a year's worth of growth for them to catch up to grade level. We call that their stretch growth. Here, we're showing you how students measure our district by domain. So the top 2 domains at the top of this graph show those decoding skills, word reading. So phonological awareness, phonics, and high frequency words. There we're measuring students and their word decoding or their word reading, those foundational skills. From these bottom 4, those domains measure comprehension. And as we started, you can see we have higher levels of proficiency with our word decoding. And as we intervene with our literacy skills throughout our district, we started with those word decoding skills. That's an implementation science would tell us that's where we would start our intervening. So we had a very intense focus on foundational skills at the elementary level the past 3 years. Very intentional focus on word decoding, phonics, and those foundational skills. Not to say that we didn't include comprehension strategies, but the intensity of those initial steps were on those decoding skills. Here you're seeing the students' performance, whether they're an English learner or not an English learner. And what you can see on this chart is that 23% of our EMLs are at or above grade level, and compared to 56% of our non-EMLs. So that's what Tracy was talking about. A lot of our focus for our EMLs that you'll see in our strategies. And here we have our student outcomes based on special education status. So 25% of our students with IEPs are at or above grade level, as compared to 53% of our students who do not have IEPs. This graph shows you our iReady data by race, ethnicity. So you can see in this graph that white students and students who identify as 2 or more races measure higher proficiency than their peers. So we have a persistent gap there as well. So when we're measuring our students' literacy, reporting to you on our DLI students, we use a different assessment. This is not iReady, this is M-Class. And M-Class, we use this to show you how our students are performing because it measures students in Spanish and English. So the big takeaway here, if you look at this red circle, is that a higher percentage of our EMLs in Gresham-Barlow DLI program measure at or above grade level in Spanish or English, as compared to those who are not in the DLI program. So this column here, the white column, these are students who are emerging multilingual learners in our DLI program. And this purple column are emerging multilingual learners who are in schools in our district that are not in our DLI program. So you can see that 49% of our second graders are proficient in either English or Spanish, or at least one of the English or Spanish, as compared to district-wide EMLs. And then as students move up in grade levels, that form, you see the bigger level of performance difference between our students in DLI programs versus students who are not in DLI programs.
Heidi, just a quick clarifying question back on the reading by EML status. Is that iReady, they're not really tests, but is that tested, for lack of a better word, in English or Spanish or only in English?
If you're in our DLI program, you take this in
curriculum is in both, but is this data based on only if they did it in English?
No, some students take this assessment in Spanish. Okay. Good question.
I know we've been looking at the gap for years and years and years. I don't know if we've had the same reading assessment iReady for how long, but looking longevity wise, like, are we closing that gap or are we pretty much staying steady?
That's a good question. And one thing that I forgot to mention on this slide right here is students, when we look at our foundational skills assessment that we use called DIBELS, I've mentioned that before to y'all, we see students who are making higher levels of growth in some grade levels in these areas if they're EMLs as opposed to the total population. So we are seeing some
closing the gap.
Yeah, when we look at specific subtests that are related to these skills. Okay, so this is where Tracy's talking about, we're excited. We are very excited, but we also aren't always, we're not exactly satisfied with our results. And this is what our plan is moving forward to do about that. And we talked a little bit about all of our instructional strategies and our routines are embedded with supports for our EMLs and our students on IEPs. So when we talk about any of these strategies here in routines. As we develop these routines and the professional development for them and the coaching, we do this alongside departments. So our ELD department, English learner department, our special education department, and teaching and learning do all of our work together to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all of our students. So that's what this statement up here means. So for comprehension moving forward this year, we will be having literacy labs, teacher-supported planning, and walkthroughs to deepen our implementation of our Talk Cite Write routine, with a focus on transferring the cognitive load to our students. And the goal is to get students to do the productive thinking, the critical thinking, rather than producing something that is a product at the end, or matching with maybe the product that their peer has or their teacher might have on the IFP, but that students are doing the critical thinking to ask and answer text-dependent questions. That makes sense for the cognitive load. For foundational skills, we will be deepening the implementation of our foundational skills instruction. We'll have ongoing walkthroughs and professional learning and coaching. We've added with our early literacy grant 3 additional literacy coaches that are focused on those additional supports. And those coaches are funded through the early literacy grant. So we were talking about non-categorical service delivery. Those coaches will be going in and coaching those small groups that are happening throughout literacy non-categorical service delivery. Dr. Collins.
All right. Can I ask a quick question about the data in general, and then I don't know if there's an arbitrary number of confidence, but if you were a data scientist, how, I guess, to walk my train of thought, is the iReady assessment an accurate assessment? Meaning are we getting comprehensive participation? Are we confident that students are reflecting their actual learning through the assessment process? And if not, to what degree can we have confidence in it?
I'll tell you from personal experience, my son.
Yeah. Well,
skips through the test.
Yeah, that's my
perspective or the staff perspective.
I guess we're always trying to make sure that we are eliciting students' best responses on an iReady assessment and setting the testing situation up so that we're not putting undue stress on students, but they're also giving us their best efforts.
Do students receive the results of that test back?
So I'm not sure about if they did it their spring, but what we do is some of our schools have goals where they are doing feedback sessions with students. Across all elementary schools, I wouldn't be able to speak to that, but I know that that's goals in some grade levels and some schools.
Okay.
And teachers focus on what the growth goal is for each student in their classroom. They know each student's growth goal.
This has a lot of scrutiny in our state, but content mastery, I guess I'm just saying what I believe to be true out loud. Content mastery is not required to advance grading. Like you don't have to perform. You don't have to read at a 4th grade level to advance 5th grade. And presumably you don't have to read at a 12th grade level to advance graduation. I mean, that's certainly the public perception, and there are elements of this subject to public scrutiny that kind of amplify that perception, just to, I guess, get that out there. I'm trying to be cagey, and here's the thing. I guess I'll state my case and then I'll just get off the soapbox. The numbers can be discouraging when you see 2 grade levels behind in reading. And to know what the standard is for reading at a 3rd grade level, that can be really discouraging as a board member or just as a citizen. That's one side. Then I have a perception about the fidelity of the numbers. And I think a culture of accountability includes our students and families. If students aren't taking it seriously, what's the feedback loop to them that tells them that that has consequence? If that's not attached, then I'm not sure what benefit we're giving our students. I feel like more and more we should have some fidelity in this number. And I don't know that we get that because I don't know how that, I feel like there's such an adult. Educators have this, man, this is a soapbox. Okay, I'll get off of it. Educators have built their profession, and this is a statement of admiration. You've built your profession on this, on these layers of accountability. Oh my gosh, how do we lean in and help this student more? How do we get to the one? How do we get to the each? And I'm not sure that we do a great job of expressing that accountability toward our students and families. You can't control everything, but if the information isn't in front of them, surely in a gracious way, in an age appropriate way, but in a way, then I don't know that we're ever going to get deeper fidelity of our numbers. Until students take it seriously, how do we get deeper? How do we get better numbers? So that's my soapbox. And
one of the things that we do is another assessment called Dibbles that I brought here before, and that is one-on-one with the student. So it's used more to measure those foundational skills. And we were closing the loop here with you with already, but we can compare those two, and we do compare the two assessments. But that you sit down with the student one-on-one, and then sometimes you know the student, and you're like, wait a minute, we need to take this with a grain of salt because I've seen this, I've heard the student read differently. And then maybe even do another one and see how they do. But yeah, so
one assessment as a standalone thing.
Yes.
Is one little sliver of information with a very complex being, right? And so we really do try to utilize multiple data points and what we know of kids.
So kind of looking at this as like an overview, but when we look at students, there are more things that we look at than their I-ready assessment when we're making decisions about, we look at how they respond to lessons and the assessments that are happening within a lesson, how they're responding to dibbles, different things like that. So
thank you. Thanks for indulging me.
David, did you have something?
Well, I was gonna say that I get to see it a lot in the after school side of it where they're in work or they're trying to live life. And it's so hard because during school you learn so much. I remember being in school and learning, don't be afraid, don't be out in the hallways, don't be on your phone when you have phones back in the but then you hire, and I'm not saying it's all of them, but you hire some of these kids all the way, 22, 23, whatever. What do you mean I have to work an extra hour? I quit. What do you mean I don't have my paycheck today? I quit. What do you mean I have to put my phone away? I quit. And I'm just seeing what's going through. I don't want to say going through the system, but I see what's being developed. And it's hard as a community member who employs. So yes, I see
that's part of where my angst is coming from. That is that's where I hear employers are struggling with the soft skills of accountability.
Yes.
And we talk about cultural gaps and all that, with like generational cultural gaps. But I think some of them we perpetuate in grace. So I don't know. That was I back off of it. Come on, David, why'd you do that?
Well, and in some ways, Blake, you're going to be addressing one of the concerns that we actually had. And you'll see one of the things that we're going to try to do at the secondary level with STAR data to address that specifically. So I kind of just want to fly through the data really quick because there's not a lot that's different in the secondary data than we just saw with the elementary. So let's go through pretty quick. This is the STAR reading data. This is our first year doing STAR reading. And again, what STAR is doing is trying to predict what a student, if they're going to be proficient on the state test by springtime. That's what it's attempting to do. And so in the winter, came and did a presentation back in February-ish. Feeling pretty excited, like, hey, we're looking at growth, we're excited. Look at the data at the springtime, we're like, we're basically back to where we started. It was just noise in the system. Is it kids not taking the assessment seriously? Is it students getting used to a new assessment? I'm not exactly sure, but whether it's grade 6, 7, or 8, you kind of see like this little peak in the center and then a drop towards the springtime. And our question is why? This is our first year using a STAR assessment, so we're curious in terms of just even chatting with kids in our middle school principals, especially been talking to kids specifically kind of one-on-one, like help me understand a little bit more what's going on. So we can see that the growth that we saw in the winter, or what we perceived as growth in the winter, wasn't perpetuated into the spring. The other piece as well, kind of along what Heidi was talking about, the proficiency levels here down below. What we thought we saw in terms of growth between fall and winter kind of came back to where we started in the fall. So there wasn't a lot of change when you take a look at fall to spring. There was change from fall to winter, but it's like we either lost momentum or something changed or shifted. In terms of some of the gaps, same sorts of gaps that you see with the iReady data you see here as well. EML versus non-EML, significant gap. And the gap from here to here maybe closes slightly, but overall the gap remains pretty persistent. Same sort of thing here. This is by SPED status. Interestingly, you can see, and this is not a huge shift from fall all the way to spring. There's a slight narrowing of the gap, but based on where we were at the very beginning, it's hard to know what the data actually means. We're not talking about a significant shift from fall to spring. There seems to be some moderate improvements. So we want to know, like, were the things that were taking place, additional strategies or additional focus with our special education students in the general ed class? We don't know yet. We want to dig into that just to see what might have impacted, or was there anything strategic being done to impact the outcome? As far as race and ethnicity is concerned, what you'll notice is we're kind of all over the map, but something with Heidi's data that we thought was really intriguing. Not surprising, our students that identify as white had the highest proficiency rates on the STAR Region assessment. And then our students with 2 or more, so mixed race, were the second group, and that's the same with our iReady data. And once again, in terms of why, we don't know. But it's one of those pieces that's intriguing to us to go, there seems to be a trend or a pattern there, what's going on. As far as the dark red line, students identify as Asian, that was the same on iReady as well, kind of 1, 2, 3. That same pattern is shown here on the STAR reading data in grades 6 through 8. So there's a trend or a pattern that's persistent, whether you're looking at elementary or looking at middle school.
Sorry, but to understand context, the leftmost of the line, are the expectations of that test or the standards of that test equal to the standards on the far right?
Because it's estimating how many students will be proficient on the state test when they take it in the spring. So if I take this solid blue line of American Indian Alaska Native, in this fall assessment, STAR said you're looking probably around 20% of your students will be proficient if the tests were given right now, or based on typical growth and those sorts of things. Whereas in the winter, it said looks like some growth is taking place, but it's looking to predict whether a student will or will not pass the state assessment. So that end part is still the same.
Oh, okay, sorry. If asking it, if a line were perfectly straight, would that still be evidence of growth? No. They're flat line of their knowledge.
We want to see the line with an upward trajectory. We want to see more students predicted to pass the state test as time goes on. Is what we would like to see. Does that?
Yeah. Well, except that if they were already proficient in the fall, still proficient in the winter, still proficient in the spring, it would be a flat line, correct? Am I misunderstanding that?
That's correct.
Yes, but
because the goalpost is the same, so
yes, but ideally, as we're taking a look at our instruction, our instruction should be helping to address students that aren't yet proficient or that aren't showing proficiency, whatever the standards might be.
Yeah.
So the goal
overall,
the goal should be an upward trajectory.
Yeah. Oh, one student could be flatlined and still be proficient, but as an overall,
correct.
Got it. Thank you.
So as far as strategies are concerned, one of the things that we're going to be doing, and Tracy mentioned this already, but the adolescent literacy framework came out from ODE this last spring. I've spent
a couple of hours already in August unpacking the first couple of chapters of that with our secondary administrators. We'll be doing some work with our teachers 6 through 12 as they come back this next week. And then infusing this into the work that we're doing. And really the focus is understanding that literacy is not just the responsibility of a language arts teacher. Literacy takes place in technical ed, it takes place in math, it takes place every content, every classroom. Literacy is a part of student learning, and literacy being not just reading, but it's reading, it's writing, it's speaking, and it's listening. So it's elevating those for particular outcomes in all of our classes, in all of our content areas. So unpacking that piece. Along with this, and maybe this is on the math slide, one of the things that we want to take a look at is starting to partner with our students. So you're asking about, do students know their scores? For STAR, they do, as soon as they're done. And so working with students to go, here's the number that came out, here's what it means. How do you think you did? Do you think you can do better? Almost gamifying it, so to speak, to allow students to have greater ownership of the actual assessment itself. As far as literacy strategies is concerned, we're going to be building on a lot of the work that elementary has done, especially around vocabulary, elevating a vocabulary routine into our secondary classrooms. Partner reading was one that you saw that Heidi talked about. It's already taking place at the elementary level. So continuing that practice and that strategy into the secondary level, giving kids a chance to practice both the speaking and the listening as a part of that reading. Then also developing routines around summarization, which has been shown to have significant impact on students' ability to read and retain information. And then finally, spending some more work. So TSI stands for Target School Improvement. All of our elementary school, all of our middle schools, and our two bigs, as far as the high schools are concerned, have additional resources from the state to focus on our students that are multilingual, our students that are in special education, because their test scores are so low from the state. So we're working with our EML department to put co-planning and co-teaching practices together to elevate strategies that impact learners in all of the classes. So just a brief summary of kind of our next steps based on where we are data-wise. Questions?
Just out of curiosity, have you done gender-based analysis of literacy?
I have not, as far as the STAR is concerned. I've not looked at that. It's a good question. But I can read that though. It's just
well, I mean, I'm curious, but I don't know if
yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do a time check. I'm gonna do a time check for everybody. We are a quarter of the way through the presentation and halfway through our time. So we're gonna try to pick it up a little bit.
Giddy up. Okay.
Yep. So next we're gonna go through the same series of slides for math.
Which should go faster.
It'll go faster. And remember, this is a snapshot of iReady at this point in the spring. This is our end of year iReady data for math. And again, we are showing a flat trend over a 3-year period of time for math. And this is our iReady data showing English learner status and non-English learners. And you can see 19% of our EMLs are at or above grade level as compared to 44% of our non-EMLs being at or above grade level. And for our students with IEPs, 18% of our students with IEPs are at or above grade level, and 41% of our students who do not have IEPs are at or above grade level.
I have just a real quick question. How can a student have an IEP if they're at grade level?
They may have a speech goal and be able to read fine. So IEP doesn't necessarily mean unless you disaggregated it this way, it doesn't necessarily mean IEP for math.
Or it could be literacy.
And it could be a significant medical condition that requires a lot of things. There's 13 different qualifying categories within IDPA, the Individual with Disabilities Education Act.
Okay. Or it could be that they met grade level at this point in time. And they're on their own. Okay, yeah, good question. And this is our iReady data disaggregated by race, ethnicity. With white students and students who identify as 2 or more races measure higher proficiency than their peers. This is that growth chart I was showing you before. So remember the upper left is low performance, high growth. So we're going to want to be starting to see our schools entering in that high growth category. So elementary math strategies. Once again, we embed all of our routines and strategies with supports for our AMLs and our students with IEPs. And for conceptual understanding, we're hosting math labs this year and planning focused on math practices that lead to conceptual understanding and discourse and transfer that cognitive load to the students. So they're doing the critical thinking and engaging in that discourse. And for instructional leadership, our principals are delivering a series of PDs focused, or professional developments focused on the Try, Discuss, Connect routine, which is the routine that iReady uses our curriculum. And they will also be participating in math walkthroughs with an iReady consultant. And our principals are evaluating their PLC and meeting times with their teams to create more time, structured leading, more time for math PLCs and conversations about math planning.
Does cognitive load make sense? That's a very educational
knowledge, right?
It's really, it's a very educational kind of concept that we talk about. And I think I can connect it to an example here. So cognitive load is like, who's doing the work? Who's doing the thinking? Is the teacher up there just like imparting all this knowledge on kids, or are kids like wrestling with it and reflecting on it themselves? So an example is actually our World Cafe back here, right? I could have given you a list of potential board actions and you could have said, yes, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, right? But instead the cognitive load was on you to grapple with the thinking and make the connections between what you wanted to do and how that connected to the work. So just as kind of an example of, you did the work there, I didn't do the work. Same thing in a classroom, getting kids to hold more of that cognitive load, because then they're making connections and doing that critical thinking piece. And part of what happened as we struggled to get through COVID and kind of transition out of that is there was like this place of compassion that we were in. We were trying to just support the heck out of kids, right? So we were carrying the cognitive load. So shifting that back on our kids to really being the ones doing the thinking is a lot of what that means. But I think that's an important concept to kind of understand, because that is something that really is a focus of something we really talk about with our staff.
It's independent critical thinkers.
Yeah.
Could I ask, this is part of the storytelling side of it, no soapbox at all.
Yeah.
Is it possible to disaggregate this data according to attendance data? Or cross-cut it?
Impact of attendance. Right? I mean, I think we have to start looking at how attendance is impacting
Sometimes at our conferences, we will look at like an assessment, like the Dibbles assessment, and then compare that to attendance and be able to share that with families when they come to conferences. And in addition to these strategies here, we have a sense of belonging and we have attendance. And those are other initiatives that we're working on in our district that will affect our achievement outcomes.
I would just say never underestimate the power of a Connect to Kindergarten flyer that says, check this out in Gresham-Barlow. Look at kids who attended 80% of the time or more, and look who did.
Yeah.
To a young family trying to navigate this world, restore a premium on education, which was also an event to come back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially following COVID.
There's another connection to make too that we're enforcing this year. What we're really pushing this year is, imagine the student that misses one day a month. It's not huge. Imagine that student has a teacher that misses one day a month or two, and they're not coinciding. Kid just missed 10%. And you can pound that over 9 to 10 months. So it's got to be staff as well as students.
And you basically summarize Michelle's presentation. But the math is gonna look fairly similar in some ways to what you saw with the reading data. As you take a look at the numbers, one of the things to notice, while the shapes of the graph look different, the overall proficiency percentages are much lower for math. So remember, for reading, you're looking at proficiency rate, the lowest one for the
differentiated by race was 20% proficiency. We're topping out at about 20% proficiency for all of our kids. So there's a difference. Well, this looks like it's a positive trend, and it is. We're curious what's happening in grade 7 specifically. The overall proficiency for math is much lower than our proficiency for reading, as far as the assessment is concerned. Same sort of thing, proficiency levels fairly consistent across grade levels. So once again, the scale impacts what the lines look like. If the scales were different on the side, the lines will look more flat. So I just want to point that out as we go through. By EML status, some slight growth from fall to spring, which is great, but there's really no closing of the gap as far as our students are concerned with math. When you take a look at SPED status, same sort of thing. We see a general upward trend. The gap is still the same. As you're looking from fall to spring. And we also took a look at the same two groups on the STAR reading are the same two top groups in terms of ethnicity on STAR math. Same sort of trend and pattern as we're looking from fall to spring. Most of our student groups are showing growth, which is great, but the growth is really slight. So once again, the scale on the side impacts what appears to be large growth, but you're only looking at like 21 to about 24%, right? So not a huge difference as you're looking over time. So with that, jumping to math strategies, and here's where we're talking about creating that student ownership piece, making sure that our students are recognizing the STAR assessment is a measurement that they can use to evaluate their own learning and their own progress. And so by trying to gamify it a bit and helping kids go like, can you do better? You think you can? What would that look like? Let's give it a shot. Let's try again. Creating that buy-in for kids to go, well, I think I can do better. Let's try. Also continuing to work with the results from STAR to figure out how that can inform our instructional practices. Evelina Lights, who's our math coach, has been taking the lead on that with our math teachers to understand what do we do with the data in order to inform instructional practices, both to inform the big group instruction, but also to target it towards individual students. Building thinking classrooms, you talked about that cognitive load piece. Building thinking classrooms is around how do you implement strategies that elevate student talk in math class or student discourse in math classes. So it's not just students sitting down, writing out problems, wrote over and over. We're really talking about what does the problem mean? How might I solve the problem? What are different ways to do it? What do you think? So really elevating that conversation or discourse part of math instruction is our focus in our middle school setting. And then finally, the same thing, co-planning, co-teaching. It's not just taking place inside of our language arts classes, but also taking place inside of our math classes as well. So that's our brief summary for math strategies at secondary level. And you'll see similarity between what we're doing at the elementary and the middle school level. So questions?
The strategies that they're highlighting for literacy or for math, elementary or for secondary, are something that I would love to show you. So if there's opportunities for us to go visit and actually see this work in action, that would really make my heart happy. It's one thing to kind of see it on a paper. It's another thing to hear teachers collaborating and really trying to, work through some of the challenges and learn from each other. So I just want to put that invitation out there, and don't be surprised if you're saying, hey, I'd love to go visit a school. If I try to coordinate, you being able to see some of this work in action.
I would say one time I went to visit a grade school and saw a grade level teaching team is who I believe it was meeting. And that was one of the most eye-opening school visits I had, just because you can see all of those pieces, like you said, the iReady, the doubles, and then all come together, and they're really talking about students and how to elevate their learning. So if you have a chance.
In all of this, our teachers are working incredibly hard to change this data and putting their whole heart into it. And we cannot be satisfied. So we've got to be looking at what's the fine tuning, what's the adjusting, what's the thing we stop doing to create more space for math discourse. And so just that intentional work, and some of that is hard too. So everybody's working really hard to give our kids everything they need.
And they're working really hard to get kids to school. So speaking of kids,
So this part of the presentation, I was just gonna touch on district-wide, so a couple district-wide success data points, because we are seeing some success. And then looking at 8-year trends by level, looking at attendance rates by race and ethnicity, and then kind of what our attendance improvement strategies are focused in on. So this part of the presentation, again, with attendance, particularly when we start thinking about the secondary level and how our secondary students oftentimes vote with their feet. You know, that sense of belonging and, you know, thinking about why kids come to school, and then also the opportunities that are available, but do have a connection to achievement, essentially, but these two were the strongest connection points. So in terms of looking at on-track attendance, and we define on-track, and we're using that, and there's different ways that we talk about attendance. There's attendance rates, there's regular attenders, the ODE reports, and then there's on-track attendance. And for the purposes of this data, and what shows up in Panorama is we're looking at on-track because when students are attending at least 90% of the days of school, there's a high correlation they would graduate from high school. So it's about being on track for graduation. It's kind of the way that it's set up in Panorama. And so this data is from Panorama, and it's looking at on track. And so when students are kind of 80 to 90% on track, they're at risk. And when they're less than 80%, they're more critically at risk. So that's kind of how we sort that out. The two bright spots that we found in the data at the end of the year is that because we've really been focusing on intentionality around authentic engagement with all of our focus groups. And we're seeing 5 of our 7 subgroups, when we look at this data sorted by race and ethnicity, have increased the number of students on track by 3.2%. So that's sort of a gap closing for our focus groups. And that's was a great outcome to find. And then overall, over the past 2 years, we are up 5%. So we have 5% more students on track than we did 2 years ago. So we are seeing some incremental movement of the dial, which is great. This part of the presentation, we're going to go elementary, middle, and then high. There's 2 data points to pull out. And this is looking at the percentage of students on track for attendance at the elementary level. And you can see that, is this going to work? Oh, that's okay. I'll spend more time arguing with it. You can see the last 3 years, you start to see that upward trend. So we are seeing an increase in attendance at the elementary level. And I can tell you what schools have been doing just in terms of communication, setting expectations, helping people understand what is strong attendance. Another important piece we learned a couple of years back is we did such a great job of telling people when to keep their kids home during COVID. We forgot to tell them, oh, and start bringing them back. Now it's keeping home in temps. So we had to undo some of that messaging as well. This thing I think just stopped working. Oh wait, there it is. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong way. Let's see what it's doing. Sorry, okay, I pushed another button. I should just stop pushing buttons. Okay, that's the next one. Okay, so the next data point here is looking at the end of last year, looking at race and ethnicity. And the table that does this over 8 years is really hard to look at. And what I was specifically looking at is, are we seeing incremental increases in all of our subgroups or subgroups? And what we have found at 6 of the 7 subgroups, that trajectory of improving attendance is showing up across subgroups sorted by race, which is really important work because that's what we've been trying to make sure is we're impacting all of the groups. Let's see, let's work. Okay, it was an issue. Maybe. Oh, I think it's just something. No. Okay. All right, so middle school, this is the 8-year trend in terms of, are we seeing any progress? What we're seeing is growth in middle school attendance remains flat. So we aren't seeing that increase in middle school yet. And then go to the next one. And when I looked at the potential, is there any growth in the subgroups? It also remained flat. Some years were up, some years were down, but there wasn't like a steady, like, oh, they're all starting to go up incrementally. And then you'll see the same thing with high school. We still have that attendance rate. It's essentially flat, down and up. And this is over the years, the 8-year trend. And then when looking at the end of last year, distributed by race and ethnicity, again, we have that flat. So we're seeing progress at elementary, but we're flat at the secondary level. A lot of the schools have spent some time talking to kids and getting more information from kids about like what makes you want to go to class? And there's 2 really clear themes. Kids go to class when they like their teacher, and they go to class if the content is relevant. And so we're really starting to think about how do we weave that focus into the different things that we're doing, both from I like my teacher, that sounds a lot like relationships, connection, sense of belonging. Go to the next slide. And then the other one is your next. Yes, and then of course the other one is curriculum based. Is this content relevant to my life when I'm 16? Is your hand up? Yeah.
Yeah, how much of a carrot is co and extracurricular participation?
I don't have data on that. Anecdotally, I think that that's probably logic would tell me it's related to a sense of belonging. And like, if I have to make sure I'm at school a certain amount of time in order to play a game, you know, there's a logic to that.
I think it's a piece of the pie, but when you look at that data, it just assuming, because it's been flat, not as much of carrot as it used to be, and that's probably post-pandemic. The other thing that plays into all this is after the pandemic, the initial research, which is borne out, told us it would take 10 years to recover attendance. But I also want to be clear in Oregon. Oregon has always had higher absence rates than the rest of the country. There's a culture here that it's okay to miss school. The pandemic amplified that. And that's the same with our adults, that's the same with kids. And I don't understand it. And right now, even post-pandemic, we're leading the country in absences compared to everybody else. That's a state issue. That's an adult issue. That's us talking parents issue too, because kids need to be in school. We're missing a lot.
Like I would add to that, I think that would be a bigger gap in enforcement of those were held at a higher standard. I don't think coaches are aware when kids are missing and shouldn't be at practice. In fact, I know some of them are not. Some of them in your.
This is a attendance distribution by grade level. So you can see kindergarten here all the way down to 12th grade and then a summary at the end. And this is looking at of 100% of kids, what percentage of students are on track, you know, greater than 90%, which are showing up at that 80 to 90% attendance, and which ones are below 80%, that sort of distribution where we look at groups of kids. And you can see at the elementary, we tend to be higher, and then it starts to slow down. You start to see that shift where we have fewer kids on track over time. And so we can kind of see where that our challenge lies.
Beyond, I know, but if you just even look at, and we could dive into this, you look at 4th grade, 71.1% regular attendance, 30% or not. And if you want to talk test scores and performance, that's hard.
Yeah. Is any of the data, do you look at the actual teacher? You said this is an 8-year, you're looking at an 8-year. So were teachers that have been employed for 15 years or 10 years, are you able to track like, okay, this teacher, the students are performing higher and this teacher lower? Could any of these numbers be indicative on the teacher or their staff?
Well, I think when we start looking at the data around student outcomes, part of the teacher evaluation system has teachers are looking at their student data, like the reading scores, and then teachers are setting growth goals for students. They meet with their administrator 3 times a year, and they're looking for growth particularly. So there's a lot of coaching of that. But in terms of pulling it out and saying these teachers got growth, these teachers don't, but that isn't something that I've been part of. It's typically more about that ongoing process with teachers to figure out how do we grow practices that get outcomes for students. And really, when we think about how do we respond to this as a system, we really need to be looking at what are the common instructional practices, what are the common approaches that we all use that are aligned that get results. Because we can learn something from, say, a bright spot over in this classroom, and that's where we really rely on research to tell us which practices, which things are what we call adult moves, get us results, and we really focus on trying to elevate those. And that's like those instructional strategies Heidi was talking about, talk, cite, write routines. Those are practices that have research behind it, that when adults implement these things at a high level, we start to see outcomes change. So when we think about prioritizing our time, we're usually looking at broader trends, not so much individual teachers, although as a former building principal, I was looking at data one-on-one with each teacher to help grow their practice. So that's kind of the one answer.
And directly related though to your question, and it's not necessarily do we look by kids or whoever, but I do look by staff. I have asked principals to be much more clear with staff that patterns of absences, but I haven't done the correlation between our students more absent in this class versus others. But there are patterns of attendance we can address.
and staff that do.
Yeah.
Just to clarify too, this data is for like kids that missed the whole day. It would be like if a student missed like a half a day, it's based off of the whole day, the attendance.
There's, it can, okay, in Panorama, if you miss a certain period, like if you miss 2 periods, 1 or 2 periods, I think you're half the absence. If you're 4 or more, then you're a full day. So there is a formula in there.
That's the giggle, right? Like, oh, well, it depends.
I ask everything every single time.
Yeah.
Every meeting.
It has to do
My
with,
son will end 60% of the time.
yeah, it has to do with, how we claim funds from the state more than what their actual period attendance is. And so that's
However,
part of
their
the
actual
challenge.
Period attendance does affect their outcomes in reading.
Absolutely. So one of
Not
the things that has been discussed over and over about Panorama is, do we have it reflect what we report to the state, or do we have it reflect their actual period attendance percentage wise?
Well, and I would even go further if we were really looking deep into attendance as far as how it affects these. When a class is missed because of a sporting event and excused by the coach, is different than a kid just not coming to class. So even if that was separated out, which I know is a deep dive into attendance, but it does affect outcomes.
And there is one other variable as we utilize like Canvas for assignments and work. There are some students whose attendance is not on track, but they're passing every class in their demonstrating. So there's some things changed post-COVID. You know, kids figured some things out, and so you know, the how we encourage and want kids to come to school, it isn't just you have to come to school to get your assignments anymore. It's a different communication, because now we need to, you know, there needs to be belonging and connection and being with friends. There's other things that we need to elevate in our messaging besides, you know, you have to be here and some of the things we used to talk about. So there's really, when we think about trying to increase attendance, it's really a layered approach. One of the things we rolled out at the beginning of last year was we organized an attendance framework within a tiered system. So like, what are the universal expectations for all schools where we're teaching attendance, we're sending communications, we're looking at data, certain things that help us make sure we're giving kids that first, best, strongest support to get kids to attend consistently. One of the things that we'll be able to leverage this year as we're rolling out the transformative SEL is that increased emphasis on belonging. And now that part of that implementation of T-Cell has to do with bringing those concepts into core classrooms, some of those environments and conversations may begin to change and feel different for students. And so that's another way that the system is starting to shift that we're optimistic about. Classroom engagement, recently we just had our positive behavior support teams come together. And this year we're really elevating classroom strategies, particularly around engagement, to help build success for students in classrooms. There's also last year, and we'll continue this year, there's a statewide collaborative effort where, because when John said, this is a statewide problem, we were part of a network across the state of everybody who's trying to figure out how do we find practices and do things that actually move the dial. So we've already implemented some of those strategies. We'll continue that this year. And then of course, you've probably seen the messaging around the Be Here campaign, where Athena and her team have really tried to elevate, you know, setting a clear target, you know, fewer than 8 absences a year. It's something you can count, something you can measure, you know, so because we think that there's also an understanding, or maybe not an understanding of how many days is it okay to miss and you're still on track. So we're trying to change that messaging with, you know, both for staff and for students. And really, you know, social media posts, all the things that really promote it, messaging about when people come out, so families know exactly when to come back after breaks, lots of things like that. I can go on and on, but.
I would say if we want that to be student focused, to be here and so for fewer than the absences, that we break it down to how many class periods that is for a high school student, so that they understand what that looks like.
Yeah.
With their messaging.
Their messaging.
Put it in their context, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Next. You want me to click for you?
It doesn't work, the clicker doesn't work?
No, I think it's tired.
Oh, okay. Tired. Well, for those of you that don't, I see new faces, and my name is Araceli Farias, and I am the Director of Multilingual Learners and Dual Language Instruction. So I lead a lot of the work that people are talking about when they're talking about our multilingual department. Our population is growing like, Tracy said, right, 23%, John was saying 20, those are active English learners. We're not talking about the forever, and we have all the definitions right now, I'll go through it fast, but for everybody else that at one point in their career, educational career, they've been with us, 33%, 1/3 of our students speak other languages and have been part of our program. So it is a lot. It is a lot. So that's why we're focusing a lot on them. It's not that we don't care about their sense of belonging or their safety, but we're focusing on these two. And when we present everything else, we're going to be embedding everything instead of just putting it aside and present it as a standalone. My department is just a standalone department. No, we're going to do it with everybody else. This is the annual report. We're reporting from 23-24. So if you, there's 5 areas there, and we're not going to be presenting on all those areas. Graduation, when team presents graduation, we're going to bring graduation, ELD graduation. But if you are more than welcome to click, it's linked in there, and it is 53 pages, and it is very comprehensive about all the sense of belonging and everything else for all of our EML students. These are the current definitions. So when you're talking about a current emerging multilingual, is somebody that is in our program currently receiving services, and it is part of our classes. A newcomer is a student who recently arrived, and we put him in newcomer centers for 1 year. But if you've been in our country for less than 3 years, you are a newcomer. Students with limited or interrupted education. We also have the secondary level, we have at the elementary level, but it's less, that students that come from other countries that don't know how to read in their language. So they have interrupted education. We say multilingual learners, but our population is very diverse. So we need to have different strategies because we're not going to support current DML who is at grade level the same as we're going to support somebody with limited education. Long-term ELs are students who have been with us since kinder, and they could be in 12th grade. Why are they still with us? Research shows that they should be exiting after 5 to 7 years. Why are they still in our program? If they've been with us since kinder, since day one, why are they in our program? So how are we supporting our long-terms? They speak the language probably better than me, and they don't have an accent, and they're still in our program. So we need to see what we're going to be doing with them. Monitored students are students who we have to monitor after they meet their proficiency level of English and they exit our test, but we have the responsibility to monitor them for 4 years. Former are students who have already exited our program, and ever English learners are students who have been at one point in their academic career part of our program. So 1/3 of our district is in this category. These are the districts with the highest number of current language learners in our state. So our district has always made the cut, right? 1,841, that was 23-24. We have, well, last year, at the end of last year, up close to 2,000 students. And we can see the different languages, the diversity in our multilingual program, right? And this is multilingual students district-wide. If you count only current active English learners is higher than 67, but 67 district-wide of students who speak another language speak Spanish. So that's why Tracy was saying, right, the need for our population was what can we do? And that's why we created our DLI program, English and Spanish, to support this growing population of students. 67%, 70 in our program. Nationwide is the same, 75, 80% are students who come from Spanish-speaking countries. And then for us, it's Russian, Arabic, and then Ukrainian. On track to English language proficiency. This is what I was saying. If you come in and if your proficiency level, like beginner, early intermediate, and advanced, if you come in and you measure at beginner, your first 2 years, you should be a 1, you're a beginner. Your 3rd and 4th year, you're gonna be an early intermediate. And then your 4th and 5th year, you're gonna be an intermediate. And then you should be exiting by year 6 or 7. So it's like getting a doctorate almost. Once you learn another language, it's like you have a doctorate, 7 years, it took you to learn another language. So if you come in and you have a little bit of English, right? Some of our students are in bilingual programs in their countries. So if you're in level 2, it will take you a little bit less. It will take you 5 to 6 years. If you come in at a level 3, you should be exiting after 4 years in our program. And if you are, proficient, because sometimes people think, right? People that come from, if they speak Tagalog from the Philippines, English is their language of instruction, right? So the people, oh, they're a newcomer. Yes, culturally, yes, they're newcomers, but not language-wise. We can test them and they are proficient, but they are still considered newcomers because they have a different culture. So they are newcomers. And if you are a student who is experiencing a disability, because we also have dual identified students, right? Students who speak another language and they are experiencing a learning disability. So if you are in that category, you're going to take 1 extra year to learn a language. And it is very impressive, right? That even with their disability, they can continue to maintain their bilingualism. On track to English language proficiency, this is our data and our state data. So our data is right there in the green. And all students, this is not the total number of students. These are students who have 2 points of data. So not newcomers. Newcomers only have tested once. So not newcomers, not kindergartens, because that's the baseline. So, and first grader is the second year. So this is more 2nd through 12th grade. So we have 1,519 students that they have 2 test scores, yes. And the total number on track 659, 43% of our students are on track to develop English proficiency, right? As we've seen in other presentations, not reaching our academic or having the same academic outcomes as their peers, counterparts, but language proficiency, 43% are. Elementary, we have the highest number of students, right, in elementary, and then we go to middle school and then high school. Well, high school, we got a lot of newcomers in the years past. So that's why we have a high number of ELLs in high school too. But as you can see, the number, it's decreasing. At elementary, 60% of our kids are meeting their language needs, right? They're learning, acquiring the language faster. As you're younger, you can acquire the language faster. But as we move on to middle school, 34% of them are meeting their goals or acquiring their language. And then at the high school level, 20% of them. Once after you pass that gap, those 7 years, you're done. Like everybody was saying, right? They don't take the test seriously. They just click through the test. Why am I being tested? I speak English. I am proficient. I don't want to be taking these tests. And we used to be able to portfolio them, and now we're not. So we're struggling with that.
Sometimes those students are also coming to us in middle school or high school, correct? Those are, so they're starting at a different point than somebody who is here.
If they come in and they're beginners in middle school or beginners in high school, they should continue to be in our programs, right? But if you're in kinder, if you're a long-term EL, you shouldn't be there. And this is students with disabilities. So all of the students who are dual identified, 321, and 23% of them are meeting or acquiring language. And we're comparing it to the state. So with the other chart, we were doing pretty good. We were doing pretty good at the state level. I didn't see 60 and 60 at the state level, 34 and 32 were even higher at the middle school, and then lower in high school compared to the state. And this is students with disabilities. 41% in elementary are developing their language. 60% at middle school and 6% only at the high school level. In comparison to the state, we're a little bit lower in all of those levels. When we always talk about our EMLs with a deficit lens, and I was saying that maybe for next time, right, we need to present the data about our former ELs, the students that have already exited and have language proficiency. They score even higher than students who have never been in our programs that speak only one language or that have never been in our ELL program. So these are the rates at how they perform in different areas. This is what language arts. I believe this is language arts. So if you see former is the black bar right here. So they're performing higher than even students who have never been in ELL.
And this is state data, correct?
And this is state data, and we were talking about collecting the data in our district. How is this going to look in our district? And I know graduation rate in our district, it looks similar to this, right? Our students who have exited. So if we have a multilingual student exiting our program, he's not only going to be performing at the same level, but can exceed the level that our students who have never been in our program. So this is exciting for me because we always talk about our EMLs and they're not meeting, they're not achieving, they're behind. And in elementary, I understand they're acquiring language. But when we're in high school, right, if you've been with us, you should be performing. So this is exciting. This is something that we're going to be looking at for our district. And these, well, as you know, right, we get $10,000 per student, right, every year. These students come with funding. They come with 0.5 extra, so about $5,000 more. And to support our program, this is how our teachers get paid to support that specific need of our students. So they come with funding.
So that's not capped, correct?
No,
Like,
no, that's not capped.
language weight is not capped. Okay.
So yes, our students, I know that some of them require transportation, and the teachers that we hire and we pay, our liaisons are also getting paid.
Student with disability, if you can call them dual identified students, which weight factors?
I think it's the highest one is the SPED one.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
But you don't get both.
One, if we count about it, sped, did they get this at least?
My guess is yes, but I've never been asked that.
I guess, I don't know if I trust that their math is that fancy.
Yeah.
And just perspective wise, like, this is maybe 2 teachers, right? So
Yeah.
this is what we get from the state support our program. We commit a lot of general fund dollars to providing staff to do the work as well. So yes, it's weighted, and yes, we get some funding, and there's a large general fund commitment as well.
Yeah, the ABM, right, that this bring it's towards the general fund, and this is just our Title III. Is this Title III?
Yeah.
We don't get hardly anything in Title III, but the ABM that they get, yes, it is for our EMLs. We have funding. And I think we have one more slide. And yeah, the common strategies, like Heidi was saying, we collaborate into everything that we do. And we have common instructional strategies to support our EMLs and our students with experiencing disabilities and our dual identified. If we find a way to support our dual identified students, well, we may, but we're struggling with that. We continue to expand our co-planning and co-teaching models to promote equitable access for all of our students. I wish we didn't have to desegregate the data because it meant that we are having all the same outcomes for all of our students. But that's why we have to desegregate the data to see, okay, we're not serving this group of students, what do we do? So that's why we desegregate the data. We are doing scaffolding for success because we have to scaffold instruction for our students so they can have access to the education. They have the opportunity to attend the same process, but if we don't scaffold instruction for them, it's not meaningful instruction that they're getting because it's like me standing here and speaking in Chinese to you, right? I don't know Chinese, but if I knew, nobody would understand, right? So it is the same. If we just throw them in there, we're giving them the access, they have access to that class. We don't support their learning, it's not meaningful instruction to them. And then we continue to expand our DLI program. And yes, like Tracy said, next year, it would be our first year. We have about 50 to 60 students, and we have our 2 teachers, and we're excited about that. So, any questions?
Thank you, Leslie. Okay, well, that brings us to For debrief and next steps. I think we've got a pretty solid roadmap. I'm gonna follow up on the committee side, maybe lean on Sarah to help remind me when. Just remind me to get those committees rolling. It sounds like a lot of the stuff, the takeaways from here are going to be at least initially in committee work. And then we'll start seeing it come back to the board. Oh, we do have the well, I won't get straight into the announcements, but I guess I just end with I really appreciate people's engagement. I'll reiterate, I think we have a super team. I'm gonna do my best to lean in when we've got issues of discomfort and do my very best to help solve problems to make sure that we have broad perspective. Before I use that as a perfect transition to our next item, is there anything else that we feel like needs to be said for debrief and next steps? And we'll talk about the social act. Okay. I have to plow through. Okay. Announcements. We have our regular board business meeting on September 3rd, which will be at the Public Safety and Schools building. I want to make sure it's out front. And Heather does have a schedule conflict currently with the schedule that we adopted in our July meeting. The strategy that I was working on with Holly and with Tracy was to talk about kind of shifting our meetings in order to accommodate as much time as possible. Recognizing that the board had full discussion and a complete vote on the schedule matter back in July. It doesn't sound like we have full resolution. I acknowledge that there's probably still work to be done. I know the only thing I'm certain of is that there's not a perfect solution. That's the thing that I know for sure. But as we kind of finalize sort of those checks on what might work and what wouldn't, I imagine that we may at least bring that conflict up to the board again. Basically, that's not in our rearview mirror. We still need to solve a problem, and we're gonna do our best to solve it together. Okay? Is that vague enough and general enough? I don't know that I have much more brain power for solid. That's what you're looking for. Okay. All right. I appreciate everybody being here. Sarah, did you shift the schedule in there? Or are we actually going to adjourn this thing right on time?
You guys, yeah, you
Okay.
adjusted.
Look,
I haven't changed anything. This is 2 minutes planned.
Well, it's about 60 seconds.
I did it last year on time. I can make this go another 2 minutes.
I'm asking you not to.
Hey,
Yeah, we do have a resignation at Troutdale Food Carts.
yeah, Troutdale Food Carts right after this, although we can help make sure it's a full team effort if we assist in the cleanup right after. So please clean up, tidy up your area. Is there anything specific for cleanup that we need to help with?
I want to rearrange the tables back to where the building had them, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, then let's participate in that. And then if you can, we'll see you over at Troutdale Food Carts, even if you can only drop in 15 minutes or so. It'd be great to see you. Okay, with that, we're adjourned. That's too strong.
What we do need to communicate, Holly reminded me, is